feel it. Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style or pimped out style. You don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope crack. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and just hear a dope crack. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Your entertainment, at the same time edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. Here's your dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. My mind state, now balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling. People's vision get blurring, their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid, I bet for keep tell so me just relax and just hear a dope crack. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and just hear a dope crack. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax.
One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Alrighty. Alright, it is 0908 Thursday, the 26th of February. Greetings, everybody. That would make it 0309 Eastern Standard Time, USA. And that would make it between 12 and 1, depending on where you are in the Pacific time in the Americas. Good morning, everybody. And good morning also to the Middle East. That's going to make it around, 11, noon, something like that, close to noon in the Middle East. And some hours, obviously, after, towards the evening and the afternoon and the evening in Asia. Big up everybody that's listening in. You know, I wanted to start off by saying thank you to all the new members and new subscribers, you know, that have come in through the channel in the last month or so. And this year, in 2026, because it's been a good year. 2025 was a great year. 2026 is along the same path. So I just want to take a second to thank everybody for tuning in, because at the end of the day, if you didn't have something better to do, you wouldn't tune in. So I appreciate that. That's quite a compliment, you know, and I've really been thinking a bit about making sure how to stay on purpose. You know what I mean? And what purpose means, you see. And for me, what purpose means is that I want better outcomes. So how we get there, we can all debate on how we get to better outcomes. But we could say this: at least I want better outcomes. at least I show up pretty consistently. I do have a 9-to-5 job, by the way. I don't talk a lot about that. And I have a family. I don't talk a lot about that either, because that's obviously not what we're here to talk about, right? That's not what we all have in common. I mean, some of us have families, some of us don't. Some of us have 9-to-5 jobs, some of us don't. Some of us are my age, I'm 55. Some of us are in their 30s or maybe young 20s. And, you know, the world looks a little different, and what the goals are could be a little different independently, you know, of others. But I'm sure we all agree that as American citizens, those of us that are, we want better outcomes in our elections. We want better leadership. And we can say that without having to go back to the last one. You know, we want better leadership. We could observe the last 20 years and say we want better leadership. We can observe the last, hell, those of you that really want to do your math, you could observe from the 60s on. The 60s on, you know, from the 40s on, let's say the 40s. Examine that throughout the Western world. Does the 40s to today and the progress look the same verbatim across the Western world, NATO nation? No, it does not. No, it does not. And that's not a bad thing necessarily, but there's some things that are missing, and you could point those things out depending on where you live and how knowledgeable you are about it, right? In Europe, typically what happened was a class war. Class, you know, class civil rights class, agenda was put on display here, right? And fought throughout European nations. People didn't want the rich to simply run everything. So they dealt with that in their, you know, civil rights movement in the 60s. Just like in the U.S., a lot of the dynamics with race and other things, but race took up a lot of it. The idea of black and white, or these traditional racial concepts, but these weren't the only divides, and we're still trying to catch up on that conversation. But one thing we did not have is a class civil. We didn't have a civil revolution that dealt with class, you know, and I think we're beginning to see what that looks like, you know, what the outcomes are in the U.S. I mean, sure, the middle class grew, but listen. In terms of protect laws that protect the middle class, protect the workers in the society, whether you're middle class or poor, the United States is far behind its counterparts in the Western world. It is just far behind. And we can see that's coming up in our outcomes, in our elections today. People are not satisfied, whether you're dealing with the left, whether you're dealing with the right. People aren't satisfied. Now, of course, there's the left that is taking up the mantle, obviously, right? They do often talk about, excuse me, hold on. Sorry about that. The left often takes up the conversation of the middle class. But let's just say in the United States, the poor, the working poor, have kind of been like this thing that you can't talk about. This thing that causes people to just there's a stigma against the working poor. Like somehow that if you're poor, you've done something wrong inherently. That still exists in the United States. That doesn't exist in other countries in the Western world, largely. That idea has been the door has been kicked through on that when you're dealing with other Western countries. And how have they dealt with that? They've dealt with making sure everyone, no matter how much money you have, has access to higher education, period. Meaning, stop asking who's going to pay. When somebody wants to be a doctor, stop asking who's going to pay. That's what they've done in the rest of the Western world. When someone is sick, they say, stop asking who's going to pay, right? That's what they've done in the rest of the Western world. And what has it provided them? It's provided them with doctors, provided them with lawyers, provided them with workers of all different parts of society, engineers, right? Scientists, it's just the entire society. Right. It's what the societies have been able to thrive on. Right. And in the United States, we haven't done that yet. Well, There's a lot of issues like that we haven't done in the United States of America. But here's one thing that came up, right? And out of many. And the reason why I said these other things first is leading to this topic. And it's still on line with the elections, right? This last election, the Democrats, they've done an autopsy, and it hasn't been fully released. It hasn't been released. It's just been, parts of it has been leaked, right, and reported on. And the autopsy reports about Gaza having, a significant factor in the outcome of this election. And I agree with that myself. I say, yeah, it definitely did. It was a topic. It was something that was brought up. It was something that was discussed, and it was discussed from multiple sides. It was discussed regarding Palestinians, are Palestinians' human rights being upheld at the same time that there's this war going on? Are there war crimes, right? Are there war crimes going on? And of course, Americans, we pay taxes. This is where the bombs are paid for with our tax money, no matter who you are. When you pay taxes, you pay, federal income taxes and these, that stuff goes into paying for the weapons that are used. It goes into paying for aid. United States, my country, we aid Israel heavily, and we have traditionally been a stalwart supporter of Israel, full stop. There is no one that can debate it. It's not up for debate. American citizens are owed that respect when we talk about this in terms of our politics. We are owed the respect that we have been a long-standing, fast ally of Israel. We are owed that respect. So we are allowed to criticize anything that we think is a problem. That's what respect means. The ability to be heard for who you actually really are. Right? So, in this situation with Palestine and Israel, of course, the beginnings go back, 100 years, damn near 70 years, 80 years, some will go on. It depends on what angle you're using to enter the conversation. Some people use a religious angle. I don't use that angle. Human rights is not bounded by religion, right? So that's not what this union is all about. So, but some people do that. Some people, they have a perspective that is relative to being Israeli or Palestinian. I'm not Israeli. I'm not Palestinian. I'm an American citizen. My family has been in the Americas since the colonial period. So therefore, I cannot have that perspective at all. It's just not humanly possible. Right. But I can listen. I can understand. I can agree. I can disagree. Right. And from what I've been seeing, there's a lot to be discovered in that conversation. There's a lot to be concerned about in that conversation, So and I think Americans, we've been pretty good at listening. We've had the issue of what's going on in Palestine has been on the table my whole generation. We've had a lot of activists my entire life, and I'm 55 years old. So when I say my generation, that's what that means. OK, I have bear witness to activists that support from America that have support steadily the issue that's been going on with Palestine. But not only Palestine, other issues, South Africa. I bear witness to that in my generation. Yeah. People demanded justice for South Africans in the United States of America for a long period of time. For my life, that was my part of my generation's struggle. You see what I mean? So I can speak on it. I remember when Nelson Mandela was actually in jail. OK, I remember when South Africa was an apartheid government. That's in my lifetime. Well, the issue with Palestine has been in my lifetime, too. Now, there's the angle also of colonization. Right. Is colonization a crime? Is it a crime to just take more land? That's where I fit into the picture. And I would say you have to be insane to think taking land from other people is not a crime, that is not problematic. And I think right there is enough for Americans to re-examine what the heck has been going on between Israel and Palestine. Now, I'm not saying that's the only reason. I'm saying that's a very clear point of reason. No one can debate We should not be funding anyone to take someone else's land for any reason whatsoever. That's a concern of Americans, no matter if you support no matter who you support. That should be a universal, just like we don't support the United States going to Greenland, we shouldn't support anybody taking land from Palestinians, period. And yes, Palestinians do have the right to fight that, period. That's not my right, because I'm not Palestinian. That's their right. That's part of their inherent human right. So I don't have to agree with how they do it. I don't have to agree with, and I don't have to support it either, how they do it. But I do have to acknowledge that, wait a second, for some reason, more land, Palestinian land, seems to be on the agenda of Israel, and it seems to keep happening before the world. So I think rightfully so, obviously, with this, I'm not against Israel or the existence of Israel either. You see what I mean? I'm not, when I say these things, I'm not. And I think this is another aspect to, different proponents of opposition that Israel faces. It's very different. It's a wide coalition of different thinkers, right? It's not myopic. You see what I mean? It's diverse, you know what I mean? And all these proponents, just like in the Democratic Party, we don't always agree. Well, all the proponents that disagree and all the people that disagree with Israel's actions don't do it all for the same exact reason. That must be understood. So we can't be unilaterally pushed aside either, right? Because obviously that wouldn't make any sense. But it wouldn't be rational, it wouldn't be logical, and it wouldn't be helpful, and it just will come to the same poor outcomes. Now, I think it's fair, this report or snippets that have been reported that say Gaza is described as a major factor. The only reason why I'm saying this is because you will see a lot of reports right now that will make it seem like it was the factor. And I'm not saying it has to be the factor for it to be a major factor. Right. There were several major factors. Right. And I think we need to be clear about that if we want better outcomes, because I'm very sure that Palestinians do not like the behavior of Donald Trump. I'm very sure of that. And it would be irrational for them to like the behavior of Donald Trump. And although it's difficult to measure Israel's behavior in numbers under Donald Trump, because his presidency has just begun again, right? So maybe there's some time that needs to play out, but there are reports that, in terms of just the time, if you calculate the time period that Trump has been the president, that the tolls have increased under Trump. You see what I mean? And I'm pretty sure that is not a goal anyone who wants to help Palestinians would want to support. An increase in a death toll should not be the goal, regardless of who you are. You see what I mean? But especially for Palestinians. So going back to the election, there were many people that, it's typical of Democrat politics, because Democrat politics is big tent politics. It's not myopic and narrow. Right. Although some of the Republicans' politics, most of it's myopic and narrow, they have significant numbers behind them. The Democrat tent is not myopic and narrow in ideology. You see what I mean? But they're a broad coalition, but not narrow. So there's a lot of, when you're a Democrat, there's a lot of things that is called to the table for you to review. It's a lot more work to be a Democrat than it is to be a Republican. It takes a lot more brain power to be a Democrat than it does a Republican. You see, it does. It means you have to give a little bit of space, even if you don't agree. You have to show a little bit of support, even if you don't 100%, how can I say this, agree with what is being said all the time. You see what I mean? And you have to do this in order to navigate better outcomes. And we could see that this was a problem in the last election when you compile that with disinformation, right? When you compile that with the fact that there's never been a woman president in the history of the United States of America, that is the underlying issue. You know, that is a major factor also. So I'm just saying this because I don't want my Palestinian friends to get confused and get worse outcomes. You know what I mean? Make no mistake about it. There's a lot of Democrats that feel that Kamala Harris heard you, cared about your message, and even wanted to do something on your behalf regarding the situation. And there's a lot of Americans that feel like she was not heard also. It's not one way. You're not the only group that felt like you weren't heard. I'm talking about the ones that did not support Kamala Harris in this election, last election. There's a lot of Dems that feel like Kamala Harris was not heard. Now, she may have said it differently than you may have wanted it to be said. But does that matter when you look at the outcomes? You see, I don't think so. So there's room for all of us to grow, and there's room for all of us to hear, because Democrat politics, big tent politics, requires at all times that a lot of people from a lot of various different backgrounds have to be patient and listen to each other, even in the harshest of times. You see what I'm saying? That is, by definition, what the Democratic Party is. By definition, women's rights have been held back in the United States of America. That is a serious issue by definition. You see what I mean? There's wars all over the world. Equal rights is a big problem in the United States. Class issues is a big problem in the United States. Those are major factor issues. So let's not put the Palestinian issue up against civil rights in America. Let's not put the Palestinian issue up against women's rights in the United States of America. That's not wise. Let's not put Palestinian issues up against anybody's issues, because it shouldn't be against anyone else. Everybody that's concerned about human and civil rights should be like this, locking arms together. Very simple. You know, somebody said everyone has equal rights. Man, shut the fuck up. You know, everyone doesn't have equal rights in the United States of America, and everyone doesn't have equal rights anywhere in the world. That's the whole point. It's called acknowledgement. You don't have to be great doesn't make you perfect. To be great doesn't make you perfect. You know, there's always room to grow. There's always room to grow. You see what I mean? And if you just going to blanket assume everything, you're stupid. You're one of the dumb people again. Everybody who's white's not a racist. Everyone who's black is not a victim. Everyone who is this, everyone who is that, everyone is the wrong term to use, you jackass. Okay? It's just that. Everyone know. Wrong words, computer. Wrong words, computer. You're generalizing. Everyone, nothing. There is nothing of everyone, period. Okay? That's the whole point of big tent politics. Okay? It's recognizing when and whenever there are things wrong, and there are definitely, without any question, issues with human and civil rights within the United States of America, and it always has been, I mean, since the first day, since day one. And if you can't understand that, you don't know U.S. or American politics. It's not just the United States, it's across America too. Now, there are nations that have done things about human and civil rights, and the United States is one of them, but it has not been finished, and it has not been perfect at all. It is actually pulling up the rear, you know what I'm saying, in terms of Western nations. When we talk about classism, when we talk about women's rights, the United States is pulling up the rear. We're the last one in line on that one, you know, and yeah, that's a conversation to have. But in any case, And yeah, I did tell you to shut the fuck up, by the way, because you said something stupid. Okay. Like you said everyone, and that I don't use on my platform. I don't say all white people are devils. I don't say all black people are victims. See, that's a generalization. So you need to think about that a little bit. That's part of what's been paralyzing people to come together. And what you just said is anti big tent politics. You know what I'm saying? Big tent politics is to acknowledge all the nuances. It's not to categorize people like that so roughly and so there's different people in the United States and people have come a different miles and different distances, and some things have not been worked on enough and some things have not been repaired enough, and there's still that history that lives on inside of the country. So there it is. I mean, if you don't like it, I will say this: if you don't like what I said, get the fuck out of the United States of America. That's what I would say. And if you don't like it, see you later, Buster. Adios. Now, I also don't say all Jews are the devils. I also don't say anything like this. You see what I mean? I'm a person that recognizes that there's different aspects to different groups of people. You see what I'm saying? So, there it is. I mean, so, I think there's a reasonable way to approach this, and I tried the reasonable way. I don't try the openly generalizing people way as a solution to anything. It just doesn't work. If you want to know more, you need to do the data. You need to do the census reports. You need to go out and take polls of different groups of people. Or you see what I mean? You need to involve them, right? And I'm pretty sure nobody feels like, even MAGA people don't feel like everybody this or everybody that. No, they don't feel like that. Even MAGA people feel like their civil rights are being fucked over. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. But in any case, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit because I don't want people to be confused. Now, look, this is the report. The report has not been released. Right. The reports have not been released. It's snippets of it that have. So it goes a little like this. Right now, the Democratic National Committee completed its internal autopsy of the 2024 election. While the party has notably refused to release the full report to the public, investigative reporting and statements from party officials have shed light on its core findings. And I think this is a key thing here. Let me pull this up. People should read between the lines. Or try to read between the lines if you can. I think this part right here, this is what you're hearing is the Democratic Party wanted you to know this. They wanted you to know that the issue of Palestinian people is a concern within the Democratic Party, which is why they released that part. They haven't released all parts. Certain things they don't want people to know, whatever their thinking is in their strategy. But this, they want Palestinians to know. So this is how I read this. Now, while the party has notably refused to release the full report to the public, investigative reporting and statements from party officials have shed light on its core findings. You see what I'm saying? You see? Overview of the DNC 2024 autopsy. The report was commissioned by the DNC chair, Ken Martin, to investigate why the party lost grounds with the key demographics. I'm sorry, I'm still laughing because I told somebody shut the fuck up. But listen, Donald Trump is your president. Okay, if you can withstand Donald Trump being your president, you can easily withstand me telling you to shut the fuck up. All right, like really. Donald Trump tells you to shut the fuck up every day of the week, so in every second of the day. Now, on December 18, 2025, Martin announced that the party would not release the full document, calling it a potential distraction from the mission of winning the future elections. And I agree with that. You don't want to the other party to know what your own internal, investigations have turned over. That's not necessary. I don't think you're going to find unilateral agreement on this and throughout history of any party just releasing all their findings because it's an internal thing, right? But in any case, key findings leaked and reported. Okay, according to the investigative reports from Axios and The Guardian, the internal data highlighted several critical features. The Gaza effect. You see, so they want Palestinians. The Democratic Party wants Palestinians to know that they do hear and see them. I think Palestinians need to understand, and I know it's not easy, that in a big tent politics, big tent parties tend to have to show that they do hear and see a lot of people. And sometimes it comes at a consequence because everybody doesn't get everyone. Nobody gets to be first in the Olympics. You see what I mean? In this regard, in this type of situation, it's a situation where a lot of people's issues have to be dealt with. Never one, never two, never three, never four, never five. In Democrat Party issues, it's like 20. You see what I mean? That have to be dealt with. And the issue about Israel and Palestine is one of those things. And that's a good thing that we're talking about that. You see what I mean? And but I think this is what this is more about. This is about letting Palestinians know that they're willing to discuss these issues. The conversation should also continue to happen. And it should happen, it shouldn't necessarily just be over an election that it's discussed. This should be discussed right now in the Congress, like what's going on. You see what I mean? And it's not. You see how easy a president can stop the Congress from doing anything and having any discussion. All you need is a party lead like MAGA Mike Johnson, who's just going to shut down Congress and go home. That's what he's doing. So the Gaza effect. Internal data reportedly labeled the Biden administration's policy on the Israel-Hamas war as a net negative, right? Net negative. All right. What does net negative mean? It means it wasn't good enough, right? That's what it means. It doesn't mean why or how it wasn't good enough. It just means it wasn't. It was a net negative, right? Enough was not done, right? For the campaign, it was cited as a major factor in losing the support for young voters, progressives, and Arab American communities in swing states like Michigan. Yeah, it did. And we all saw this because we saw some Arab Americans voting for Trump. I would suggest right there, you might want to reconsider that because everyone in the United States knows that the KKK hates Muslims, Jews, blacks, gays, Chinese, Asians. They hate a whole wide variety of people. You know what I'm saying? So to vote for the head of the KKK or the KKK's candidate, that probably was not your best option. That's all I'm saying. Like, but nonetheless, it can happen. And these Arab Americans that did that, there wasn't the majority, but the ones that did, it was significant. But the ones that did are no different from any other group of people that did the same thing, voted for fucking Donald J. Trump, and Donald J. Trump is kicking their motherfucking asses right now. I would also implore those other groups to kind of read between the lines a little better. You know what I'm saying? Get a better understanding of what is going on. Like, this me or nothing thing does not work in Democratic tent politics. And it doesn't. The only people it tends to work for is white Christian, quote unquote. I'm saying quote unquote. I'm not saying every white Christian is part of this thinking, but this nationalistic white Christian nationalistic movement. They're the only ones that seem to win on me or nothing. Just think about that. So I would say me or nothing lost it when it was in the Democratic side. You see what I mean? It doesn't work. We're big tent politics, and we all need to understand each other. And if there's not another group of people, if there's not 5 other group of people you can go out and learn something about within the Democratic Party that's not part of your specific group, I would say something's wrong with you. That's what I would say. That's why you hear me often talk a lot about women's rights. You see what I'm saying? That's one of the things. That's why you often hear me talk about LGBTQ rights. It's not that I'm spending all my time on it, but see, I understand these issues to be anti-slavery movements. Why? Because slavery was the control over other human beings' bodies. So you see the nuance there. So there's a reason why. It's not because I'm gay that I understand LGBT rights. It's not because I'm a woman that I understand women's rights, because I'm not a woman. I'm a man. I'm not gay. I'm straight. I'm a so-called straight man, heterosexual man. But I understand these movements to be anti-slavery movements, meaning you don't have the right to control other people's bodies. Anti-trafficking movements, meaning you don't have the right to control other people's bodies. Just think about it a little bit. You'll get it. All right. So now, voter disenchantment. The analysis found that significant drop off in turnout from the 2020 base. Approximately 6.8 million voters who supported Joe Biden in 2020 did not show up for Kamala Harris in 2024. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure they're regretting that now. And it's okay to regret it, because that means you recognize, although it's understandable what may have led you to that, you probably in retrospect realize how that was definitely not your best choice. That's all I'm saying. That would make you a wise person, because there's more elections to come. Elections are normal. They happen all the time. You got to be, on your toes. You got to be nimble here in this politics, especially in big tent politics, especially in the United States of America with its particular history. All right. Which is why I'm cautious when I vote in Denmark, because I don't want to be voting for something stupid. I voted for this time around. I support the civil rights, the class movements in Denmark. I support that. And I think that's a strong proponent of progress in Denmark, in the Danish country. So there's a few different parties that have been a part of that. You know what I mean? So I typically respect those parties. Yeah. So, but there's nuances between them. So I still have to think about it. You see what I mean? Before I do it. And I think carefully, and I associate with people and communicate with people about it from different backgrounds. You see? But let me see here. Economic messaging. The report acknowledged that the party struggled to counter the perception of Biden inflation. Yeah. So these are different parts. We heard it too. We heard this out there, this idea that Biden was responsible for the inflation. He didn't address it. So this me or nothing politic came in. You either deal with this or you're not getting my vote at all. Okay. Do you like Trump's way of dealing with inflation better? Let's see. But I also agree it wasn't good enough. It wasn't good enough for them to continue to win. That's the main point here. You see what I mean? And I think Democrats need to think about that. Although a lot of the bills that Biden put into place were shut down in the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court is a biased court. It is a Republican court, period. So they're not being fair with any Democratic president. You have to understand that. And until we get more Democrats or more, how can I say this? More fair judges appointed to the Supreme Court, you're not going to get better outcomes. Let's be honest. Now, Congress, if you get enough congressional members, if you get a super majority in Congress and you get a super majority in the Senate, they can make the courts more fair by impeaching some of these corrupt ass judges. But hey, if you don't want to vote, and if it's only you or nobody else, then you probably won't get that outcome. I would suggest you go for that outcome. Everybody that wants fairness, I would suggest, even if your particular issue is not addressed immediately. Spending versus results. Spending versus results. Despite outspending Republicans in nearly every level, the party faced structural challenges in ground game, efficiency, and messaging that failed to resonate outside the urban centers. Yeah. I mean, and I do think so, because, one of the things is that disinformation on the internet moves faster than real information moves. And that's something that Europe is confronting right now, which is why you hear people like J.D. Vance criticize them, because really J.D. Vance is a promoter of Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, and he wants Elon Musk and Peter Thiel's private corporations to buy up everything in Europe. Europe is more susceptible, more vulnerable to this. Even though the U.S. is completely captured by them, Europe, oddly enough, being more vulnerable, saw the warning signs some time ago, which is why you hear J.D. Vance criticize the European Union, because they won't allow disinformation to reign supreme. Because who's the disinformation designed to help? Think about it. Anti-democratic movements and privatization of everything. Very simple. Yeah. And also, how can you say this? Very divisive politics is designed to promote division, which if you fall for the division in Europe, you're going to fall for losing your health care. You're going to fall for union jobs. You're not going to have those anymore. That's what they're after. You see what I mean? So spending versus results. Despite outspending Republicans in nearly every level, the party failed structural challenges. Okay. Major references and sources. All right. So just for people to go to, if you want to, this is just some basic reporting. The whole report has not been released. It won't be released. It's typically, there's nothing that says that it normally will be released or anything like that. It's not, because it's an internal party review. Obviously, just like a corporate review is meant for the people in the corporation. But yeah, so folks in the corporation that are part of the Democratic Party, they're aware of what's in the report. If they're in the party in any significant way, they'll report on most of it. And then a lot of the information you will see, proponents on the way down spread this message down to the constituency. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, people are going to have to wait for the rest of it. But I don't think it's so complex. People know the variables. All right. Here we go. Report on the DNC's decision to keep. Let me see. Should I put some of this? Let me open some of this up. I can put some of this in the chat too for people. Then we go along with the rest of the program. Here we go. And this is, again, this is why I'm showing this, doing this part. Wanted to start off with this today because you can see that a lot of the reports, because Kamala Harris was the candidate, they will use her face, obviously. But what I'm saying to Kamala Harris is, yo, don't be ashamed at all. You fought a great race. The United States has never trusted any woman, regardless of her color or background, with the head seat. And the United States, having a party that's, the Republican Party, that's very myopic, that resonates with them. Things like race resonate with them. Things like gender resonate with them, unfortunately, in a negative way. So the odds of you ever becoming the president were always the most slimmest. Always. So kudos to you, Kamala Harris, for fighting a good, dignified fight. Let's hope that voters wake up now and get on real time with this kind of stuff and recognize what the threat really is, because this shit can happen again, and it can affect your life and things can get worse than they are right now. They don't have to get better. You see what I mean by they use her face for the article? So I think folks need to read between the lines, because this was not about Kamala Harris, and I think if voters made it about Kamala Harris, she would have won. But they didn't. They made it about Joe Biden and everything else. They made it about Kamala's great-great-great-great-granddaddy, being a slave master in Jamaica, which it was not. It was just a lie spread on the internet, right? That's what they made it about. They made it about a whole lot of false things, Now, regarding going back to Israel and Palestine, you're likely not going to see an American president totally, just disavow Israel instantly, like quickly. But you're likely to see this time around. And I think it's from proponents from both sides, from Republicans and Democrats, in terms of the voters. Voters are increasingly being tired of spending money outside of the U.S. when the money is not being spent on American citizens. Because after all, when it comes to health care, this is American citizens' tax dollars. These bombs are American citizens' tax dollars. This money going to the U.S. military is American citizens' tax dollars. So I think until we get something resolved nationally at home that's major, that has a major impact on the average American taxpayer, you're likely to see a change in some of the international politics. Like, how much we support Israel and why, and who do we support? Not just Israel, but who do we support and why? And what do they need to show in return? I think Israel, if you all are listening, it's probably a very smart time to start listening to some of these American voters that are a little frustrated because they're coming from both sides of the platform, and having said that, American citizens don't enjoy being called genocidal people that support genocide. Whether you could argue about whether that's true or not, but the bottom line is we still don't fucking enjoy being called that. So that's something Israel, might want to get in order with its leaders. You know what I'm saying? They might want to just wonder how that is going to affect the elections. Now, there's a lot of people out there that are going to say, stop spreading disinformation. They didn't even have a primary. Wrong, man. Stop spreading disinformation. That's not that's also leading to bad outcomes. You likely are a Trump supporter. So saying that's just repeating another lie. And look, let me put this person on display here. Let's just see who said that, just to be sure about it, because there's a lot of trolls and the chat is open. So don't always believe what you hear, right? Everybody's not really keeping it real. So you can see this is just a random, look, 2007. Okay, so this is a real Trump supporter. But listen, real Trump supporters are getting their ass whipped by Trump right now. So there we have it. So you keep on with your disinformation, repeating Republican Trump talking points if you want. If you want your health care to continue to be cut, keep saying stupid shit like that. If you want to support foreign wars like Trump does, keep saying stupid shit like that. That's all I'm saying. And it's your choice, because I live in Denmark. I'm an American citizen that lives in Denmark. So I have health care. My kids have health care. My kids get a stipend to go to school. Yours don't. So if you want different outcomes, you have to start taking different actions. Repeating talking points and repeating, disinformation is not how you're going to get health care. I'm just saying, it is what it is. You can keep down. I'm not going to beg you. You just keep down that line if you want. It's all yours to own. The outcome, it's all yours to own. You keep owning Obama. And instead of owning Trump, instead of owning what the facts are, you just keep on doing that. We will see. We will see if you get better outcomes. Did you get a better outcome this time? Was Trump the better outcome? Yay, Trump. Everybody that's whipping these maggots families' asses on healthcare, I support you. Yay! Yay for ripping apart Appalachia, all the poor white people that need some help. Yay, Trump, for destroying their lives, kicking them out of their homes and raising their mortgage. Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Trump all the way. Do it again in 2028, Trump. I mean, this is what these Trump supporters are like. They celebrate their own demise. So, it's just sad, but it is what it is. Now on to the rest of the news. I hope I summarized that pretty well. About this report. Having said that, just to wrap it up, I really do think that I'm glad to see the Democrats. Fuck Trump. Exactly. Fuck Trump. Thank you. I'm glad to see the Democrats release that information. To me, it's a sign that they hear Palestinian Americans, and they also hear the world's view. The world's view is changing on this conflict, and that's going to catch up to Israel. Now, how it deals with that, how Israel deals with that, that's up to Israelis. But I could tell you, American citizens don't enjoy the Epstein files. They don't enjoy espionage. They don't enjoy blackmail. And so far, two countries keep coming up with their secret service, Russia and Israel. So that's going to have some effects on how Americans vote. You see what I mean? So what I live in Appalachia. What you are speaking? No, Appalachia is the poorest part of the country. Here, let's do the data. I'm just speaking about Appalachia, the place where there's a lot, like J.D. Vance comes from, hillbillyology. Did you ever read that? What J.D. Vance said about that? That's the one who's Trump's vice president. He talks about a lot of the ills in the, well, let's just look it up here. Let's see here. No problem. I mean, I don't mind a little looking up. Let's see here. Is Appalachia one of the poorest regions in America? Regions in the USA. Why or why not? Let's just make it very simple. Okay. And this is information available across the world. So it's not a me thing. You know what I mean? It's not a V media thing. It's a global thing, right? Yes. Appalachia remains one of the most economically distressed regions in the United States, though its status is often a tale of two regions, depending on whether you're looking at urban centers or rural mountain counties. Okay. I said Appalachian Mountains, right? But Appalachia is also good. Period. As of fiscal year 2026, the Appalachian Regional Commission, ARC, and other economic data bodies highlight that while the region has made massive strides since 1960s, it still lags significantly behind the national average. Should we continue? Should we continue? Or is it a fallacy? How well is Appalachia doing? No, I didn't say. I said one of the poorest. Yeah, one of the poorest. You disagree with one? You disagree with that? You think it's not running behind the rest of the country? It's solid Trump. Yeah, it is. But it's also Trump supporters tend to be the most impoverished groups in America. Didn't you know that? That's why they're always thinking about everything else except their own best interests. They're never thinking about their policies. You haven't seen one Republican put anything out there to get you some health care. So to get you in a school, to get child care for you. No. So let's continue. It's just this is not even up to debate. It just is what it is. It's not even a secret. Status: Appalachia versus USA. The data, according to the latest ARC chart book in 2026 economic designations, the gap remains stark. That stark means huge. Yeah. That means Appalachia region of the country falls way behind other parts of the country. Poverty rate. Overall poverty rate in Appalachia is roughly 14.3 to 16.3 compared to the U.S. national average of approximately 11.6 to 12.5. It doesn't matter to you? Okay, it doesn't. I'm not begging you. I mean, like I said, I'm an American citizen that lives in Denmark. I have universal health care. So my kids do too. So, I mean, if I want to go to school tomorrow, I will get a stipend to go to higher education. But you don't like those things because you don't vote for them in Appalachia, America. So it won't happen for you. You don't advocate for them. And I'm not begging you to because it doesn't bother me either way. Now, household income, medium household income in Appalachia is approximately $64,000. Right. Which is nearly 14,000 lower than the U.S. average of 78,000. Right. Rural distress. Right. Of 423 counties in the region, 75 are classified as distressed. Right. For FY 2026, meaning they rank in the bottom 10% of the counties in the nation for poverty and unemployment. You're in the bottom 10%. How much worse do you think it can get? It can get worse, but not much worse. Child poverty. This is one of the region's greatest challenges. In some rural Appalachian counties, child poverty rates are nearly double in the national average, reaching close to 25%. Is that a good thing for you? I don't know. Maybe you think that's good. I don't know. But again, you could easily vote to change that, but you don't. You vote to stay in that. That's what you vote for, and that's what you get. And I understand that. I understand the thinking behind that. Why vote differently? Hey, you may as well keep voting for the same people you've been voting for. Why is it so poor? Key factors. The persistence of poverty in Appalachia. This is what I think Palestinian Americans need to understand when it comes to election time in the United States. Democrat Party is big tent politics. Republican Party is small tent politics. They would rather be poor and broke than to ever support health care, child care, higher education, a decent minimum wage. They will support kicking out immigrants, kicking out colored people, get rid of the fags, stop all this other shit, which is not really even an obtainable thing. But they will vote for that while they don't get anything else, you know? It's just clear. Anyway, let's move on to some real news, because this ain't even news anymore. This is embarrassing. Now, I hope folks at Appalachia do better, if they want to. But if they don't, then hey, you don't have to. I ain't begging you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not begging you. This is a real. Hold on, let me see who is this for a second. Let me just double check this, because I checked out the other diehard Trump supporter. That was a real person, by the way. Let's see if this one is. Sometimes there's just trolls and people that really don't have any real interest in the topic. You know what I mean? 2018. Okay. Yeah. I don't really think this is American, to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest. But so that means if you're in Appalachia, yeah, I don't think so. But who knows? Who knows? It could be. It could be. What the hell? I'm just taking a guess. Here we go. Now, here we are. Let's give it. No, I'm not a dual citizen. I'm an American citizen that lives in Denmark. I said that. That's easy to understand. But Elon Musk has 3 citizenships. Peter Thiel has 3 citizenships. Do you support them? Do you support Elon Musk and Peter Thiel? Because you're giving them your broke ass taxpayer dollars right now. Do you support that? I mean, this is typical Trump supporter bullshit. You see what I mean? Like, what the fuck? In any case, let's move on. Let's move on. There is other news, and right. So let's just get into it. Let's see what it says here. Hopefully, it will be better than the Appalachian news, right? And I'm sure it will be, but it's still bad. It's still bad. So, but they like this stuff.
Ago, MS Now's Carol Linick and Ken Delanian are reporting that the FBI has just fired at least 7 FBI agents and support staff as a result of their role in the classified documents case. This is involving records Donald Trump kept at his club at Mar-a-Lago. Now, that is according to 3 people familiar with the matter. An FBI spokesperson did not.
Riquez, yo, you are a very misinformed American citizen. You need to research that matter. It's called dual resident. Just look up the rules of dual residency and bilateralism between Denmark and the United States. It's very simple. I pay taxes here in Denmark. I'm a resident here. I don't understand what you're talking about. The only right I don't have is the right to vote for the president of Denmark, the head of parliament, the parliamentary elections. That's it. The local elections I vote in. The benefits are all the same. I mean, if I hadn't lived here so long, maybe the first 2 years, I think your benefits are a little different, right? But just for your education, you see. But you need to look that up on your own if you don't know that. If you don't know why, because it's not a new thing. You should know better. All right. So I don't have a program about that today, but if you become a member, you will see, I have some streams about that, specifically about what the rights are and things like that, and what the differences are. So inform yourself.
Not immediately respond to a request for comment.
Anyway, now it's about Kash Patel. So let's get into it.
Now's Carol Linick and Ken Delanian are reporting that the FBI has just fired at least 7 FBI agents and support staff as a result of their role in the classified documents case. This is involving records Donald Trump kept at his club at Mar-a-Lago. Now, that is according to 3 people familiar with the matter. An FBI spokesperson did not immediately respond to a request for comment on the terminations. Well, MS Now's senior investigative correspondent Carol Linick, who just broke that story, joins us. Also with us is Christina Greer, associate professor of political science at Fordham University. She's the author of How to Build a Democracy, From Fannie Lou Hamer and Barbara Jordan to Stacey Abrams.
Carol, please talk us through your reporting and which questions still remain.
Well, Alicia, I thought we were done with FBI agents being fired en masse, but tonight we got a tip that, and it wasn't that hard to confirm, that multiple agents and some support staff, at least 7 agents, were fired in relationship to their role in the Mar-a-Lago, what's known as the Mar-a-Lago documents case. You'll remember the FBI opened an investigation after determining there was probable cause to believe that Donald Trump had top secret classified records at his club when he was no longer president after he had left the office in January of 2021. These individuals who were fired, we are told by sources, were fired because they played some role in seeking investigative materials and specifically phone records, metadata about the phone calls of Kash Patel, who is now the FBI director, and Susie Wiles, who is now the chief of staff for the White House. The choice of these firings now is interesting because the FBI director fired or his predecessor fired many FBI agents immediately after Donald Trump's inauguration. So the question arises, why now are these individuals considered suspect or unprofessional?
Wow. That is interesting. Let's just roll that back a little bit because I don't want to miss, even myself, what the hell just happened here. Let me bring it back.
From Fannie Lou Hamer and Barbara Jordan to Stacey Abrams.
Carol, please talk us through your reporting and which questions still remain.
Well, you know, Alicia, I thought we were done with FBI agents being fired en masse, but tonight we got a tip that, and it wasn't that hard to confirm, that multiple agents and some support staff, at least 7 agents, were fired in relationship to their role in the Mar-a-Lago, what's known as the Mar-a-Lago documents case. You'll remember the FBI opened an investigation after determining there was probable cause to believe that Donald Trump had top secret classified records at his club when he was no longer president after he had.
All right. So what is this contention?
Known as the Mar-a-Lago documents case.
All right. The Mar-a-Lago documents case.
You'll remember the FBI opened an investigation after determining there was probable cause to believe that Donald Trump had top secret classified records at his club when he was no longer president.
All right. So everybody got that? It's in reference to this. Donald Trump, everyone knows he had classified records at his residence. That's not disputed anymore. Very simple. He's gone public with this many times. And so that is what this is about. The FBI agents who did what?
After he had left the office in January of 2021. These individuals who were fired, we are told by sources, were fired because they played some role in seeking investigative materials and specifically phone records, metadata about the phone calls of Kash Patel, who is now the FBI director, and Susie Wiles, who is now the chief of staff for the White House. The choice of these firings now is interesting because the FBI director fired or his predecessor fired many FBI agents immediately after Donald Trump's inauguration. So the question arises, why now are these individuals considered suspect or unprofessional or violating their oath of office?
You know, it's going to be interesting because it seems like the Trump administration, they do this to themselves every time. Like there's something called discovery. So anytime you go to court, which this will probably be litigated somehow in court, there's something called discovery where more information comes out. So people that want to hide information, going to court and having court battles come out is probably not the best way to do it. Right. You're finding that out about what's went on with Epstein now. Right. Donald Trump, there's still shit being released. You know what I'm saying? And things that when you have a case going on that can't be released, but they're in discovery. But when the case is over, boom. Now, let me look up something here. Let me look up one thing real quick. Let me flip over to this. Somebody in the chat says, this is so funny. Someone in the chat says, you know, people say all kinds of stuff and it's almost like they're trolls and they don't really mean anything that they say, but they're hoping that someone else just believes them because somebody in the chat without a face wrote it. But I like to look up things because I got time. I'm off today, so I'm just going to look up statements that are made, a little bit, just to help the chat out a little bit, so people don't get bogged down in disinformation. If it is now, every time Foe says the Mar-a-Lago, right? Classified documents. Classified, did this happen? Okay, classified documents case, right? Didn't that right? Case? Classified documents case, okay. Documents case itself was dismissed, right, in 2024 by Judge Cannon and ruled Smith's appointment as unconstitutional. Let me just verify that. Let me just see here. Let's just see if that's the case. Okay, look, it says that's right. Now check this out. Here, check this out. Let's see what it says. It says Judge Aileen Cannon dismissed the classified documents case against Donald Trump, ruling that special counsel Jack Smith was unlawfully appointed and that his office was improperly funded. Right now, let me just go over here real quick so y'all can see this. Let me see. Let's switch over. Let's go over to this one here. Boom. Let's go back. Let me just pull this one back up. I can see it's not here, so let me pull it back up real quick. Over to this side. Are we here? Articles. Boom. It should be here, right? Here we go. Let's pull this up. All right, here it is. Can y'all see this? And let me make it a little bigger also for the people that might have funny vision. Yeah, okay, here we go. So let's play this back. Boom. Is it playing back? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I did that wrong. Here we go.
That is exactly right. In July 2024, Judge Aileen Cannon dismissed the classified documents case against Donald Trump, ruling that special counsel Jack Smith was unlawfully appointed and that his office was improperly funded. The ruling was significant because it strayed from decades of legal precedent that had upheld the authority of the Attorney General to appoint special prosecutors. Here is a breakdown of what happened and where things stand now in 2026. The 2024 dismissal. The ruling. Judge Cannon ruled that the Appointments Clause of the Constitution requires such an office to be established by Congress. She concluded that because there was no specific statute authorizing the Attorney General to appoint a special counsel with the extraordinary powers Smith held, the appointment was unconstitutional. Funding. She also ruled that the special counsel's office violated the Appropriations Clause because it drew from a permanent indefinite appropriation without clear legislative backing. What happened next, 2024 to 2026, while Jack Smith initially appealed the dismissal to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, the legal landscape changed after the 2024 election. Appeal dropped. Following Donald Trump's victory, the Department of Justice, DOJ, dropped the appeal in November 2024. This was in accordance with long-standing DOJ policy that prohibits the federal prosecution of a sitting president. Case wound down. Jack Smith resigned in early 2025. The criminal charges against Trump's co-defendants, Walt Nauta and Carlos de Oliveira, were also eventually dismissed. Current status, February 2026, the battle has now shifted from the criminal charges to the public release of Jack Smith's final report, Permanent Block. Just this week, February 23, 2026, Judge Cannon issued a new ruling permanently blocking the release of the second volume of Smith's report, which details the classified documents investigation. Manifest injustice. She argued that releasing the report would be a manifest injustice because the case was dismissed before trial, meaning the defendants still enjoy the presumption of innocence. DOJ agreement. Notably, the current DOJ leadership, under Attorney General Pam Bondi, supported the block, arguing the report is a privileged internal communication. Would you like more details on the specific legal arguments Judge Cannon used to distinguish this case from the Watergate-era precedents?
All right.
Special counsel Jack Smith appeals ruling tossing Trump's classified documents case. This video provides a concise summary of the legal arguments Jack Smith used to challenge Judge Cannon's dismissal before the appeal was ultimately dropped. That is exactly right.
All right. So you could see right now what happened here. I mean, essentially, who dropped it and why. And you could see that still doesn't have anything to do with one thing. Did Trump take classified documents to Mar-a-Lago, and has he stated such? It's very simple. They're claiming that it wasn't whatever it is. The criminal case is unconstitutional, right? So they're not claiming he didn't take the documents, right? So again, what bearing does that have against this case? I mean, it's actually, you could see that it's a lot of meandering because obviously it's Trump appointees who have dropped everything. There's not one other person there that has followed suit, and look, to answer your question, yes, it is a matter of record that classified documents, right? You see, here it is. It is a matter of record that classified documents were taken to Mar-a-Lago, and Donald Trump has acknowledged having them, though his explanation for why and how has shifted over time. All right. Here's the breakdown of the facts regarding the documents in his own public statements. Again, these are his own public statements. And you saw it with your own eyes, too, by the way. The fact they were they classified documents? Yes. Between 20. So there's no dispute. Those were classified documents. Anybody disputing that is lying to you. Right. And anyone saying anything different, trying to change that to, yeah, but they weren't really classified because it's been fun. No, they're still classified. It's just the specific criminal case brought against Trump was dismissed. There could be other trials. There could be other cases. But in any case, the fact that they were classified documents, yes, between 2022 and 23, the federal government recovered over 300 documents with classified markings from Mar-a-Lago through 3 separate events. Damn, they had to go back 3 times to find shit, to get shit that he's supposed to voluntarily give back or should have never taken. January 2022, Trump voluntarily returned 15 boxes. We should just ask, is it illegal? And the answer would still be yes. The specific charges were dismissed. Is it illegal? Yes. How does it relate to this? How does it relate to this case right here? The case in question. How does it relate to this? Let's go back. Let's see here. I don't think that has much bearing.
Classified records at
Let's hear it again.
Relationship to their role in the Mar-a-Lago, what's known as the Mar-a-Lago documents case. You'll remember the FBI opened an investigation after determining there was probable cause to believe that Donald Trump had top secret classified records.
Was there probable cause? Yes, there was probable cause.
At his club when he was no longer president.
Was it found to be true? Yes, it was found to be true. He did, and he admittedly had it himself.
After he had left the office in January of 2021. These individuals who were fired, we are told by sources, were fired because they played some role in seeking investigative materials and specifically phone records, metadata about the phone calls of Kash Patel, who is now the FBI director, and Susie Wiles, who is now the chief of staff for the White House. The choice of these firings now is interesting because the FBI director fired, or his predecessor fired, many FBI agents immediately after Donald Trump's inauguration. So the question arises,
right?
Why?
So Donald Trump fired everyone that worked on the case, right? That's what he did. So those people were already fired, right? I mean, so this is interesting. So they're firing more people
or his predecessor fired.
Predecessor, right?
Many FBI.
So it could have been Biden. Which one is it, though? Which one is it?
And Susie Wiles, who is now the chief of staff for the White House. The choice of these firings now is interesting because the FBI director fired or his predecessor fired many FBI agents immediately after Donald Trump's inauguration. So the question arises, why now are these individuals considered suspect or unprofessional or violating their oath of office?
Right. Yeah. So that's the question. Why? I'm curious. Why do y'all think they are now? What do you think the reasoning is behind that? And I'm not so sure that it's transparent. So I'm curious. What do y'all think about this? What do y'all think? Hold on. Let me see. Every time, folks. Yeah, and I'm glad you didn't take offense to me checking out that information because I just wanted to be clear. You see what I mean? Every time, folks, like for real. Let's, but I'm sure you get that. Let me see. He said, generally cannot be fired arbitrarily and are entitled to due process under the Fifth Amendment when the government requires cause for removal, which FBI policy and law do for career agents. Okay. Yeah, exactly. The fact she was assigned to the case is very suspicious. Well, you're talking about Cannon. Yeah, obviously, because she's a Trump appointee, So, I mean, this is clear. It's clearly, well, it's not necessarily clearly, because first of all, who fired these people initially? She said she's making it sound like it's both. It's Trump's predecessor, right, which would be the FBI's predecessor, which would be Merrill. Is it Merrill? What's his name? What's the guy's name again? Garland, right? Or it would be after Trump took office, right? They're apparently, but Trump made it public, his feelings about this anyway. So it leans more towards it's Trumpian, to fire these people, right? Because if they're career professionals, then why would you fire them, right? I mean, it doesn't. Yeah, Merrick Garland. Every time folks says it's nothing special here, folks. Well, let's see. Maybe that's true. Let's see, though.
How does this play?
Why are they fired, though, now? That's the question.
Play out there. I mean, what is it because there's some concern about looking at the metadata related to Susie Wiles and Kash Patel at that time? Help us understand what the thing is that relates to the firing of these.
In other words, this has also come up with Jan 6, right? Metadata, right? That's not listening to conversations. That's not wiretapping. Wiretapping is where you listen to audio recordings or audio of people's conversations with different individuals, right? That's wiretapping. You know who's calling who, what time they're calling, but you also know what they're talking about. Metadata, you don't know what they're talking about unless maybe it's some text. But again, you got to get a judge's authority in any case, right? Unless it's national security, which how do you confront national security? That would have to be in a court, right? But in the Congress. But in any case, the metadata typically means you know who called who and what time. You don't know what they're talking about, right? So, in any case, look, every time though says not trying to be about but I'm trying to be about asking you what you think. And if asking you what you think and asking anyone what they think is whataboutism, I don't know what you mean by that. It seems like whataboutism has some broad parameters. I'm asking, what do you think? And what is this about? Whataboutism, when I'm saying metadata and what metadata is, that is absolutely unequivocally not about whataboutism. That is stating the facts about what they're discussing. So I hope you agree with that. And I'm sure you do agree with that. But just to make it clear for the listeners, so this is about conversations. This is about who talked to who about around what time, right? And it's interesting because Kash Patel, he wouldn't have been appointed at this time. Let me see something. And this is the other thing. So this is Kash Patel, coming in. This is Trump coming in around that time period. It was after he was inaugurated. Oh, no. Is it before he was inaugurated? No, it's before he was inaugurated, before he came into power after the election, that time period. So let me just go back here for a second, just to hear this one more time. Let's see.
Hard to confirm that multiple agents and some support staff, at least 7 agents, were fired in relationship to their role in the Mar-a-Lago, what's known as the Mar-a-Lago documents case. You'll remember the FBI opened an investigation after determining there was probable cause to believe that Donald Trump had top secret classified records at his club when he was no longer president, after he had left the office in January of 2021. These individuals were fired, we are told by sources, were fired because they played some role in seeking investigative materials and specifically phone records, metadata about the phone calls of Kash Patel, who is now the FBI director, and Susie Wiles, who is now the chief of staff for the White House. The choice of these firings now is interesting because the FBI director fired, or his predecessor fired, many FBI agents immediately after Donald Trump's inauguration. So the question arises, why now are these individuals considered suspect or unprofessional or violating their...
You know what? I'm just going to say this. Maybe this might get into whataboutism, but look, to me, what it's starting to sound like is that Donald Trump feels like he is exposed still by this case, and not Donald Trump, that some of his subordinates are exposed. This sounds like Kash Patel cleaning up Kash Patel. That's what it reads like to me. Yo, let me see. Hold on. Every time folks says, bottom line, Kash shouldn't have fired the agents. They are entitled to due process. That was dumb. Yo, bro, this or sister. I don't know if you're a bro or a sister, but I mean, I don't know. I'm going to ask everybody. Does this sound like Kash Patel cleaning up Kash Patel as a citizen? Like, you know, his activities, his conversations around these events. That's strange. And I think you're right. It is dumb because it creates more attention. It attracts, you know, it makes people say, why is he doing this? This is exactly what they're doing. Let me see here. Eric says Trump and Epstein files. What about Pee Wee Herman? Right. Yeah, that's what they're looking for. So that could also be true. I think they got fired, but are entitled to due process. Yo, they're definitely entitled to due process. Now, my statement was about Biden and others doing the same thing, but no changes, etc. Well, that's whataboutism. You know, that is whataboutism. So we don't, because listen, we're able to focus on one particular administration at a time. We're able to do that. That's a possibility. In fact, that's what's required right now, because Biden cannot obstruct your life anymore if you feel that he obstructed it. Neither can Kamala Harris. They're not civil servants anymore. They're free citizens. So we don't need to lynch people that aren't involved in anything active right now, right? But if they've done something illegal, do it. But it doesn't seem like there's much, because we know they would be doing that already. They've targeted Obama. You know what I'm saying? That's not going too well. You know what I'm saying? They targeted him, saying, look, the CIA, the head of the CIA says it's clear that it's treason, or it's clear that it's so, you know, that he created this conspiracy against Trump. But yet that was months ago. Still, the FBI and the DOJ hasn't charged him with shit. So obviously it's not clear. But in terms of this right here, these communications, because this is what the conversation is about, man. Why are they doing this right now? Why are they firing people that listen to Kash Patel if he didn't do something wrong? Is it I mean, this is the natural question that people are going to come to ask, is why. That is normal, especially when it's a sitting FBI director going back and targeting his own communications as a free citizen. That is suspicious in itself. nobody, and like you said, no one would like anyone doing that, right? If someone claims Biden did it, then why would you want Kash Patel to do it? But I mean, I don't see where I haven't heard Merrick Garland go back and remove Merrick Garland conversations of him as a free citizen. I haven't seen that. So this is not anywhere close to anything the same. This is very specific, but let me see this, and I think that's what kind of whataboutism does. It generalizes just to escape the moment. Right. And the moment is this one. Let's see here.
Because they played some role in seeking investigative materials and specifically phone records, metadata about the phone calls of Kash Patel, who is now the FBI director, and Susie Wiles, who is now the chief of staff for the White House. The choice of these firings now is interesting because the FBI director fired, or his predecessor fired, many FBI agents immediately after Donald Trump's inauguration. So the question arises, why now are these individuals considered suspect or unprofessional?
I think I'm reading this up, and of course, this is my own take on it. I think what's going on here is Kash Patel is suspected. It seems suspicious that Kash Patel is worried about his own exposure in this case, because again, Trump's case may have been decided, right? And you can hide behind presidential authority or presidential immunity. Others can't. Nobody else has presidential immunity but the president. And on top of it, top people in cabinets do not have, they can't, in other words, Kash Patel is 100% exposed legally here. If there's any wrongdoing, there is nothing that can be done on his behalf. There's no argument. There's no legal case. It's not top secret. It's not privileged. There's nothing. It's not presidential immunity. None of those things that Pam Bondi claims daily will do. It just won't work because he was a person that was coming in on the campaign. He was not appointed yet. He had no official duty under the United States government. He had no governmental job. You see what I mean? So Trump was not even the president. You see what I mean? Or he was the president, but Kash Patel didn't have an official appointment. So there's nothing that can protect him. And to me, I think this is where they're getting at. Like, why is Kash Patel worried about people who investigated this when the people responsible were already fired? He's going after subordinates now. Why would he do that? Is it because, I mean, what is the point? I don't get it. I think it's paranoia, man.
After Donald Trump's,
I mean, do you think Kash Patel is a strong leader of the FBI? Do you think he's a competent leader of the FBI?
Inauguration. So the question arises.
You see, hold on.
Of these firings now is interesting because the FBI director fired, or his predecessor fired, many FBI agents immediately after Donald Trump's inauguration. So the question arises, why now are these individuals considered suspect or unprofessional or violating their oath of office?
I think Kash Patel may have just indicted himself. He may have exposed himself more than anyone could ever have exposed him, because you can't argue that he himself is finding fault in what they're doing. He himself is pointing at their specific actions and taking an action against them. So nobody could argue that there's not something there. There is something there, according to Kash Patel, because it was worth firing them. People have an idea of what it was, right? Because of the claims that I think this is bad for Kash Patel. Let's see here.
How does this play out then? I mean, what is it, because there's some concern about looking at the metadata related to Susie Wiles and Kash Patel at that time? Help us understand what the thing is that relates to the firing of these individuals.
Great question, Michael. And I know a thing or two about how Kash Patel and Susie Wiles were both being examined in this investigation back in the day when it started in February of 2022. The documents case took a lot of twists and turns during the Biden administration, but one of the things that the FBI was looking into was that Kash Patel made the claim famously in the summer, I believe it was May of 2022, that he had personally seen Donald Trump, when he was president, declassify a whole host of records. And the FBI was trying to figure out, was that a bogus claim, or was there any veracity to it? With regard to Susie Wiles, she was very prominently the head of Donald Trump's political action committee when he was considering running for.
Look, all of these people, these are not government appointees at this time. So they are actually legally exposed to any criminal activity that they were a part of. Yeah, prior to their appointment. I mean, even if they're appointed, they're still liable, but there's no argument against them being liable anymore. There's no privilege extended to them as private citizens. You see where the exposure lies?
Office again, and there was a tip the FBI was hunting down at the time of this classified documents probe when Trump was out of office and Biden was in office. The tip was that Donald Trump had been on a private plane with Susie Wiles and had shown her a classified document, which would be illegal to both have.
You see? So, folks, I think somebody's in trouble over this. And although Cannon attempted to, every time folk pointed out, dismiss the case, she dismissed the case about Mar-a-Lago, it doesn't protect any other act or any other participant. It just doesn't. And unless you want to go back to Cannon in the Susie Wiles thing, I don't think that's going to happen by any other administration. They're not going to take any case back to Cannon. The next administration is not going to go to a Donald Trump appointee. It just ain't going to happen. Now, she is in Florida, but that's likely not going to happen again. So this is funny right here. And Kash Patel, he's part of it. Maybe Kash Patel is trying to protect her. That also makes sense. But I'm just curious what his role was in those conversations, because he's on the telephone with her. And if he knew about something illegal, he also is liable because he was a private citizen then also. He can't even claim that he was doing it was a job that he was doing with the president because Trump was not president. And even more, Trump can make the claim that he was doing something as the president, maybe, right? But he can't. I don't think so at this time, no. At this time, he can't. He's not protected at that time. But Kash Patel can't make that claim because he's not a government official at that time. So it sounds to me like they're both legally exposed, even though Trump is likely to die before he ever faces any charges related to this. But Kash Patel ain't going to die anytime soon. He's got a long life, which could be affected. Susie Wiles, women typically live longer than men. I don't know, between 5 and 10 years time, right? Longer than men, generally speaking. So she's got more time exposed.
A highly classified document and show it to someone who did not have clearance to review it. So these are two potential reasons. We don't know yet, Michael. Mm-hmm. All we know is a classified document, which would be illegal to both have a highly classified document and show it to someone who did not have clearance to review it. So these are two potential reasons. We don't know yet, Michael. Mm-hmm. All we know is that these people have been fired. And one more detail, they were fired the same day or within 24 hours of a story breaking that revealed that Patel and Wiles' phone records had been obtained. Just the metadata of who they called, when they called them, nothing about the content.
Whoa, what? It was, hold on, the timing? What did she say? She said,
that revealed that Patel. All we know is that these people have been fired. And one more detail, they were fired the same day or within 24 hours of a story breaking that revealed that Patel and Wiles' phone records had been obtained. Just the metadata of who they called, when they called.
Yeah, this sounds like typical Kash Patel reacting early. You know, he has a tendency to make, to jump very quick. That seems to be part of his personality, like just jump, react without thinking necessarily about what if this, and this, what if it's not that and it's something else? How does this play out? Usually responsible people, logical people, rational people, but I say responsible because when you're in a government and when you affect other people's lives, that is your motive for thinking rationally and logical, for checking out the steps in advance. If I do this, what are the consequences? Who's affected? How does it play out? You want to be responsible, right? Kash Patel's not really known for that. So, yeah.
Nothing about
he seems to be exposed.
The content.
Kash Patel is obviously out right now, folks. He has a statement to Reuters noting it is outrageous and deeply alarming that the previous FBI leadership secretly subpoenaed my own phone records, along with those of now White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, using flimsy pretexts and burying the entire process in prohibited case files designed to evade all oversight. That is how Director Patel is responding.
Yeah, I hear you every time, Fo. He says at that time the FBI director was Christopher Wray. Yeah, but that goes against your prior comment, man. Your prior comment was that they're all doing this, and I said to you, I don't see it that way. That is tit for tat. The prior FBI director, you see what I mean? Was even if it was Merrick Garland, it's not tit for tat because Merrick Garland is not covering up his own tracks as a personal citizen, as a private citizen. Even now, you saying Christopher Wray, right? Okay, but is Christopher Wray covering up his own tracks as a private citizen? No, this is about an FBI director being concerned about his conversations related to Trump, related to documents, while he's a private citizen with another campaign staff member of Trump's, and both of them happen to now be official members of government. Before were not. So they have exposure, criminal exposure. And the question is, again, and I'm just going to ask everybody, put a 1 in the chat if you think Kash Patel could be criminally exposed. Put a 2 in the chat if you believe he definitely cannot be criminally exposed. Just to make this clear, because it's good to be clear. To be very, very clear about this, the dynamics here, and not to kind of meander, left and right between something, trying to weave something particular, because again, I myself, we all know that Trump took files illegally, right? He took files, removed top secret files and brought it to Mar-a-Lago. He admits that himself. He even makes comments saying that it may not have been legal. So there's nothing wrong with us looking into what happened with these files, whether it's dismissed by canon or not. There could be other charges, you know what I'm saying, related to this. There's still a whole lot out there. And even if Trump is not the one who's in legal jeopardy, other people who could very well be. And my question is Kash Patel in the clear? Can he be held liable? Could he be in legal jeopardy if there was wrongdoing? Or is he protected by, confidentiality, some other legal debate saying that, yeah, he was a government employee, therefore, in communications with Trump, but he wasn't a government employee. He's not Trump. So he doesn't have blanket immunity. Again, a lot of people that work for Trump, none of them have blanket immunity that Trump has. Trump would have to pardon them. Right. But again, How do what is this all about is what the American people should want to know. I don't want to know because I'm a Democrat. I don't want to know because I'm against Trump. I want to know regardless of if Trump is a Republican or Democrat. I want to know regardless. Why? Because it's taxpayer dollars. And those top secret files belong to the taxpayers. It belongs to the citizens more specifically. So nobody has the right to do anything that they want with our property, period, whether they're Republican or Democrat. And you cannot have accountability if you don't start with what stands in your face right now. That's like saying, I'm trying to fight crime, but I don't care about the drug dealers on my block. I'm trying to fight crime, but I don't care about sex trafficking in my state. I'm trying to fight crime, but I don't care about taxation without representation right here. These things, you got to do both. You got to chew bubblegum and walk. You can't just choose, I can only do one, but I can't do the other. No, you can do it all, actually. Competent people are charged with doing it all, but let's go on. Let's see here.
This news, we will stay on it. Look, there's something that Carol said, Christina, about the fact that Kash Patel years ago.
I think you misunderstanding my comment every time. He says also, since Jeopardy never attached, no jury, no trial started. Dismissed does not trigger. Yo, man, you having another conversation, brother. I don't know what conversation you having, but you're having a completely different one. But so I'm just going to let it be at that, and keep it to the context of this conversation, very specific. And I asked the question, and you didn't answer it. To be honest, it's either one or two. You weren't comfortable answering, so it's all right.
Said that he saw Donald Trump declassify these files. I used to work at the White House. You don't see the president.
Usually, people that aren't comfortable answering the questions that simple are people that are Trump supporters. You might be an undercover Trump supporter, or you might be an in the closet one, something like that. But usually, those are the people. Those are just the people that are going to side with Trump and find any reason to. That's what I find the people that can't answer basic questions to be kind of like. To be honest, you're kind of coming off like that, but it's okay. Sorry, maybe you're not.
Something. There's a process that it goes through. That being said, I do think there's something about the fact that there seems to be, if you're just a regular.
Yeah, Eric, exactly. All Republicans, Ray, Comey, Mueller, Patel, exactly. You know what I'm saying? So this is, again, that's my whole point. This is not about whether they're Republican or Democrat. This is about which one of them have gone back to cover up their own tracks as a private citizen. Patel is the only one. There's no accusation. No one's ever said that, Eric, no one's ever said that Ray went back to cover up his own tracks as a private citizen. No one's ever said Comey went back to cover up his own private conversations as a private citizen. No one ever said Mueller did that. The only person you've seen this behavior from is Patel. That's it. And I think that is a stark, that stands out. That's kind of like a sore thumb that's like, in everyone's face right now, those realities. Now, them being Republicans, I don't get why it has to be political for some people, but I'm glad you pointed that out, because for some people they're that partisan to where it does matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat. And if it happens to be a Republican you're talking about, they're just going to say, well, a Democrat did that before, and just want to move along the conversation, So it's weird.
Person sitting at home, turning on the TV, like, well, what did Kash Patel do now? It seems that
I thought Mueller, no, not Mueller. I thought Merrick Garland moved too slow. Was he a Republican or Democrat? I don't know, but I thought he moved too slow. I don't care whether he was a Republican or Democrat. In the name of the nation, I think he reacted too slow, period. Doesn't matter to me. I don't care what political affiliation he had. He failed the country, if you ask me. But that's my opinion.
There's so much chaos, so many things happening, yet no accountability in any way, shape, or form. Kash Patel's name is in the news a lot. Yet we haven't heard from Kash Patel. He wasn't at the State of the Union last night. He's putting out statements to Reuters, and I believe
that is facts. Like, how is Kash Patel not going to be at the State of the Union? Like, that is weird. That's almost like saying either Trump doesn't support him or he's not supporting Trump, or they're not getting along. Like, it's something weird. And I bet you it's because he drank that beer at Milan. I'm pretty sure he had that beer and Trump was like, what the fuck is this dude doing here? Trump didn't even go to this event, but Kash Patel went, drank this beer with the Canadian hockey team, like, kind of like stealing their valor. You know what I'm saying? Talk about Valhalla, stealing their valor and then, trying to transpose it over to him. But then days after, he doesn't show up to the damn State of the Union address. Like, that's weird, yo. That's weird. Now
He
it's
has
this.
been on some conservative media, but he has yet to come before the American people, before Congress, and answer questions. I'm sure Carol Lennick has a call in and has yet to hear from him.
Well, first things first, fantastic reporting by Carol and Ken. The way I see this as a political scientist and also as an American is that this is just part of the larger distraction tactic. When we're thinking about this mass firing, and you ask, why today, right? What we're not talking about is Kash Patel chugging a beer overseas on our dime. What we're not talking about is the Epstein debacle and missing files from supposed declassified files for Donald Trump, right? With people who have said that they knew him and saw him and all the things.
And I will note, Reuters even said they couldn't independently verify Kash Patel's claims that he gave to them in their statement.
Exactly. So all of the facts that we should be discussing, we're not talking about a disastrous State of the Union where the president just sort of skips over the fact that many Americans don't see cheaper prices for gas, for eggs, for home buying, how he said that we should pay more for your house, right? We're not talking about a State of the Union where it's the longest in history and he's unraveled and unhinged.
Hey, guys, am I free to go?
Absolutely disrespectful to a whole entire political party. What we are talking about is this sort of shocker of a mass firing. So it's this constant distraction with this administration that we've seen for the past year, where whenever we should be dissecting something that is in the moment, is incredibly important, they throw something else there. So now we can't talk about last night, which was incredibly important for the future.
You know what? This is starting to sound to me like, and it sounds like more criminal activity, to be honest with you. Like, this is just my view of it. It sounds to me like Trump, he likes his subordinates to be liable, right? Because them being liable, he can control them because he can always say, I can pardon you, so he keeps people in the they need Trump department by doing things this way. So what people do is they try to get ahead of Trump and do things, right, in their own defense. Like Kash Patel, obviously it sounds like this is in his own defense. It might be in the defense of someone else, but to me, I'm more likely to believe it's in his own defense, right? And it has nothing to do with Trump, because the case against Trump has been dismissed. It could come up maybe in some other ways, but the bottom line is he's less likely to even be alive or be tried over any of this. He's too fucking old, right? Now, who does that leave in jeopardy, in legal jeopardy? Although Trump is less likely, and probably some would say he wouldn't ever be prosecuted for this again, it doesn't mean anyone else related to it couldn't be. And private citizens definitely are most exposed to legal consequences, legal jeopardy here, right? So there won't be double jeopardy because Kash Patel's never been tried of anything. No one else has ever been tried of any criminal activity related to the files being brought to Mar-a-Lago, the Mar-a-Lago top secret files. But there's nothing in the law that stops anybody else from being prosecuted. There's nothing there. Everyone else involved, if they were part of a crime, could be. And if they weren't charged initially, there is no double jeopardy defense. You see what I mean? And that's not just about Mar-a-Lago. That's about anything. And even if again, Kash Patel was a civilian at that time when he was on the phone talking to Susie Wiles. Susie Wiles was a civilian at that time when they were talking about the files that she saw at Mar-a-Lago. She was a civilian. She is in legal jeopardy. Kash Patel is in legal jeopardy. And there's nothing Trump could really do about it, because think about this. Trump could try to preempt and do something like pardon them in a preemptive way. But guess what? They will spend the rest of their 4 years being Trump's lapdog. And it seems to me like that it might be what this is about. Kash Patel doesn't want to leave it up to Trump. You see what I mean? To a Trump pardon. You see what I'm saying? And he's trying to get ahead of this and clear up his own conversations at Mar-a-Lago or related to Mar-a-Lago, related to Susie Wiles and her seeing top secret classified documents via Trump at Mar-a-Lago. This is my synopsis of it right now. But I could be wrong, and I might change my mind later, but this is what it sounds like to me.
Our democracy,
so let's see here.
It's like, oh, I'll make a deal with Iran. Really? I think that we should actually spend more than 6 minutes talking about winning in hockey and maybe what this means for us internationally and domestically, fiscally, and also for our personal safety. But no, we can't even discuss that because now we have these mass firings that are coming on the heels of something that happened years ago that in of itself is incredibly important to discuss. So the exhaustion of it all, as Alicia sort of has laid out, is that the point of this administration is to keep us on our back heels constantly, so we can't see what is in front of us. And I think a lot of people want a little more clarity on these Epstein files. I think a lot of people want a little more clarity on what the future of our nation looks like financially. I think a lot of people want a little more clarity about what the president did, not just during his first term, but in those 4 years when he was not in office. I think a lot of people want a little more clarity about, these false claims that he made all last night about election security, about how well we're doing as an economy. The list goes on and on. And now we have to talk about 7 people and their staff being fired.
Unfortunately for the president, we have walked and chewed gum at the same time. We're doing it all.
And it's why, Carol, I want you to just level set for us and remind us what things look like in normal times. Let's say there was a political vendetta inside a Department of Justice. These agents just get assigned to cases. Like these, of all the folks to hold responsible, holding the agents responsible, it doesn't even really make sense.
Yeah, facts. It doesn't really make sense unless you're paranoid or unless there's more to this situation, which it obviously is. Either one, we don't know yet, but obviously, let's see here.
To agree, just based on reporting experience about the FBI and the Department of Justice, and specifically about this investigation that's allegedly at the core of why these individuals were fired, it didn't make sense when a host of DOJ employees who oversaw and were the premier experts on counterterrorism were fired, other than they played a role in investigations of Donald Trump, either on election interference or the classified documents case. And you're so right about FBI agents specifically because they are assigned by their supervisors to take these cases.
Facts.
It's not like they're jumping up and down and saying what they want to do and what they want to investigate. On top of that, toll records are really the most basic kind of record that the FBI obtains on the regular in any investigation to basically determine.
It kind of sounds like if Kash Patel, if there was nothing there, he wouldn't be worried, right? It's curious.
And who was calling who? Who are they in contact with? Who's their circle? If you're looking into someone who puts up their hand and says, I saw the president declassify all these records.
Now, keep in mind, if there was any other investigation of any other individual involving conspiracy, this is exactly what they would do. There's no way in hell they wouldn't investigate who this person is talking to and his surrounding people or her surrounding people. They absolutely would. This is even easier to get a warrant for than to get a wiretap to listen to the conversations. You see what I'm saying? So it's strange. It's strange.
Investigation is a waste of time. Or if you have a lead
what's up?
A top political ally of the president's saw classified records and was shown them by a former president. I'm going to underline one thing Christina said, if I may. I really appreciated what she said about the reporting, but also about keeping us on our back heels. I'm a reporter. I just try to get the facts, but the facts here are a little odd. The timing of this firing comes after Kash Patel, we are told, was in a little bit of hot water with the White House. Because while Donald Trump doesn't really have any big concern about Patel maybe flying around on the jet 1 or 2 more times than he maybe can arguably say was a business trip, He does not like drunkenness and heavy-duty drinking, and that's an allergic reaction that he has to that. We heard from the administration that Patel was in a bit of trouble. So it's really interesting that now the White House Chief of Staff, who makes all the decisions about personnel ultimately, she's the final word. It's now interesting to see people fired in her name in defense of her, allegedly.
Yeah, that is really, really weird. And who knows how far this is going to go? I mean, I suspect, again, I think people pretty much understand this is how it goes. If you are not, if you're not a government official and you were involved in any of these activities,
Hej, mit navn er Henrik Mathiasen.
sorry about that. You are in legal jeopardy if related to Donald Trump, right? If you're part of his circle, whether, especially if it's the campaign, right? These campaign people, none of them, all of them have been easily convicted, right? Yeah, all of them have been easily convicted. Now, the question going forward is it just a federal crime or is it a state crime? And think about this. Either way, when the next administration comes into power, you could make an argument that Donald Trump might federally pardon, because that's all a pardon is federal crimes. You can make an argument that Donald Trump will federally preemptively pardon a good number of people before he steps down, because he's getting old, so he's going to step down before 4 years. There's no question about that, right? Damn, I'm sorry. I got a little cold, y'all. I've had it for the last 4 days. But when he steps down, no one knows exactly. It could be any day. It could be any month. But he will be stepping down. And when he does step down, he will be preemptively pardoning a lot of people. But that is only federal. You can only pardon people federally. You cannot pardon people on any state crime. So, to me, it sounds like Kash Patel, he was a citizen at that time when the Mar-a-Lago documents thing was happening. So if he was communicating with Trump, with anyone else that was Susie Wiles, right? She's in legal jeopardy. If they were communicating anything they communicated about that they did not inform the government of, if it's a crime, they're in legal jeopardy. I'm just curious about whether these are state crimes normally or not. But it sounds to me like that might have something to do with it. Also, the idea that Donald Trump likes to have people always under his control. And so he may not care so much if Kash Patel is exposed, because then he can always hold out the promissory pardon thing. But it sounds to me like, nah, this ain't going to go down. Congress can go beyond that pardon shit. Yo, if I'm correct, and I'm going to look into that. But in any case, let's go back into the Epstein situation real quick and see what's happening here. Yeah, I'm curious. I missed that information. Yeah, Caleb. Yeah, nothing but the roof. I hear you. Well, that's good for you, bro. I'm glad you got the roof under control, because a lot of people may not have that roof right now, man. So good, kudos to that, man. I'm glad your situation is solid, bro.
And that his government is hiding the very Epstein files about it. And
stay strong, too.
We are reporting that bombshell heading into the State of the Union, where President Trump faced the long shadow of Jeffrey Epstein. Indeed, it was one of these split-screen moments, depending on how you took in the State of the Union, because as I'm showing you right here in these photos, about a dozen Epstein survivors attended. And others showed their support for the survivors and transparency in various ways, including visible stickers and other insignia. Trump didn't even acknowledge them. And he didn't address what his administration is doing on this front or the big vote. Trump is hiding the files. That's according to credible, independent reporting. Trump is hiding the files according to lawmakers in both parties who have actually gone in to review them, the ones that they did release. And while politicos, people who follow this and say, okay, but isn't it obvious that Donald Trump would duck the issue in his speech because it's a weakness, even if it was the longest State of the Union ever, so he had time to hit all kinds of topics? But politically, people might say, why bring up your own weakness in the speech? But think about this tonight. His refusal to address the Epstein topic is still a total reversal from his recent campaign where Donald Trump ran on Epstein justice and transparency. He told interested MAGA podcasters more than once he would release the files, get to the bottom of this. I know that some people think it is cool to sound unexcited or kind of surprised and cynically just down with everything that's happening these days, but this is, if you look at the actual facts, a total reversal. And he didn't release the files as he told those podcasters. He spent last year fighting it. Then he lost in Congress, which forced him to release millions under the new law. And yet he's still hiding the ones that implicate him, according to multiple reports. So Trump has dragged out this issue. He has actually made it last, angering MAGA supporters and Epstein victims alike. At this rate, Donald Trump's approach could ensure the Epstein issue haunts him through the rest of this year into the midterms, or maybe the rest of this last Trump term. So on substance, that's a betrayal of his promises. And on the politics, it is at a minimum odd, noticeably odd, and hurts his Republican Party. Unless you reason that maybe full transparency would hurt Trump even more. Remember, it's not so long ago that Trump was publicly and angrily denying even sending Epstein a birthday greeting, however, quote, bawdy or illicit, it's a card. He sued Fox News' sister outlet, The Journal, for even reporting that. And then I want to remind you what came after that. That might have just gone away, but then we got the birthday greeting here from an earlier file release.
I mean, it's surreal to even be discussing this at this moment in history. I mean, it's seriously surreal. It's like people are discussing, I mean, what other president would you have to sit around and discuss these types of elements constantly because they just keep popping up over and over and over? I mean, who the hell wants to read shit like this? But this is Trump's real MO. You don't have to fabricate shit about Trump. It's loads of people saying Trump has been doing this. Loads of people through a long period of time. And the time that they're not accusing him, the rest of the time they're accusing his best friend. Why? Where is this normal? If you're the president, if you're a principal of a school, is this how you want to spend your time talking about the principal of your school? Is this how you want to discuss the director of your pension program? Is this how you want to discuss anything? Your local government representatives, your mayor. Has there ever been another damn civil servant, another elected official that has this kind of MO? Like, and we're not talking about just one allegation. We're talking about just constant, numerous. Has there ever been another? Why would anyone expect that this should be the case right now with their president? I'm sorry. It's just too much. I mean, the Congress and the Senate, you have to act. This is harming the country's reputation more than any single event in the history in the last 100 fucking years. Nobody is owed this much. Nobody is owed this much grace, that they're giving Donald Trump. Nobody. The only thing his presence can serve as right now is harming the country's reputation. It's not going to be easy to redo that. It's not going to happen just instantly overnight. You're not going to just get a new president and have people forget how long the Congress, how long the Senate, and how many times the goddamn Supreme Court have helped this man, have gone against the Constitution just to make exceptions for this man. That won't be replaced overnight. That's crazy.
Congress, that would corroborate the story. Trump has not dropped the lawsuit, which looks likely to lose. Trump likely to lose it, given the evidence you see on your screen. And Trump saying that thing that exists, that came directly from the Epstein estate.
Given the evidence that you see on your screen.
Didn't happen and doesn't exist. It was also pretty big news when Trump's name first surfaced in some files. But those initial reports, deemed scandalous at the time, are dwarfed by the new reports this week of a possibly illegal DOJ cover-up of these FBI interviews with an Epstein-linked Trump accuser in these files. It's really something. And every time there's been more evidence, more files, and more information, it's gotten worse for Trump. But not just Trump. We follow this story, and obviously something wrapped up with the President of the United States and what looks like an ongoing cover-up by his Justice Department is a big deal. You would start there. You often cover these stories by starting at the top. But if you've watched our coverage, we continue to journalistically report on this wherever it leads, and it has hit many other individuals. You could pull together just the action of the last few weeks, and it's a lot. Powerful people in multiple countries.
Damn.
Both parties in America losing jobs, some losing their whole companies, facing legal probes, arrests in England. We keep updating this list, and it's just...
All right, let me see this list. Let me see here. This list is... Okay, Lutnick, he testified. That was horrible for Lutnick. He didn't improve the situation. Musk, civil subpoena. Okay, that's not criminal. Ousted. Acosta was ousted. Yeah, that was in the past administration under Trump, right? This is the guy who handled the Jeffrey Epstein case in Florida. They're talking about Acosta there, right? He was ousted because people found out that he's the one who was actually in charge of it and gave Epstein the slap on the wrist, the sweetheart deal, the anti-justice for victims of trafficking, deal. He's the one who did that and broke the law, by the way, broke federal law by doing it. Bill Clinton subpoenaed. Right. Who else? Now, Staley, right? I believe, who is Staley? Is Staley a British? Let me see here. Is Staley a British? Let me go through this real quick. Let me see who Staley is. Let me see. I just want to pull this up real quick. Who is Staley mentioned in the Epstein files? Yeah, I got a new typewriter or tastature, and so I'm just getting used to it now. Let me see. So it says James Jess Staley, a former top executive of J.P. Morgan. Okay, so he was ousted. That's a private firm. There's no criminal charges from being ousted. So Acosta had no criminal charges. Musk has no criminal charges. Lutnick, no criminal charges. Clinton was subpoenaed, no criminal charges. Now let's get to who was ousted. Staley was ousted. He's ousted, but that is not criminal. He's ousted from his job. Okay. Now who else is on the list? Let's see. Who else is this? They say this is, let me see. Who else is this? This is Summers. Okay. Let me see here. Let me go to Summers. Who the hell is Summers? Let's see. Who is Summers? Can y'all see this also, or did I just switch over on accident? What did I do? Okay, Summers. Oh, right, I see. Summers is Larry Summers, former U.S. Treasury Secretary and former Harvard president. He's currently in the headlines, right? Resignation and retirement. Look at that. So he's retired. So he gets his payout. I don't know how much of a payout he gets, but he was allowed to in a dignified way step down, right? Yeah, I guess you could say that, but that's not criminal charges again. And then there is who else is this here? There is let me see, who is this? This is okay, that was Summers. Right, now there's also Karp. Who the hell is Karp? Let's see, what about Karp? Let's see, what about Karp? Let's see, who is he? All right, so in context to the current headlines, February 2026, Karp refers to Alex Karp, the co-founder and CEO of Palantir Technologies. Now, this is interesting. This is very interesting because, lo and behold, Peter Thiel, who is also the Palantir main guy, he's all in the Epstein files. Yeah, Peter Thiel is not your type of conservative that people would traditionally see as conservatives. You know, conservatives in the U.S., I mean, American conservatives, they're usually Christian and nationalist type of things. That's the extreme arm of the conservatives, right? Trump supports that group. You know, he uses that as his base, right? But Peter Thiel is a benefactor. He basically is the one behind J.D. Vance, one of the major supporters of Trump, along with Elon Musk. Now, Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, they're, in terms of their own personal lifestyles, they do whatever they want. There's nothing conservative, Christian conservative about Elon Musk or Peter Thiel. That you can just toss that out the window. But how they use those groups to get their advantage in politics in the private sector, how it translates from politics to the private sector, hence their pockets, they will use that group also any day of the week. Peter Thiel is basically he's a gay man. He likes men, you know, openly, not openly, privately. If you're in the ranks of his people, he is openly for this. And I'm not bringing that up because I think that normally should be an issue. But when you support a right-wing Christian nationalist movement financially, right, for your own benefit, it should be discussed. It shouldn't just be overdone, because these people need to see how they are used by other folks. You know what I mean? Maybe unbeknownst to them, but they need to see what they're really a part of and a part in. You know, if you want to be Christian nationalist, be about that, but don't make it into something that it's not. You see what I mean? Christians typically are, you know, when you talk about the how can I say this? The ones that claim the extreme, you know, a Puritan view, it's supposed to be exactly how the Bible states it, or very close to it. That's supposed to be how you prove your Puritanness of it, right? So obviously that would kind of go against him having the kind of lifestyle that he has. And it's you know, but it's, in any case, just to discuss that and make it so we don't throw it under the rug, right? So this guy, right, Jess Staley, let me point him out so everybody can see. Can you see on the screen who he is? Let me make this bigger. Let's see here. Can y'all see who Jess Bailey did? Oh, did I do that right? Let me go back here. I'm sorry. I'm moving a little too fast. Here. You should be able to see him now. This is Carp. I'm sorry. Oh, the Jess Staley. Let me see. Where is this at? Here. This is Jess Staley. That was, hold on. Who am I going for? I'm sorry. I'm going for Carp. I'm mixing them up. Here we go. This is Carp, right? Where? Wait a second. I'm getting confused because I'm confusing myself. Here we go. Sorry about that, y'all. I'm actually confusing myself here. Right. I did something wrong. Here we go. So this is Carp. So that's who we looking at right here. Right. Oh, is that coming up anymore? Right here. That's Carp, who we discussing. Can y'all see this? Oh, okay. Here we go. You couldn't see it. There it is. Carp. This is Carp. So that's his background. You see, that is who he is. That is, yeah, he's Peter Thiel's guy, you know. He's Peter Thiel's guy, and yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, there's nothing more people can do about that. But in any case, so let's just go back. I found that interesting that he actually is the Palantir guy, and people need to know how much Palantir comes up in this. Now, let me see. What else does it say about Palantir, right? It says, okay, it says his current making waves for several, okay, moving Palantir to Miami, right? Just last week, February 17th, 2026, Carp officially moved Palantir's headquarters from Denver, Colorado to Miami. Why do you think that is? And what I would tell you, what I would say is this, what comes up on my radar is crime, to be obvious, you know, to just put it out there, crime. Notice how the victims in the Miami case with the Epstein files, right? With Epstein, they all said they were told by Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein that they own the police, they own the FBI, they own the DOJ. Trump obviously that's a haven for Trump. Florida is a haven for Trump. You have to understand, when these people live there, and particularly people like Epstein, when they move to towns, they damn near own the town. You have to understand it that way. So I'm just curious why he would move it there. To me, this is what comes up in it. He would move it there because, yeah, you might have some advantages legally, right? Moving Palantir to Miami. Okay, just last week. This just happened just last week. CARP officially moved Palantir's headquarters from Denver, Colorado to Miami, Florida. The reason? A shareholder letter released yesterday. CARP defended the move by criticizing hollow pluralism and tech hubs and suggesting the relocation was partly politically motivated, right? I don't know. To me, it seems like you better be prepared to read forked tongue language. That's what I would say. Yeah, politically motivated. In what way? In the gaslighting world, yeah, you figure that one out. The impact, maybe it might have something to do with that, but I don't know. I wouldn't just believe that automatically. Just like, understanding that this guy has just been ousted because he's also in the Epstein files. That makes two Palantir people. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if you all know what Palantir, what type of business they're engaged in. You should look it up. Facial recognition technology that's being utilized in practice right now. You see what I mean? I.e. invasion of privacy. Seriously, you should look into this if I ask yourself, is when they're making this technology, are they liable to whose hands it gets into and how they use it? Are they liable? What if it gets used against you? What if a sex trafficker that's operating in the United States of America has this technology and is operating inside of the United States of America and using it illegally? Do they hold any fault or any blame? How are you protected? You see what I mean? How is the American citizen protected in this environment from anything? So I would be cautious about not disengaging all of these companies that have CEOs or executives that have been a part of the Epstein world for a minute. I would depart with that, and other countries are. That's what we're seeing here. But in any case, there's more about them in AI and Peter Thiel AI and this kind of thing. But that's worth noting. Now, who's next on this list? Oh my God, who is next? Let's take a looky here. Who is actually next? That would be, who are they saying here? Okay, right. Damn, Black. Everyone knows Black here. Let's see here. What the hell? Let me just pull his story up. That is crazy. He was ousted. Let me see here. Tell me about Black. Let's see who he is. All right, so let me see here. Excuse me. Yeah, so, okay, here it is. Ed Black, right? Or Leon Black, I'm sorry. Leon Black is currently facing significant fallout in February 2026 due to the DOJ's release of the final trenches. They're not final. Trench, damn. They called the last release final. Damn, that's criminal in itself. Of the Epstein-related documents. Current status, Leon Black, February 2026. While Black resigned as CEO of the Apollo Global Management years ago, the new 2026 documents released have reignited legal and social pressure on him. Graphic new allegations. The latest files, including previously unseen diaries, entries, and emails from Jane Doe, an autistic woman who alleges Black sexually assaulted her at Epstein's mansion when she was 16. Black's legal team continues to vehemently deny these claims, calling them false and fraudulent. The art world. That's interesting. Just last week, February 17th, 2026, Turner Prize winner artist Tia Shani publicly pulled out of a book deal with the publisher Phaidon, which is owned by Leon Black. Right. Let me show you all what I'm reading from here, okay? Now, which is owned by Leon Black, citing the horrific allegations detailed in the new DOJ files. Okay, damn. So that's one other Tia Shani. a museum of modern art. These people have access to everybody's life, by the way. There is a renewed public pressure for MoMA to remove Black from its board of trustees, although he stepped down as a chairman in 2021. The February 2026 revelations have sparked fresh protests from the Guerrilla Girls, another artist group, and other artist groups. Antiquities investigation. Damn. Documents from the new Epstein trove also suggest potential links between Black and Douglas Latchford, a disgraced antiquities dealer accused of trafficking, looting Cambodian artifacts. I know this is a stretch, y'all, but think about this. There was a picture. There was a Eric, what's up, bro? There was art we were discussing the other day. This Epstein art, this thing with Clinton, right? This thing with Clinton and the heels, high heels, the blue dress and the red high heels, artist, painted. Again, Epstein and a lot of these people are involved in the art world. They buy art, they procure art, they deal art. A lot of them, I'm just saying, and there was another picture that the same artist who did Epstein's rendition, or whoever's rendition, the one you saw in Epstein's home of Clinton in the dress and the red shoes, they did another painting that had Bush playing with the broken pieces of the Twin Towers. That's a I guess art, that's a abstract impressionist piece, I guess you could call it, right? So when I read this, this is what pops up in my mind. You know what I mean? When I see this, it just reminds me that some of these people, have pockets in the art world, in the entertainment world, but art and fashion, you're seeing that come up. Now any place some of these people move to, like I was saying, you move your business to a town, you probably, if you're a billionaire, multi-billionaire, and you're involved in industry, you might, if you move to certain places, you might own this damn town. Well, if you live there, you might own this damn town. Well, if a couple of you live there, you might own that damn state. And Florida is a state like that, just to wrap that up now. So let's see here. Okay. Other blacks in the news this week. Okay. So that was it, right? There's more. Guerrilla Girl. So let's see who else is on this list now. Okay. That was Black. So Black is ousted again. That's not criminal. That has nothing to do with criminal. You got Wexner, nothing to do with criminal, right? You see that? Wexner, nothing to do with criminal. Then we got next to him, we have a civil subpoena for Breen. Okay, now let me see. Who the hell is Breen? Well, we know that Prince, the artist formerly known as Prince, whatever his name is, Prince something, I'm sorry. He's arrested. He got arrested, right? So it's not just a civil situation or a thing where he's got to give a civil subpoena. No. Tish, nothing's happened to Tish. Let me see. Rumler ousted, but nothing's happening. Ben Sulayem, some shocking things from him. Nothing's happened criminally. Right, you could see that. That's not a criminal case. And then Mandelson, he's been arrested. So out of all these people, right, you can't see that. Let me make it a little. Out of all these people, only 2 have been arrested, and they're out of the UK. No other country, no other. Oh, wait a second. There's one other. It's the president of Norway, the actual past president of Norway. Let me just pull that up real quick. Tell me about of Norway, or I think it's the parliament leader. Let's see here. That is something that happened. Norway does not have a right. Okay. Now let me see there. The head of state, King Harold, while the head of government. Okay. However, because in the context, right. This is in the context. Okay. Thorbjørn Jagland, a former prime minister. That's who we're talking about. Thorbjørn Jagland, I'm sorry, damn, I should know better. I hope I'm pronouncing it the right way. Thorbjørn Jagland. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Sorry. I know I got a heavy American accent and shit. a former prime minister who is currently in the news for very serious reasons, right? So, again, the Epstein files. As of February 26, Yellen is facing a major legal crisis, corruption charges. So he's been charged. They left him out. I'm glad I remember that. I don't know why they left him out of this, but he has been charged also. Okay. February 2026, Yellen was officially charged with aggravated corruption by the Norwegian police. The Epstein link. The charges are tied to his historical relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Investigators are looking into whether Epstein used Yellen's influence during his time as the chairman of the Norwegian Nobel Committee to gain access to international power circles. That's interesting. I wonder why Trump ain't talk about that. Trump, if you pay attention to Trump, he makes some sideways comments and does some things sometimes that are parallel to other shit you don't realize. Like he might make one mention, but the reason why he's talking about it is because he knows something else related that he's not talking about. So this, I'm curious, did he know about this? He was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. How would he not know who Jeffrey Epstein's friends were? Wouldn't Jeffrey Epstein talk about who his friends are if you're an important person, or maybe not? I don't know. It's up to you, right? But this is what it says here. Now, raids. Police recently searched Yellen's private residence as part of the investigation. Yellen was denied any wrongdoing, so he's saying he doesn't have anything to do with it, stating his interactions with Epstein were purely philanthropic in nature. I'm sorry, grief. Philanthropic in nature. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's because I got to go back and forth from Danish, and so it means I have to use my, this part of my voice differently, when I speak. So, yeah. But in any case, recent Prime Minister of Norway, right? Okay, so there it is. So let me see. Who else? What other international figures have been arrested or charged related to the Epstein files, and from which nations? Let's see here, just to round this off real quick. Let me see here. And I better do this, right? Yeah, let me pull this over a little bit. I can see that's kind of showing up. And so here we go. Now, it says here, United Kingdom, Andrew, damn. Okay, so Prince Andrew, right? We heard about that. Peter Mandelson, we heard about that. Norway, Thorbjørn Yellen, we heard about this. Mona Yule and Terry Rull Larsen. Okay, this is Norway also. Terry Rull Larsen. Okay, this power couple of Norwegian diplomacy is under investigation by the Financial Crimes Unit. Same thing. Økokrim. Okay, Økokrim. Okay, I don't know how they say that. You have to tell me. You'll resign as an ambassador this month after files revealed Epstein had left substantial funds to them in his will. Just one point, like Denmark and Norway and Sweden, although, Danish and Norwegian are parallel languages, they're pretty much 90-something% the same, you could say, I guess. But even though they're the same, there's two broad accents that apply to words. So that's why, Økokrim, you tell me how it sounds. And also in Swedish, they have two different dialects that might sound slightly different. So just so people know, just a little fact there. Okay, Yule resigned as an ambassador this month after files revealed Epstein had left substantial funds to them in his will. Wonder what that's about. Epstein liked to use a lot of people, but how much? Katie Couric. Okay, Katie Couric covered the story, but how much did you know about Epstein's activities? And if any were criminal, how much did you know? Other international figures, okay, and nations. These are people that have been charged of crimes now. in opposed to what we're seeing here. Only 2 people on this list charged of crimes. Everybody else on this list has been, that's related to the U.S. somehow. I don't know how if it's only these people, but only 2 people have been charged, and they both out of the U.K. on this list. But you can see there's a lot of other people that have been charged that are not on this list. Now, maybe it's because it's not of sex trafficking nature or something like that. I don't know. Maybe that's why. But this is related to Epstein, international figures charged, right? Let's see here. Okay. Power couple Norwegian they're under investigation by the financial crimes. Okay. So they haven't been charged yet, but they're under investigation. Who knows, right? Other international figures, Slovakia, Miroslav Yaka, I don't even know how to pronounce this. Lakak, is that it? You tell me. The national securities, or is it Lechek? Okay. The National Securities Advisors and former UN Assembly president resigned earlier this month after emails surfaced showing informal and friendly communications with Epstein as recent as 2018. There you have it. In France, Paris, France prosecutors officially announced this week that it was reopening investigations into French nationals mentioned in the new files. This follows 2022 death of modeling agent Jean-Luc Brunel, right? This is recent. I mean, he died of what? This is after Epstein, of a hanging in prison. Yeah. Okay. So United Arab Emirates Sultan, I actually thought at one point Brunel might have gone first, but United Arab Emirates Sultan Ahmed bin Suleiman, okay, a major logistics executive, resigned from his chairmanship after documents showed a close personal friendship with Epstein while no criminal charges, right? So no criminal charges. Okay. Maldives former President Mohammed Wahid Hassan resigned from his current role as a special envoy this week after files showed he sought financial guidance from Epstein over 600 times. I mean, when you're seeking financial guidance, it's almost like people are going to read that to be like, yeah, any contact for a significant amount of time likely means a lot of bad things. The tale of 2 nations. Okay, misconduct, public officials, and corruptions. In Europe, authorities are using the files to prosecute misconduct in public office and corruption. In the U.S., the Department of Justice under AG Pam Bondi has stated they have found nothing in the files that allows for new criminal prosecutions of American figures, lending to public protests and accusations of double standards. Okay, so there you have it. So now let's just go back to this one real quick. Let me see here. Yeah, Norway's past leader. Yeah, man. Yeah, straight up. Facts. Let me see. Edward, what's up? What's up, Edward? The administration doesn't care about the laws and the evidence by choosing to ignore the Constitution. Yeah, facts. Yeah, I agree with you. It's terrible, man. I went to on Wednesday, and you talking about Norway, right? You in Norway, right, Thornton? Isn't that right? Taking some time to come up with believable MAGA talking points. Yo, are you where you located? Are you located in Norway? Let me know, Thornton. Let's see here. Let's continue.
In one picture. Right now, I'm going to show you another way to document this. Here is some of the news and the bombshells of just the past few weeks, reported by this and other news outlets in under 2 minutes.
Winter blues are real, which is why.
In under 2 minutes. Okay, let's see how that's going to go. Yeah, I don't think this is going to go away. I think this is a mainstay of national security of all Western countries. I believe most Westerners know that it behooves them to get to the bottom of this Epstein stuff, and they can only do what they can do from their prospective corners. But listen, countries can do a lot for the U.S. by exposing what they know about these individuals, because obviously Pam Bondi and the FBI have been slow in following the law, their own laws, the laws passed by the American people. And that is to release the Epstein files, only redacting the names of the victims. Now, sex traffic victims, right? Now, so they haven't done that. So if anyone from any other nation knows anything about any other officials in the U.S., any other contact to Epstein, and there's a lot. There's people that's not even charged that have a lot of contact to Epstein that have spanned it across Democrat and Republican appointed governments, and also have had contact to Epstein higher ups. We talking about insecurity. You know what I'm saying? In I believe CIA, if not the FBI also, or DOJ, one of them, like straight up. And we talking about beyond one administration and beyond, for decades, different people have had contact with Epstein after these crimes were, ousted, the initial ones in Florida. You see, so it is kind of a national security issue at this point. And I don't know what Tulsi Gabbard, is that her name, Tulsi Gabbard, or whoever the head of the CIA is, but it seems to me like her top priority would be getting to the bottom of the Epstein files, all the allegations, because it is international. So that means there is likely espionage, which has been kind of displayed, and blackmail. If a foreign country can blackmail any American government official because they have information on their relation to Epstein that has not been released to the public, they can easily use that information to steer public policy. That can't be happening. That by no means can happen in the U.S. So American citizens deserve better. We deserve more.
We actually have some breaking news related to Jeffrey Epstein. Former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers is resigning his academic and faculty appointments at Harvard. The latest chapter in an extended fall from grace for the renowned economist over his extensive ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
Billionaire former Victoria's Secret CEO Les Wexner testified today in the House's investigation into Jeffrey Epstein.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick was grilled by senators on Capitol Hill today over his appearance in recently released Epstein files.
Fallout from the Jeffrey Epstein files has now reached one of the largest investment banks in the world, Goldman Sachs. The bank's chief legal officer, Kathy Rumler, now says she is resigning.
New Epstein fallout. Hollywood heavyweight Casey Wasserman is putting his namesake talent agency up for sale.
Celebrity doctor Peta Attia has resigned as a contributor at CBS News. Documents show he exchanged messages with Epstein even after Epstein's 2008 conviction.
The fallout from the
So you see, this underlines Jeffrey Epstein's contact with legacy media, and if you ever wonder why you get certain stories from legacy media and other stories you don't get, like a comprehensive comparative on healthcare in the United States versus healthcare in, let's say, Denmark, or EU nations, or Canada for that matter, why we don't get comprehensive stories about the difference between the educational system, why it's universal education and in other NATO nations and not universal education in the United States of America. Why don't we ever get a comprehensive dialogue on the difference in tax system, how it's connected to different things, with how voters see the role of taxes, why don't we see comprehensive comparative studies like that? Why is it that podcasters like myself have to be the ones having these dialogues? Like, for example, I tell people all the time, I'm an American citizen, born and raised in Washington, D.C., but as a grown ass man, I live in Denmark, right? So I'm not a dual citizen. I'm just an American citizen. I'm a dual resident. That's what it's called legally, right? But while living in Denmark, I have universal health care. I have universal education. My kids have universal education. They have universal education. I pay 39%, roughly, maybe a little more in tax. When I lived in D.C., I paid 33%. When you add all the taxes together, I paid 33% tax, right? But what they don't tell you often is what you get for those taxes, and what those items are worth and valued as in Denmark versus what they're valued as in a dollar sign in the U.S. And they also don't tell you about the deductions. Me, while I paid 39%, I would have paid 33% in Washington, D.C. or many larger, what do you call those? what is it? Big cities, you could say, across the U.S. Urban cities and cities, right? It would be close to 33%, but it doesn't matter. That's not the only thing. I also get like over $12,000, maybe $14,000 in deductions while I pay the $39. I'm talking about in taxes that I don't pay, like $12 to $14,000 I pay no taxes on in Denmark. That's part of the law too. So although the rest of it after 12 to or 14,000 I pay 39% on, once you know that and then you look at what people get, then you understand that actually Europeans get a better value out of their taxes than American citizens do. Period. Right? So yeah, I've heard some people say, yeah, Eric, you said some regions of Italy are only 7%. Exactly. Instead of 35%. Exactly. Right? So you never hear legacy media talk about that. And why do you think that is? Listen to this.
Now says she is resigning.
New Epstein fallout. Hollywood heavyweight Casey Wasserman is putting his namesake talent agency up for sale.
Celebrity doctor Peter Attia has resigned as a contributor at CBS News. Documents show he exchanged messages with Epstein even after Epstein's 2008.
So how much contact does Epstein have to legacy media? Also, who does Donald Trump's taxes benefit? When he gave taxes to the richest in America, did it benefit legacy media? Yeah. So you might want to ask, you might want to at least say, how much of a role does that have on how they do their job, on how they discuss these issues, and what effect does it have on the average American's psyche, what we view as to be relevant or important news versus what's not. Yeah. So I just find it kind of obvious that legacy media is self-serving the wealthy, which is a problem because the American citizens are the ones that taxes should be working for. It shouldn't be a certain class of people that the tax system works for. The tax system should benefit the average American citizen. And it is very obvious the average American citizen is not wealthy or rich. It's very obvious. So there's a whole lot of work to be done on the tax code in the United States of America and its relationship to to services, to education, to healthcare, to housing, to child care, to elder care, to things like this. You know what I mean? It isn't just to fill holes in the road. You know what I mean? So you could drive a fancy car. It's not that. It should also extend to public transport, and the public transport should work for the average person. You see what I mean? Even the poor. If you need the poor to get a job, public transport should be working pretty well, especially if you want them to travel an hour, from where they live. That the further you expect the poor to travel to pay those bills, the better that transport system better be working, So, but in any case, let's go on.
The fallout from the revelations in the Epstein files has now led to a 1 in 400 year event.
Start with breaking news about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. The BBC understands that he has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office.
Regarding those links with the convicted paedophile, the late paedophile Jeffrey Epstein.
The biggest story in the world right now, that is the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
L'ex-prince Andrew, techniquement, membre de la famille royale.
Searches are currently ongoing at Royal Lodge.
There's a maximum sentence of life imprisonment for Andrew.
The first senior royal in
a maximum sentence for life in prison. Yep.
Modern history to be arrested.
In the past few days, revelations from the release of the Epstein files have nearly brought down a prime minister, implicated royals, and launched investigators around the world into action.
All those developments driven by the Epstein files that Congress forced the DOJ to release. And the pressure continues. A Nobel Prize-winning scientist out from a top Columbia Institute. Bill Gates apologizing for his ties to Epstein, while reiterating he never visited the island or joined any wrongdoing.
That sounds like Trump. You know what I mean? I have to say, I didn't visit the island again. Okay, this guy has what? He had New Mexico. What is it? Isn't it New Mexico? Or was it Texas? Where this, I think it was New Mexico, where this, where he had a ranch, where people were sex trafficked, right? Where young people were said to have been murdered and buried on the property. You see what I mean? New York is another one of those places. I mean, if you talk to Epstein, if you talk to victims and people that claim they were a part of that network or been victimized by Epstein and associates, you will hear this shit goes across the United States of America, largely Midwest, East Coast, North, South. Like, yeah, it's a federal case for damn sure, because it's state to state. It's, it's across the different states. So that kind of, leaves it in the federal, specific. It doesn't only put it in the federal realm. States can still prosecute crimes on a state level, but it usually gives the FBI kind of, they can kind of go in there, carte blanche control, and say, this is state to state. So we'll step in and, assert our influence, But in any case, it's not impressive. It's not impressive. The man got a divorce after this stuff got revealed, Bill Gates. So.
Bob Kerrey out from an energy company board. And while Trump's secrecy may be all about Trump, former Governor Kerry is not the only Democrat facing heat for an Epstein link. The new files have ousted a top official for Democratic presidents, as mentioned, ex-Treasury Secretary Larry Summers. He had tried to already step back from the university he once ran, Harvard. But new today, the former boss is out, pushed to resign his teaching post that he had tried to salvage. Summers losing a role that was the capstone of his career, just as Democratic lawyer Kathy Rumler was recently ousted from the elite bank Goldman Sachs, mentioned in that montage we just showed you. Those are two people at the top of the Democratic Party punished for their Epstein ties, while Donald Trump and his Commerce Secretary, who lied and was caught visiting Epstein Island by the files, are resisting calls for accountability for them. But they have their own Epstein exposure. And if this were the end of the story, it might look like maybe Donald Trump outran this scandal too. But for many, including the legal process in the UK and elsewhere, this is the beginning. Those pieces of information and arrests and other accountability I just showed you are all in just these first weeks since the new files came out. Now, few people thought Republicans would join the effort to make Trump release the Epstein files that led to all this heat. If you go back, say, a year when Trump was riding high and fresh off his election. And that's just about a year ago. Maybe by this time next year, the pressure could build further. One survivor pressing the contradiction of President Trump avoiding any mention at the State of the Union of one of the most bipartisan sweeping actions Congress has actually taken in this past year.
Yeah, that's actually that's the most bipartisan action that's happened this whole year, and Trump didn't even mention it, and he signed it. He didn't even mention it. If that's not telling, that's obviously telling. That means he does not favor this bill, and he does not favor those victims, and he does not favor any justice and any criminality that has taken place regarding Epstein. I mean, it's abundantly obvious. Of course, he's going to argue differently, and whether you can prove what and la la la. Of course, that's obviously going to be in the metasphere. Can you prove it? But it seems pretty obvious if you follow Trump's actions. He never leans towards the victims. He never seems to lean, not outright, And yeah, but in any case, hey, could it be that they're accusing him as the reason why?
All of the survivors have been advocating for months. We did help get an act of Congress, a bipartisan vote on the Epstein Files Transparency Act. I mean, that was an accomplishment that every American could celebrate, right? That was never brought up as part of this State of the Union. There were opportunities, and they weren't taken, and it is noted.
Damn.
Trump campaigned on releasing the files. Then he famously, loudly, furiously fought against the thing he claimed to support. And then Congress made him do it anyway, and he released the files. And there was a day or two where he pretended to say he was for that in a very transparent political effort to spin the loss. Didn't really work. I think everyone knows what happened there. And the proof is in the State of the Union, because had he thought that he could continue spinning that, or if he genuinely thought this was a good thing he supported, he might mention it. It was the most bipartisan legal action the Congress took under this administration. It just happened to be against the Trump administration.
Trump should be hailing that. You know, he should be, seriously. Isn't that a winner to the American people? Like, if Trump stood up and said, and we even signed the bipartisan bill for the victims of Epstein, why wouldn't he say that? Wouldn't he get a round of applause? Wouldn't everybody stand up and say, yeah, Republican or Democrat? He didn't even say it. What does that mean? What does that tell you? As a matter of fact, let me drop the link for call-ups. Those of you that have Discord, the Discord app, you can call up on the stream. I'm going to be here for about, I don't know, half an hour more, something like that. I'm off today. I got a cold, so that's why I'm taking a little time off, even though I'm not on sick leave. It's just I'm not scheduled. It's not one of my scheduled days for work, but not this week. But I want to hang around a little bit, at least for a half an hour more, maybe an hour, and I'm going to have some call-ups. But let me see here. Where is the here we go. Let me get the link in the chat for people that want to hop up and call in. So again, if you have the Discord link, you can hop up and you can speak your mind. The link is only for sensible people, that know how to have some kind of respectful dialogue, because I don't want to have to start cursing people out and shit on the stream, and then blocking you, but more so cursing you out, because I don't like disrespectful, stupid stuff. I don't like to have my time wasted, and stupid, disrespectful doesn't have to be like slurs or bigotry or anything like that. It could just be wasting my goddamn time. Now, come on, be serious when you hop up. Show me something. Friars, where are you at, Friars, man? Friars came up. He was one of the first people to hop up here, and he had some very concise facts to spit. And that kind of is why I opened up today with the Israeli-Palestine situation, because what he said to me regarding one thing, it was pretty insightful. And so I don't know how many of you all caught that today. I mentioned it, the thing that stood out to me the most. But in any case, those of you that were here for when Friars hopped up, you will know what I'm talking about. But in any case, the link is there in the chat. You can hop up if you got Discord and speak your mind. So let's continue.
He's hiding the files. Only he can explain why. And he's hiding the fact that they released some of the files.
Eric, also you too, man. Eric, what's up, man?
Because apparently he's not proud of that. This story is not going away.
Facts.
Genuinely thought this was a good thing he supported, he might mention it. It was the most bipartisan legal action the Congress took under this administration. It just happened to be against the Trump administration. He's hiding the files. Only he can explain why. And he's hiding the fact that they released some of the files, because apparently he's not proud of that. This story is not going away. Not for some of the Democrats I mentioned there.
Trump's not acting like he didn't do anything wrong.
Who worked with President Clinton and others, and clearly not for the current president of the United States.
Facts. And, it just makes me wonder, when is it going to change? Now, there have been, that's what I mean. It's painful to have to watch this president.
Left has had a very...
He is a distraction. He's a distraction to everything else that's going on. Everything else positive that could be going on, Trump is a distraction from that in the United States, and which is why he should be impeached immediately, But it doesn't seem to be what Congress or the Senate believes, because he is not impeached yet. Trump is still on deck, and he's still the president, and he hasn't been an embarrassment to the nation enough yet. Somehow, this speaks to the core of what it is to be an American, like flat out. Like, sadly enough, this is a reflection of who we are as a people, especially the voting population. The fact that we have elected officials that have not impeached this man speaks directly to those officials' supporters. Like, straight up. It speaks to their character, to their moral, and their ethics as a person, And, So hopefully we can do better. But this is a bit of sidebar. They're talking about, he does a little breakdown on the fact that the DOJ now, or the FBI, is erasing. These are documents that they purposely are not releasing that people know they have. Peep this. This is crazy.
Are key documents about sexual assault allegations. So we're
right. Here we go.
Able to share so many of these clips so quickly on all of these rapidly developing stories. I'll give you a secret. Well, it's actually not a secret.
Right. This is Jesse Weber.
Anymore. I'm about to tell you about it. Opus Clip. It's an all-in-one AI editor that makes it.
Hold on. Let me just get past this opening real quick.
Opus
Here we
Clip
go.
means that our producers can get you viral courtroom up.
Hold on. Let's get to it.
Definitely want to simplify it as clear as possible. Okay, I want to make sense of this because you have NPR that released a bombshell report claiming that the DOJ, the Department of Justice, withheld files from being made public that were related to allegations that President Donald Trump sexually abused a minor, and regarding Epstein's allegations that somehow involve Trump. This is a major, major issue. Although, when we looked at it, there is some stuff that's maybe not entirely clear. So I'm going to go through that. But here's the big picture. Throughout the release of these millions of pages of documents through the Epstein Files Transparency Act, there has been a rumor, a belief, an allegation that the DOJ wasn't actually transparent, whether or not they are hiding something, whether or not you are seeing everything there is to see. And by the way, that comes in multiple forms. You have members of Congress reviewing the unredacted Epstein files at the Department of Justice, claiming there were redactions that should have not been made, or that there needs to be further investigations despite what the DOJ says. Many people will refuse to accept or believe the DOJ FBI's assessment that there is no evidence of third parties other than Epstein or his convicted accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell sexually abusing women or girls. I've mentioned this before, I'll mention it again. You had the FBI internal case summary. Within the Epstein files, there was this internal memo that said the case agents and AUSAs ensured that all videos and images from the case file and from Epstein's residences and devices were reviewed for evidence of a crime. Those reviews reveal no evidence from any of the searches we conducted or any of the files we reviewed that any videos or other images exist of any victims in this case being sexually abused, nor did those reviews reveal any evidence that anyone other than Epstein and Maxwell participated in the sexual abuse of victims in this case. We are aware of the theories circulated in the media and online that Epstein video recorded the abuse of his victims, including by other men, but we have found no evidence to support that theory. Indeed, had we found such videos, we certainly would have used them as evidence in the criminal cases we investigated and prosecuted and would have pursued any leads they generated. We did not, however, locate any such videos. I read through that fast because I mentioned it before, but here's the thing. I want to get to this. With all that in mind, you now have this reporting by NPR that I want to break down. The outlet claims that there are more than 50 pages of FBI interviews and notes that are missing right now, and that they regard this accusation that Donald Trump years ago sexually abused a child. So the natural question is, why does NPR believe this? And by the way, I should tell you, you have to assume for an outlet like NPR to make such a claim, to make such a report against the sitting president of the United States, and by the way, they made this on the eve of his State of the Union address, they better feel pretty confident in their analysis and reporting to do this, okay? Otherwise, they could potentially subject themselves to intense blowback and maybe even legal liability. So the reason they are reporting this is they claimed they looked at the serial numbers of the pages in the Epstein files, and they say there are, quote, dozens of pages that look like they were cataloged by the Department of Justice, but are missing. They weren't released. Now, before we go any further, I want to remind everybody about the law here and what the Department of Justice is technically permitted to exclude from release under the Epstein Files Transparency Act. So according to the law, the Attorney General can withhold, redact materials that contain personally identifiable information of victims, or that contain child sexual abuse materials, or that would jeopardize an active federal investigation or prosecution, and even things that depict or contain images of death, physical abuse, injury. There was also a section that said information that could basically jeopardize national defense or foreign policy can be withheld or redacted. However,
okay, so that's going to be interesting because obviously you could see that this would be prime ground for where the DOJ would try to hide its trail, by claiming, sorry, foreign security or some, top secret, this kind of thing. Let me bring that back a second right here.
Injury. There was also a section that said information that could basically jeopardize national defense or foreign policy.
Right. That is exactly where you could expect, or where I expect the DOJ to go. Right. And and also the fact that they haven't submitted it shows you that they're still trying to reconstruct the reasoning. They haven't offered anything to Congress in this regard yet. Not that part. You see what I mean? They've never once said that there's some foreign security implications. And by the way, why do you think that is? It's obvious, because if they state that, then they're stating what everyone has already said you need to release the files for. And why? Is because people know that there's espionage related to the United States government and its officials. That's why. It's very simple. Let's listen to it again.
Jeopardize an active federal investigation or prosecution.
Right. It might do that. Right. But they haven't stated that totally yet. But here's the thing.
And even things that depict or contain images of death, physical abuse, injury.
We all know that.
There was also a section that said information that could basically jeopardize national defense or foreign policy.
This one
can be withheld or redacted. However, Attorney General Pam Bondi wrote a letter to members of Congress that records were not being withheld on that basis.
You see how they already put, you see, that's so funny, right? Why would she bother to say that? Do you trust Pam Bondi? Do you trust Pam Bondi? That's a really weird statement to even make. Listen, they could have made all the statements in private to that in that hearing, and some of it would never be released. That's not what's happening here now. But in any case, don't you think that's odd? So she's ruling out espionage. She's ruling out foreign interference with anyone. She's ruling all that shit out. Isn't that ironic? It's such a ridiculous thing to rule out anyway, but the fact that she completely rules it out, should scare people.
There was also a section that said information that could basically jeopardize national defense or foreign.
See, they don't want you to know that the Epstein files are that important. That's what this is. See, they want to hide the files at the expense of the nation's own fucking security. That's what this is fucking about. And you have to use your own brain as a voter and as a citizen to come to this distinction. You know what I mean? This is not a distinction for non-thinking people and people that just follow the headlines. That's definitely not what my show is about. That's definitely not what I'm doing. I'm getting into the intricate parts of the debate and the dialogue. So just think about this one more time. What would make her rule that out? Interesting.
Or that would jeopardize an active federal investigation or prosecution.
And
even things that depict or contain images of death, physical abuse, injury. There was also a section that said information that could basically jeopardize national defense or foreign policy.
Bingo! That's what you're dealing with.
Can be withheld or redacted. However, Attorney General Pam Bondi wrote a letter to members of Congress that records were not being withheld on.
Yeah, what did Pam Bondi say to that one?
Attorney General Pam Bondi wrote a letter to members of Congress that records were not being withheld on that basis.
Yeah. And you think we fucking believe you? Listen, Toon wrote, they're playing Captain Save a Pedo. That's exactly, they're playing General Save a Pedo and shit. Goddamn 5-star General Save a Pedo Day. You're not going to hurt my pedophiles over here. How dare you? This is Pam Bondi playing General Save a Pedo. You're not going to touch my pedophiles. You're not going to touch that man. Do you know how good that pedophile has been? He has nothing but the best intentions. See, Pam Bondi is going to gaslight you into hell over this General Protect the Pedo.
And she didn't.
She is fucked up. She's got a fucked up job. You know what I'm saying? Defending Trump.
Indicate that records were being withheld on the basis of privilege, such as attorney-client privilege or deliberative process privilege. That's basically the inner workings.
Right. And it's even, hey, this conversation with this pedophile, that's none of your business. That's privileged. This is Pam Bondi all day.
Basis. And she did indicate that records were being withheld on the basis of privilege, such as attorney-client privilege or deliberative process privilege. That's basically the inner workings and thoughts regarding how a government agency comes to a decision. It's kind of like executive privilege. Now, Bondi also guaranteed that no records were withheld, quote, on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. Now, the conclusion would be if there was something embarrassing about the president, they're not going to.
Hello? That's obviously
so
not.
The question is, as we go through this,
listen,
if there were materials withheld.
Does that sound anything like the truth? She even went as far as to say foreign dignitaries, foreign people, not even for reputational purposes.
He also guaranteed that no records were withheld, quote, on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary.
So it's none of those things. It also has nothing to do with national security. She's not even claiming none of that. What she's claiming is it's privileged. It's all privileged, and you taxpayers don't have the fucking right to know. So shut up and sit the fuck down. My name is Pam Bondi, flipping out, and what you gonna do about it? I mean, this is what's going. This is her own. This is their own revelations. They're revealing this to the public. Congress has not impeached this lady. Senate has not impeached this lady. It's something. It looks like the victims, when Jeffrey Epstein told them, and Ghislaine Maxwell, who's in jail in a soft, cushy cell, but nonetheless still in jail, told the victims that we own the police, we own the Department of Justice, or the DA, we own the FBI. That is what they were telling the victims. That is why the victims said they weren't speaking out, because they were afraid. Does it sound like they own the police? Does it sound like they own the FBI? Does it sound like they own the district attorney, which would be the AG in this, on the federal level? Does it sound like it? You tell me. You tell me.
Natural conclusion would be if there was something embarrassing about the president, they're not going to withhold it. So the question is, as we go through this, if there were materials withheld, were they withheld under one of those other exceptions? I don't know. Let's go through this. I want to go back to the reporting from NPR. So
Jesse gave a good breakdown. Let's just hear it out.
NPR explains, and this is something we talked about in a previous sidebar, how the FBI compiled this list of accusations against Donald Trump. And the tips apparently came into the FBI's National Threat Operations Center. Now, the problem is, this was an issue of secondhand information, and also an issue of there was no corroborating evidence to necessarily support these claims on the face of it. So, for example, you have this one, and this is the one that we're going to be focusing on. Redacted reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Redacted that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend said she was also abused by Epstein. And by the way, there is a note that that lead was sent to the Washington office to conduct an interview. Keep that in mind. We're going to talk about that. But just to give you an idea about the other tips that came in, here's another one. Online complainant reported she was a victim and witness to a sex trafficking ring at the Trump golf course in Rancho Palos Verdes, California, between 1995 and 1996. Complainant reported Ghislaine Maxwell as the madam and broker for sex parties, clients of whom included Epstein, Robin Leach, remember Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, and Donald Trump. Complainant reported participating in orgies and that some girls went missing, rumored to have been murdered and buried at the facility. Complainant reported being threatened by Trump's then head of security that if she ever talked of what went on there or who she saw, she would, quote, end up as fertilizer for the back nine holes. Now, there is a note there. Complainant was spoken to and deemed not credible. Additional research showed 3 separate incidents involving police which requested in mandatory psychiatric evaluations. So again, keep these allegations with a grain of salt. But there's also more allegations. One of complainant's ex-girlfriend's daughters told complainant Trump raped her, as did Epstein. Complainant reported Donald Trump participated regularly in paying money to force her to perform sex acts with him and alleged Trump was present when her uncle murdered her newborn child. Donald Trump, the president, had parties at Mar-a-Lago called calendar girls. Jeffrey Epstein would bring the children in and Trump would auction them off. Again, these are all allegations that came in, but you have serious issues of credibility, corroboration, not being able to follow up on tips. And remember, the DOJ came forward and said, quote, "This production may include fake or falsely submitted images, documents, or videos, as everything that was sent to the FBI by the public was included in the production that is responsive to the act. Some of the documents contain untrue and sensationalistic claims against President Trump that were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they have a shred of credibility, they certainly would have been weaponized against President Trump already." Okay. I want to go back to the one that was apparently sent to the Washington office, the allegation that Trump had forced a child to perform oral sex on him. According to NPR, this allegation was different. This allegation was taken so seriously that it was included in an FBI PowerPoint presentation, and that the
and not to mention that, listen, do you really trust, not to stop this, but do you really trust this explanation that if if these things were true, or if these things were even to be taken seriously, right? That the Biden administration would have used politics, being as though they're Democrats, they would not have followed the law. They would have just been partisans and used the information in a partisan way. Do you believe that?
I want to go back to the one that was apparently.
Let me see this. Here we go. This one.
To the FBI right before the 2020 election.
You hear that?
In the production that is responsive to the act. Some of the documents contain untrue.
So this is what their response is, right? To these serious allegations. You know what they're talking about, and you know what is still coming out, what they're leaking to you. I mean, first of all, given the seriousness of and the volume of claims, are you going to just simply believe this?
Follow up on tips. And remember, the DOJ came forward and said, quote, "This production may include fake or falsely submitted images, documents, or videos, as everything that was sent to the FBI by the public was included in the production that is responsive to the act. Some of the documents contain untrue and sensationalistic claims against President Trump that were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they have a shred of credibility."
So anytime they're submitted, if it's before an election when Trump is not the president and he wants to be the president, anything. So that's what the context is supposed to be.
Sensationalistic claims against President Trump that were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and.
This is bullshit, because he's just unilaterally saying any information now before the 2020 elect. Do you understand what she's saying? Any information before the 2020 election is to be considered invalid and false. That's decades of claims.
The documents contain untrue and sensationalistic claims against President Trump that were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they have a shred of credibility, they certainly would have been weaponized against President Trump.
Do you hear this? So all of these, so when you look at this, all you see is Democrats on one side and Republicans on the other side talking about talking about the seriousness of this. Is that what people see? Because that's not what I see. I see wealthy people and victims. That's what I see. I don't see anywhere where this conspiracy attaches to anyone for political reasons whatsoever. Not in that way. Not in terms of how it's functioning on the ground. This looks like if you're going to connect it, it's not going to be, the dots aren't going to be connected by who's a Democrat and who's a Republican. That may be useless to me. To me, it seems like, who are the rich men, you know, and what relation do they have to government, right? Do they have private government contracts? Are they sharing private government information? And who are they sharing this information with? Because they've fallen prey to the honeypot scheme. To me, the espionage, the blackmail, connected to a honeypot operation that operated over basically 4 decades across the country would be the premier focus of the FBI and CIA, Because if it's internationally, if it has some connection to something international, well, then that's within the CIA's purview also. Very simple. Now, and this is really odd because you can see it happening all the time. Other governments are putting their foot down. Where is the CIA? Where's the CIA? Because once the other governments put their foot down, that makes it international. That means they should be concerned. You see, that means those people, Mendelsohn, they were connected to people in the United States. He did set foot on the United States soil. You see what I'm saying? Like, among other people, sex trafficking was international. Where is the CIA? Where do you think they were getting? You think they were only getting their girls? They were getting their girls, their victims and boys born and raised right here in the United States. And they were getting them from abroad and bringing them here. And then keeping their passports and then saying, we own the government. We own it. They told them all that. So why? And that would be true because these are very rich people. These are rich people, right? So in any case, let's go on.
Trump already. Okay. I want to go back to the one that was apparently sent to the Washington office, the allegation that Trump had forced a child to perform oral sex on him. According to NPR, this allegation was different. This allegation was taken so seriously that it was included in an FBI PowerPoint presentation, and that the president, Donald Trump, was listed under the prominent names section. So there's two different allegations here. One, redacted stated Epstein introduced her to Trump, who subsequently forced her head down to his exposed private area, which she subsequently bit. In response, Trump punched her in the head and kicked her out. Date range 1983 to 1985. Redacted would have been 13 to 15. Here's a second allegation that apparently was taken seriously. Redacted remembered Epstein introduced her to Trump saying, "This is a good one, huh?" And Trump responded, "Yes." Date range roughly 1984 would have been 14. Now, we're going to get back to that second allegation a little bit later on. By the way, there were other names on this PowerPoint too. Bill Clinton, Leon Black, Howard Lutnick, Les Wexner. We've talked about them a lot on Sidebar. But NPR makes the point. Here's the big deal. That these allegations against Donald Trump only appear in two places in the Epstein files. One, that list of yellow highlighted allegations compiled by the FBI, which I mentioned before, and this slideshow, that they're not in any other Epstein files. In other words, isn't that strange? Isn't that curious? And then they highlight that when you look at the FBI case files and documents that were sent over to Ghislaine Maxwell and her attorneys during her federal criminal case on sex trafficking of minors charges, this new claim takes on a very different meaning. Because NPR makes the point that the FBI actually interviewed this Trump accuser who was claiming abuse in the 1980s 4 times in 2019. Now, this is reporting that is also supported by MS Now, who claims they too found that there is only one memo regarding these multiple interviews with this woman, that there were no handwritten notes found. So in other words, this account about this woman saying she was abused by Donald Trump in the 1980s was taken seriously. There were follow-up interviews, but in the Epstein files, you can't find out any more information about it.
Right.
Interviews are real, which is why working with my better health.
That obviously, you know, I mean, I don't know. You tell me. Is that likely to be true or is that likely to be false, given what you know about this administration, what you know about Jeffrey Epstein, what you know about the case so far, and what has come out with foreign governments also? Like, what do you think? I mean, let's just keep it to what you know about Donald Trump. Donald Trump brags about getting as many girls as women or girls as he wants, females as he wants. He literally brags about it. He is talking about just grab them by the booty. He's described on what's this guy's show that was very Howard Stern. He used to be very popular, still is though, by the way, you know, but his show had infamously had Trump on it talking, making a lot of statements. You know, number one, he said something to the effect of, he'll take them all the way down to 12 years old. 12 is the low bar. That's where he can't go past 12 years old. This is shit like what he's saying. I wonder why he said that. I wonder why he said that, by the way. I'm just curious. I don't know what he meant behind that. But in any case, he said something like that on Howard Stern's show, that after 12, he'll grab him and he can have as many as he wants. He said this, and he said he loved, at the time he was married, but he said this is one of the perks of being Donald Trump. I mean, that's what he said, not verbatim, but he said this, and people know it, right? But in any case, let's just see. It's an excellent breakdown, by the way, by Jesse, because it's concise and it just allows us to get to the point and have another discussion about some other details. But let's just hear the rest of what he has to say here about this one particular case and the relevance of it. So let's see here.
Now, how does NPR know that this accuser was interviewed 4 times? This is where it gets a little bit tricky. So in their article, they cite an FBI serial report. Now, they don't provide a hyperlink embedded in the article, so I don't see the actual document that they're referring to in the Epstein Files library on the DOJ website. Like, I can't find this FBI serial report. Maybe you guys out there can find it, where it would show, hey, this accuser was interviewed 4 times. I couldn't find it. But NPR also cites a list of non-testifying witness material in Ghislaine Maxwell's case. Okay, now I did find this. And NPR claims that there is only 1 of 4 interviews with this accuser in the database. And how does this non-testifying witness list prove that? So I go to the reporting from independent political reporter.
So again, we're talking about, how did they know that documents have been erased? How do they know that the FBI is withholding direct statements that they are aware of pertaining to Donald Trump and sexual assault?
Roger Sollenberger, and by the way,
of minors.
NPR even cites his reporting. He claimed on X that this Trump accuser's case file number is 3501.045. Now, to be clear, I'm not sure how he knows this, but assume for a moment that he's correct.
All right, what he said that the case number is what? Let me just make this a little bigger. Oh, y'all can't see that one. Okay, hold on. Let me do it the opposite way. Let me see here. Sorry about that. I just want to make sure people see this on their own. Here's what he's talking about. This is the case number 3501.45, right? You see that? Yeah, if anybody can find that, I'm curious about that. Matter of fact, let me just look that up. 3501.045. Let me see something. 3501.045. Case 3501.045. Let me see if I can dig that up right now as he's going on. Look, here, let's continue. I will see if I can find that.
When you go to page 8 of this full chart, next to that file number, there do appear to be 4 separate interviews on 4 separate dates. They're called 302 interviews. 302 is the form that's used by the FBI to memorialize an interview and usually includes handwritten notes. They're later used to support testimony. But according to Sollenberger and NPR and MS Now, they're...
All right, so a little more background on who this is, right? Where the claims are about, right? Now, it says here, in the Jeffrey Epstein documents, specifically the massive unsealing of files from Giuffre and Maxwell versus Maxwell case, individuals were often assigned DOE numbers to protect their privacy before the court ordered their names to be revealed. So let's just go back a little bit to that. You can see there. Then let's go back here. Those are the dates of the reports.
They're called.
Right. Now let's go back. That's regarding the 302s. And you could see here the number 35. So that 045 is what they're talking about, right? Jane Doe 045 is critical. Is a critical figure in the files according to the court documents and subsequent reporting. Who is Jane Doe 045? Jane Doe 045 has been identified as Annie Farmer, right? She was one of the first women to publicly accuse Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell of sexual abuse, right? Unlike many of the other Does who sought to remain anonymous, Annie Farmer chose to come forward and has become a prominent advocate for survivors. Right? Why is her testimony significant? The unsealed documents, the records associated with 045, provided some of the most damaging evidence against the Epstein operation. Let me flip over so you all can see what I'm actually reading here. Okay. New Mexico Ranch, right? Her testimony detailed abuse that took place at the Epstein Zorro Ranch in New Mexico when she was just 16 years old. So this is very relevant, right? And now we have the context, right? The full context. So it's not just about Donald Trump. It's about another location, New Mexico, right? And you've heard other information about people being reported to be killed there. You see the seriousness of this? So, and these are not here. So let's just go back. They're not present anymore, according to what Jeffsy is saying here and others. But let's just go back. So now we have that context, right? Let's go back here. Here, let's see. Let's let it roll from here, so people can see. Let's see here. Let's go. Is it here? Right.
Now, how does NPR know that this accuser was interviewed 4 times? This is where it gets a little bit tricky. So in their article, they cite an FBI serial report. Now, they don't provide a hyperlink embedded in the article, so I don't see the actual document that they're referring to in the Epstein Files library on the DOJ website. Like, I can't find this FBI serial report. Maybe you guys out there can find it, where it would show, hey, this accuser was interviewed 4 times. I couldn't find it. But NPR also cites a list of non-testifying witness material in Ghislaine Maxwell's case. Okay, now I did find this. And NPR claims that there is only 1 of 4 interviews with this accuser in the database. And how does this non-testifying witness list prove that? So I go to the reporting from independent political reporter Roger Sollenberger. And by the way, NPR even cites his reporting. He claimed on X that this Trump accuser's case file number is 3501.045. Now, to be clear, I'm not sure how he knows this, but assume for a moment that he's correct. When you go to page 8 of this full chart, next to that file number, there do appear to be 4 separate interviews on 4 separate dates. They're called 302 interviews. 302 is the form that's used by the FBI.
So you see that to the right on the blacked out, where the blackout areas to the right, 302, interview 302, interview notes, interview 302. So these are different files, right? So, or entries, right?
Realize an interview and usually includes handwritten notes that are later used to support testimony. But according to Sollenberger and NPR and MS Now, there is only 1 interview that is available and able to be seen in the Epstein files. The one seemingly conducted on July 24th, 2019, this initial one. So now you might be saying, okay, wait, where are the other interviews with this person or about this person, right? I'm going to get to that. But if you go to this first interview, okay, and again, seemingly the only publicly available interview with this person, and if we assume this is the Trump accuser, this person describes mostly her abuse at the hands of Epstein. But then I want you to listen to this section that is in the interview. It says, quote, Redacted later viewed the image sent to her with her friend and neighbor Redacted. Redacted told Redacted, that is the person who has caused me great harm and affected my entire life. He's a nightmare. Upon request by the agents, Redacted accessed the image, and before she showed the picture to the interviewing agents, Redacted asked whether she could crop the photograph to include only the man she was referring to, essentially cropping out 1 or more individuals also included in the picture. Redacted attorney, Mr. Redacted, offhandedly mentioned the word president while looking at the image on the cell phone. The agents asked whether Redacted would be comfortable explaining why she wanted to crop the photograph. When Redacted hesitated, Redacted attorney advised Redacted was concerned about implicating additional individuals, and specifically any that were well known, due to fear of retaliation. The agents advised Redacted she could crop the image to show only what she felt comfortable with if she felt it was necessary. Administrative note, Redacted agreed to allow the agents to take a photograph of the cropped image. Of note, the particular image sent to her by Redacted was recognized by agents as a widely distributed photograph of Jeffrey Epstein and current United States President Donald Trump. The cropped image Redacted provided to the agents only included Jeffrey Epstein. Redacted advised the agents she was 100% positive the man in the photograph was Jeff, the man who she initially believed she was hired to babysit for and who sexually abused Redacted multiple times beginning when she was approximately 13 years old on Redacted. So, if I understand this correctly, this interview, she doesn't come out to say that Donald Trump sexually assaulted her or anybody else. Rather, there seems to be an effort to make sure he's not included.
You hear this? So look, just in case people are following, she, right, the person they're discussing, the Jane Doe 045, says she has met Trump once, but her sister Mary Farmer has has the more detailed story about meeting Trump. You see, so in context to the files being discussed, right? Here's the breakdown, right? Annie Farmer, Jane Doe 045. This is being alleged, right? This is what people claim. Annie Farmer has testified that she met Donald Trump at Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan mansion. So there's different points of contact, apparently, right, between her sister and Epstein. You know, between Trump, her sister, and Epstein, and Maxwell. Okay, she met Donald Trump at Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan mansion in 1995, right? The context, she was only 15 or 16 at the time. Her older sister, Mary, was working for Epstein as an artist. The interaction, Annie recalled being in the house when Trump arrived. This is in 1995. While she has spoken about the creepy atmosphere of the house and the grooming she experienced from Epstein and Maxwell, she did not allege any direct physical abuses to Trump, but she places Trump at the scene, pretty much at the location where the creepy things were occurring at the same creepy time, right? Just yesterday, February 25th, Annie Farmer was actually a guest at the State of the Union address. See where this is going? So not only are her files removed by the FBI, right, or not made available by the FBI or DOJ, you know, suddenly, this is the context of what Jeffrey's talking about, right? But she was present and he didn't even address her at the State of the Union yesterday. Y'all see where this is going? You see, this also makes context with Texas, not Texas, New Mexico, the Zorro Ranch, i.e. through her sister too. You see what I mean? So there's the circumference of the data points is that you see Zorro Ranch, Manhattan apartment, and possibly Mar-a-Lago, maybe, or possibly Epstein. I don't know, but those two so far, you see what I mean, is what has come up in this. So let's continue. Let's see here.
In her allegations, there is a hint of concern regarding Trump being identified, right? Now, why? Could it be that she's scared? Could it be that something really did happen and she's legitimately afraid of retaliation? Or does she not want to give off the false concept that the president was involved in something that he really wasn't? And again, according to NPR's reporting, there are more interviews about this that are just missing.
Right. Now, second, Mary Farmer, the sister, right? Mary Farmer's account of meeting Trump is much more detailed than the prior meeting of her sister, right? Has been a major focus in 2020. Now, the running short incident, Mary testified that in 1995, she was summoned to Epstein's office in the luxury Manhattan building. So this is a different place. This is a different place. This is still Manhattan, right? One was his mansion in 1995. That was by Annie Farmer, Jane Doe 045. And these are the documents 045 that are coming up missing, right? Now, the second point is her sister's contact with Jeffrey Epstein, right? One, they already have contact with Epstein, Trump, and Maxwell in the Manhattan apartment. in the Manhattan townhouse. Now this is her sister, Maria Farmer. Maria Farmer's account of meeting Trump is much more. So she's meeting Trump, she's meeting Maxwell, right? And where is it taking place has been much more major folks. In the running short incident, Mary testified in 1995 she was summoned to Epstein's office in the luxury Manhattan building. She arrived in running shorts after a workout. The encounter, according to Maria, Trump was in the office and began hovering or hoovering, right, over her, staring at her legs, which made her feel scared and vulnerable. This is her own testimony, right? The quote, she claims Epstein walked into the room and told Trump, no, she's not here for you. The comment, Maria also alleged that as the two men left the room, she overheard Trump joke to Epstein that he thought she was 16. Okay, this is the context of it, right? So the circumference of the whole thing, the data points so far. But in any case, let's hear how this goes. The White House has issued several formal denials regarding these specific encounters. Denial of location. Communications Director Stephen Chung stated the president was never in Epstein's office and dismissed the accounts as recycled, old, fake news. But Donald Trump wasn't the president at that time, right? So let me see here. Yeah, 1995. No. Trump was not the president. Was Trump the president? No. So in any case, so that comment could be taken out of context. You never know what that means. Is that denial? The president was never in Epstein's office. The president wasn't. But we're not talking about the president. We're talking about Donald Trump. The creep narrative. The administration maintains that Trump's primary interaction with Epstein ended when he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago for being a creep. Right. Okay. This is going down. Okay. So in any case, both sisters appear in the files describing a social professional proximity between Trump and Epstein in the mid 90s, while they describe unsettling or predatory vibes. Okay. So hold on. Let's continue this part. Let's see.
Been publicly released, and we do not know what is in them. Again, this is based on NPR's reporting, and MS Now supports it, and Roger Sollenberger supports it. So you go back to NPR's initial claim that there are missing more than 50 pages of FBI interviews and notes with this woman who allegedly accused Trump of sexual abuse. And more specifically, the outlet claims that out of 15 documents listed...
Now, just to make it clear, I'm sorry to keep breaking this up. The Farmer sisters have very specific and harrowing connections to the ranch, right? They have a connection, even though they're discussing what happened when they met Trump in Manhattan, different occasions. They also have incidences of being in Zorro Ranch. And it says here, they visited in 1996. This is to give context to people. This is before Trump was president. This is before he was even running for president. Okay? Way before that. So this is a different Trump. So this has no political value in that way. You see what I'm saying? So this is not a Democrat Republican thing at this time. Right? This is a something else thing. The visit in 1996, Epstein and Maxwell brought Annie and Maria to Zorro Ranch under the guise of an art relationship related trip. Maria was an artist working for Epstein. The allegations, while at the ranch, both sisters say they were sexually assaulted. So this is on the ranch, right? Jane Doe. Annie is Jane Doe 045. Right. So this is the documents that have been removed or not made available by the DOJ recently for some reason. Right. So she was present at the State of the Union. The sister 045 was present. Trump did not acknowledge her at the State of the Union. OK, they say when they were in Zorro Ranch after being in Manhattan with Trump and Epstein for some time. Right. They went to Zorro Ranch. Right. Epstein groomed and abused her in the massage rooms of the main house. So you see, so she's claiming Trump was his friend at that time and they were kicking it together and possibly looking at both of them having a predatory relationship with her and her sister at that time. Although nothing happened with Trump in Manhattan when she went further, or nothing even happened with them at that time. There was grooming in 95, but in 96, as she went to Zorro Ranch. So this Zorro Ranch shit was going on at the same time it was going on in Manhattan, just to put that together for people. So who was 16 at the time testified that Maxwell and Epstein groomed and abused her in the massage room of the main house. That's in the Zorro Ranch. The escape. The sisters have described being trapped at the remote property, claiming the doors were locked and they were under constant surveillance until they managed to convince Epstein to let them leave. Right? Because obviously Epstein had security people and others a part of this. You know, yeah, you can't just leave. This is what they're saying. They weren't just being allowed to leave. How do you have the door locked without security knowing it? Just a question. Okay. Has Donald Trump been in Zorro Ranch? As of February 26th, there's no verified evidence in the unsealed files, the flight logs, that Donald Trump has ever been visited New York. You're right. But what's up with these flight logs, man? Like, what's that all about? Whose flight logs? Whose flight logs? And is flight logs the only way to people get around? You know, is there flight log information about Trump going to Michigan? He's been there before. What other parts? Is there flight log? Is this what they can use? But keep in mind, flight logs are one of the only things in this time period because they couldn't really do your cell phone. They couldn't do the tower thing where they could track you. So this is why there's some distinction there. But I think people should understand that it's not just about the flight logs. When they say that, they're saying they have very little ways of tracking people in the 90s. That's what that means. You see what I'm saying? Otherwise, they will refer to cell phone calls. You can, and why don't they refer to that? Because, don't you want to know who Trump was talking to? Don't you want to know who other people were talking to in 2005, in 2007, in 2019? Don't you want to know who they were talking to? Don't you want to know who was talking to who around Epstein's death and before his death, after he was convicted? I mean, when they finally did have cell phone towers and you could track people and stuff like that. I mean, this is what I think is alluding to. But in any case,
in that log related to this accuser or this accusation, only 7 are in the Epstein file library, and also missing are the notes that accompany the interviews with this person. And this is important. According to NPR's analysis of the files, they say when you look at the sets of serial numbers of these documents, there are about 53 pages missing. Now, it's possible that those interview documents are buried in the millions and millions of documents released.
53 pages missing on top of those 4?
Serial numbers of these documents.
So there's 4 documents, 53 pages.
There are about 53 pages with this person. And this is important. According to NPR's analysis of the files, they say when you look at the sets of serial numbers of these documents, there are about 53 pages missing. Now, it's possible that those interview documents are buried in the millions and millions of documents released, so it doesn't show up when you search the library, but is it true that it was deleted? Where is all this? If that's true, why? Is it really about...
What's up, Fries? Exactly. That's a whole damn book. Exactly,
Is it really about these allegations? Why are they?
I mean, it's getting interesting. It's getting interesting, actually. I mean, for me, I like to solve crimes before they're solved. So I'm not in a position to just overlook shit and be like, fuck it, it doesn't matter. That's not how I solve crimes. I try to just make sure I get the data points together. I don't try to write the story myself, But in any case, it's getting heated. It's getting heated. 53 pages. 53 pages, man.
And particularly if you're talking about a Trump accuser, what was allegedly said in those interviews? Was it subject to privilege? Was it subject to another exception? Was it part of an ongoing investigation? Did it have personally identifiable information about a victim and it couldn't be released? Seems strange considering that interview that was released had very graphic details. Was it non-responsive to the Epstein case? Probably unlikely. So why wasn't it produced if this reporting is true? Look, as of right now, there is not a clear explanation. So in other words, this accusation about Trump allegedly abusing a young girl in the 1980s was taken seriously enough to seemingly warrant multiple interviews about this. We don't know.
Look, man, this is about sex trafficking. This is about one of the biggest sex trafficking rings, or probably the biggest to exist in the United States government's history, at least, that has something to do with high profile people in government, that has something to do with espionage, blackmail, and stuff like this, and murder, all these things together, sex trafficking, multiple crimes. You can't, I'm sure there's a whole list of federal crimes that apply to this. But the fact of the matter is that this is not a small, insignificant case. So anyone in proximity to the crime, everyone should want to have a clear understanding of what their proximity was about. Very simple. Very simple. This is as serious as it gets, So the fact that the FBI is not providing much clarity should not be something that resolves people's worries. It should make people more worried. It should make people wonder, is the FBI involved in this shit? Like, really?
This accusation about Trump allegedly abusing a young girl in the 1980s was taken seriously enough to seemingly warrant multiple interviews about this. We don't know what was said. And look, I'm piecing together the reporting from Sollenberger and NPR and MS Now to kind of make sense of all this and these allegations. But if true, you can understand why this is concerning. And one of the things that both NPR and MS Now highlight is this internal FBI email that was dated July 22nd, 2025 regarding names in JE file. And under positive case hits, highlighted in yellow, which is meant to represent salacious information, it states, Donald Trump, one identified victim, claimed abuse by Trump, but ultimately refused to cooperate. Now, we don't know for sure if that is the same person.
How often does that happen? It's not unheard of. It's not unheard of at all.
That we've been talking about, but it's possible. And it should also be noted that next to other names on this list, like Bill Gates, Jean-Luc Brunel, Lex Wexner, Harvey Weinstein, Donald Trump is the only one with a note like that next to his name. Now,
damn. Again, the data points are damning. No one has to write the story. The story is revealing itself.
There is a second part to the NPR reporting I want to talk about. Remember when I said there was a second claim from a different person in that FBI slideshow? Redacted, remembered Epstein introduced her to Trump saying, this is a good one, huh? And Trump responded, yes. It seems this accuser is file number 3509.
Oh, wait a second.
That's the file number on her.
He says 3509. 3509. Hold on. Is that the one that, let me see here. 3509. Let's see here. 3509. Is it 3509 and then .045? Because I'm pulling back two different pieces. Let me see here. He said 3509. Let me see. Is this the same as the 3509? Let me just make sure. I believe it is. Oh, wait a second. Let me just see if that makes sure I just understand this, because I don't want it to be two different cases. Both of these cases. Hold on. Whoa. Section. Okay, 3509 means illegal redaction. Let me just go back to child, legal redaction, child victims and witnesses. That's what that is. Okay, I see it. So it is the same. It's the same.
Our reporting I want to talk about. Remember when I said there was a second claim from a different person in that FBI slideshow? Redacted, remembered Epstein introduced her to Trump saying, this is a good one, huh? And Trump responded, yes.
So this is the same. This is the same case. You know, they're just describing it as one is versus FBI rules, and then the other is the actual individual's name, how they file these things.
Accuser is file number 3509. I mean, that's the file number on her interview, which I'll talk about.
No, he says file 3509. All right, let me just find that out.
And that number is listed in a testifying witness 3500 material list in Ghislaine Maxwell's criminal trial.
All right, let me just see what that one says right there. That's interesting. So this is another one, another list. Let's see here. 3509. 3509. Let me just see if I can clear this up a little bit. I see maybe some of you all can't see. Because this is the right quality. All right, so let me just blow it up for myself then, because I need to be able to see this really clearly. Let's see here. Boom. Let me see what this looks like. Is this here? All right, I still can't really see it. Let me make it larger. This is 20. Okay, so let's continue. Where is it at? Redacted. Is that what that is? Let me see. Come on. $3509,001. Right. And these interviews are 2019 2019, 0919, right? 0919. That's September 19th, 2019, right? 20, some of them are 2020. Interview 302. Okay, so let me, now that we see that, damn, there's a lot of documents here. So 3509. Damn, okay. So let me see here. 35, is it case file 3509? Maybe it's that. Let me just write that down and see. Case. Again, this I think this is the same, but it's just a different way to categorize the same events here. Case 3509. I just want to verify something real quick because it's important. Actually, let's see here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Civil case 03509. Right. This is now, first of all, y'all. So I get it now. This is the same. They're talking about the same thing. One is a civil case and the other is not. The other is an FBI file. So how it's referred to. But no. Wait a second. This is 35. Damn, this is deep, yo. Listen, look at this, yo. Hold on. Let me see something. This is crazy. Nah, this is more Epstein shit. But it's not the same case. Look, in the context of Epstein files and the current political firestorm in February 2026, 3509 almost certainly refers to civil case. Is this the same one that he's mentioning? Let me see something. 3509. Yeah, it appears so. 03509. 03509. 03509. 03509. All right. This is a different case, though. Filed in Southern, or maybe it's part of the same case with different victims. Maybe that's what it is. You know, maybe it's part of the same events, but different victims, civil case versus FBI file number and interview number. Okay, so let's see here. 03509 filed in the Southern District of New York is a widely known Katie Johnson case. And you all know who Katie Johnson is. So these are not the same people. Damn, this is crazy. But you know what? Katie Johnson's account gives some kind of context here. Let me see. Katie Johnson. This is her for reference, so people understand who this is that's being discussed. This is Katie Johnson. Damn, this is damning. Also, this is Katie Johnson. Let me just take my camera off so you can hear what she's saying.
He kind of liked things to be his first, if that, for lack of a better term, but also reverted.
But this gives some context because listen to what she just said. She's saying, just like what was said she's corroborating just what the other two girls said, the Annie Farmer and her sister. She just said that Epstein, remember the conversation that they were having about Epstein, Annie Farmer and her sister in terms of Trump's, was it his home, right? Epstein's home or Epstein's office in Manhattan. They both in Manhattan at that time, where there was a discrepancy about whose girl that was. And they heard them over. I think it was Annie Farmer or Fisher, whatever her name is, right? Sorry about that. But she was talking about their conversation that she overheard them, referencing whose girl that is. And the fact that Epstein said, no, this one is not for you. Now listen to what Katie Johnson says, and she's a part of the same circle at this time. Listen to this. This shit is crazy.
So I don't know. knew that I was 13, and I believe that Tiffany told him. He seemed to believe that there was models, and then there was the girls that did that. Like, I thought there was a separation. So, I told him that I wasn't interested in that, but he said that I would do. And as far as Donald Trump, he knew that I was 13, and I believe that Tiffany told him. He seemed to take a liking to me because I was I was so young, and I was also a virgin. So I don't know. It seemed like he wasn't really into having girls that were liked by the other guys. He kind of, the whole glove. He kind of liked things to be his first. If that, for lack of a better term, but he was the one who wanted to get to a girl before everyone else did. Donald Trump knew that I was 13 because the first night that I was there, Tiffany actually suggested that she had a whole bunch of different wigs, and I expressed interest in them. I always told her that I would love to walk around with blue hair, and so I tried some on, and there was a blonde wig that she said that looked great on me. So I wore.
So she's saying this is 1994, right? When this happened. When it happened, and I'm just curious. Let me see something. See, it says Katie Johnson here. So this is the case they're referring to. Right. Yeah. So yeah, but it's very interesting how these two cases overlap. Between, who is it now? Between the initial Annie, what's her last name? Annie Farmer. Right. Sorry about that. And her sister Maria Farmer. Right. And what year did they say? This is 1995. You see? And this one is 1994. You see? So, yeah, these two things are happening in proximity. These two things with Jeffrey Epstein, allegedly, and Donald Trump in is it New York City? These things are happening around the same time period. Both claims. And these kind of corroborate each other. With the Annie Farmer and her sister's claim, right? Yeah. So 045 and 0359 kind of corroborate each other. Yeah, essentially. So let me just go back to now to Jesse's his breakdown. Let's see here. Let's go.
3,500 material are statements of government witnesses. Anyway, when you look at 3509 in this list, and as reported by NPR, there appear to be 6 interviews. In what appears to be the first one, where she claims she was sexually abused by Jeffrey Epstein as a child, it says this. In the beginning, before the pool house incident, Epstein showed off to Redacted. Epstein told Redacted that he had famous friends that he would call and put on speakerphone. Epstein took Redacted in a dark green car to Mar-a-Lago to meet Donald Trump. Epstein told Trump, "This is a good one, huh?" Thought Epstein introduced her as his friend to Trump. Now, NPR also notes that in a lawsuit against Epstein's estate and Ghislaine Maxwell, this accuser even added that she, quote, felt uncomfortable, but at the same time was too young to understand why, meaning she felt uncomfortable about this interaction. Now, why am I mentioning this? Well, NPR alleges that this interview was removed from the Epstein database after initial publication and then was republished 20 days later. So somebody will look at this and say, that seems suspicious. Now, I will tell you, NPR explains that the DOJ has said it removed and then re-uploaded files because a victim or their attorney would flag it for review, so possibly to add redactions. Maybe that's what happened here. I mean, there was a lot of controversy regarding the DOJ.
Yeah, okay, but Katie Johnson has disappeared, basically. So, I don't know, is her lawyer still in effect? I'm curious about that now, since they use that or they use that reasoning, but all right.
Properly protect victim identifiable information. But NPR further claims that another mention about this accuser that made a small mention of Donald Trump was also removed from the database, and then it was republished. And then they say there was another interview that was taken offline, although I will tell you, I think it may be back up now, if this is the same document.
So these are several different claims that they're saying have been removed, like different claims. And when you start to see, when you start to get the data points and you see what the circumference is, where, El Rancho, New York. It kind of also makes you laugh when you hear somebody say, I've never been to the island. It's like, yeah, but have you been to New York, Manhattan? Have you been to El Rancho? Have you, have you been to New Mexico? Where else haven't you been? In any case, let's go on.
They're talking about, it's basically about the same accuser. And there's this brief mention of Donald Trump. It says this: redacted told redacted that Maxwell and Epstein used to visit her at redacted. Redacted would tell redacted that famous people would go to Epstein's house. Redacted heard that a prince and Donald Trump visited Epstein's house, and this made redacted think that if they are there, then how could Epstein be a criminal? I'm just mentioning this because you're going to hear allegations that anything about Trump, or a lot of things about Trump, were taken.
Let me hear that one more time.
About the same accuser. And there's this brief mention of Donald Trump. It says this: redacted told redacted that Maxwell and Epstein used to visit her at redacted. Redacted would tell redacted that famous people would go to Epstein's house. Redacted heard that a prince and Donald.
So I believe they're discussing why the witness was afraid to have the picture fully revealed that has Donald Trump in it with her and Epstein, something like that, right? And she didn't want Trump's name in it out of some sort of reasoning. Yeah, this is the reasoning, and it sounds to me like she's saying people are going to connect the dots, and ergo she would be, guilty somehow. Like
redacted told redacted that
or she could be, and she would come under fire. Maybe
Maxwell and Epstein used to visit her at redacted. Redacted would tell redacted that famous people would go to Epstein's.
Oh, so this is why people won't believe her. Maybe, I don't know.
House. Redacted heard that a prince and Donald Trump visited Epstein's house, and this made redacted think that if they are there, then how could Epstein be a criminal? I'm just
right. That's the actual reasoning.
Just
okay.
mentioning this because you're going to hear allegations that anything about Trump, or a lot of things about Trump, were taken offline or were taken offline and republished. So there's going to be accusations that things were edited or material was omitted. I'm just mentioning it for this point.
Okay. Yeah. In any case, I'm not even sure if Jesse is right leaning or left leaning. I don't know how much it matters, but so far he sounds pretty accurate. It depends on how much you want to read into it, but it seems pretty accurate to me. Now let me see.
As we're talking about allegations of not including Donald Trump related materials in the Epstein files release, MS Now reported something else. Jane was an accuser who testified against Maxwell at her criminal trial and described her abuse at the hands of Maxwell and Epstein. And while Jane testified that Epstein introduced her to Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago when she was just 14 years old,
all these files have something to do with Donald J. Trump. That's the craziest thing about it. Whether you believe it or any of the allegations or not, the fact that the files that tend to be removed have something to do with Trump, or the files that they can't really clearly explain, the files that have been removed and put back up or changed or whatever seem to have Donald Trump's name in it. That's the interesting part.
MS Now claims that handwritten notes from her interview and a witness statement from someone apparently close to her, allegedly, that stuff nowhere to be found in the Epstein files. So either they weren't included or they were possibly taken down. That seems to be the allegation from this reporting.
Damn.
Now, NPR claims that.
So is Trump going to sue NPR?
That the DOJ has reached out to them in response, that a spokesperson said that any documents that were not published are because they're privileged, they're duplicates, they're related to an ongoing federal investigation. You had White House spokesperson Abigail Jackson tell NPR that, quote, Trump has done more for Epstein's victims than anyone before him. Just as President Trump has said, he's been totally exonerated.
But he didn't even mention the victims in the audience at the State of the Union address. It's the biggest bilateral, left and right, Republican, Democrat. They had more consensus on that bill than any other consensus. Didn't even mention it in his State of the Union, while the victims were in the audience, made no reference to them.
Exonerated on anything relating to Epstein, and by releasing hits, they're related to an ongoing federal investigation. You had White House spokesperson Abigail Jackson tell NPR that, quote, Trump has done more for Epstein's victims than anyone before him. Just as President Trump has said, he's been totally exonerated on anything relating to Epstein. And by releasing thousands of pages of documents, cooperating with the House Oversight Committee's subpoena request, signing the Epstein Files Transparency Act, and calling for more investigations into Epstein's Democrat friends, President Trump has done more for Epstein's victims than anyone before him. Meanwhile, Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries and Stacey Plaskett have yet...
Oh, wow. You see, that's funny. You have to give the bait again. Hakeem Jeffries.
...to explain why they were soliciting money and meetings from Epstein after he was a convicted...
I think they do have to explain that, but then again, didn't Trump already explain it for everybody? Just because, and this doesn't the FBI say this all the time? Just because you were doing business with him doesn't mean you did anything wrong. This is what they say all the time. So how can Trump go back and use that same thing as a reasoning? It doesn't make sense. But of course, they got to say something.
On X, the Oversight Democrats account released...
I think anyone in the files should be made to explain their relationship to Jeffrey Epstein, period. But let's not do it in a politicized way. Let's do it exponentially. Why can't the FBI just interview all these goddamn people? Why? It's their job to do that. It's not. Actually, Congress only does it when the FBI refuses to. So...
the following statement from Ranking Member Robert Garcia. For the last few weeks, Oversight Democrats have been investigating the FBI's handling of allegations from 2019 of sexual assault on a minor made against President Donald Trump by a survivor. Yesterday, I reviewed unredacted evidence logs at the Department of Justice. Oversight Democrats can confirm that the DOJ appears to have illegally withheld FBI interviews with the survivor who accused President Trump of heinous crimes. Oversight Democrats will open a parallel investigation into this. Under the Oversight Committee's subpoena and the Epstein Files Transparency Act, these records must immediately be shared with Congress and the American public. Covering up direct evidence of potential assault by the President of the United States is the most serious possible crime in this White House cover-up. The DOJ Rapid Response account on X posted at Oversight Democrats should stop misleading the public while manufacturing outrage from their radical anti-Trump base. At the Justice Department has repeatedly said publicly and directly to NPR prior to deadline, nothing has been deleted. If files are temporarily pulled for victim redactions or to redact personally identifiable information, then those documents...
But why wasn't this done in the beginning? That doesn't make any sense. They didn't follow the law. Nobody made them not follow their own law.
...are promptly restored online and are publicly available. All responsive documents have been produced unless the document falls within one of the following categories: duplicates, privileged, or part of an ongoing federal investigation. Look, I hope this all made sense, okay? But again, this is based on reporting from NPR, MS Now, Sollenberger. The story is circulating right now. I imagine this is not the last we will hear of it.
It does not make sense. Look who's behind Trump right there. Look at that picture. No, this does not make sense. Nothing about this makes sense. It all seems like a cover-up. It all seems like a cover-up, period. And the American people finance the cover-up through their taxes. And usually the way you deal with that is through voting. Yeah, you don't get representatives to impeach people or representatives to appoint people to heads of branches of government. Like the senators have to say, okay, we accept Kash Patel as being the head of the FBI. It has to be the CIA the senators that do that, right? The congressional members also play a role in impeachment when you don't like these people. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is all done by the American taxpayer dollars and the American voter. Those are the two things. If you're paying taxes, you're paying for this shit to be covered up right now, or you're paying for it to be concealed from you, the truth, right? Or if you're a citizen, this is a voter. This is what you're contributing to when you vote. You're voting to have these things kept from you right now. Right now, that's what your vote is about. You either support it being released or you don't. And if you make exceptions for it, it's your fault that it doesn't get released. It's your fault that you don't know. It's your fault that you can't confirm. It's your fault that you can't prove. Very simple. Now, let me pivot because there's a lot of this story was big, but I wanted to go outside of the normal out of the legacy media and just show you what some podcasters are saying about this. Of course, Jesse's not the only one, but I like some of his legal breakdowns too, like the Midas touch also, because they're obviously they're lawyers talking about this. So that matters when you're talking about law and litigation and litigating law, period, whether it's criminal or civil, whether it's constitutional, etc. Right? Whether it's it happening in the Supreme Court or whether it's just happening, in any other space. Now check this out. Here's something else. There's a lot of talk about Maxwell. You see on the news media, or you see in podcasters, and this is crazy, but it's always going to happen. Conspiracy theories. Some are valid, some are less valid. Some deserve attention, some deserve probably not too much attention, or some probably don't stand up to any investigation or questioning, right? But this thing about Jeffrey Epstein's brother, and this thing about Ghislaine Maxwell, whether she is in jail or not, whether Jeffrey Epstein is missing, right? Whether he went missing from jail or not, right? Whether he disappeared or whether that's really him who died, right? Let's get to the bottom of that. Lord, can we do that? Well, I find it interesting because I don't think people should skip past these main parts. Number one, Ghislaine Maxwell, whether it's a body double or not. Okay, well, who the hell is she talking to when she has her visitors? Don't you want to know? And how many people is she talking to? And, why is she talking to them? Okay. And on top of it, or why is there a person claiming to be Ghislaine Maxwell trying to get their freedom? Right. And who are they talking to? Right. Who are the people that they're talking to? Right. Are these people talking to a double, a body double, or are they talking to the real Ghislaine Maxwell? And what about her family members or anyone personally connected to her? It's worth discussing also if you think that she's not in jail. Let's have that discussion about who that person, whoever they are, is discussing, is talking with, right? But the same thing with Epstein. Let's find out. What about all the other people that relate to him? What about all the other maneuvering that relates to him? And does it add up? Does it make sense when you think, okay, Epstein got replaced? Does all the other things happening make sense if he was replaced? So let's go over to this conversation that's happening with Jeffrey Epstein's brother. This is recent, and this is on actually Al Arabiya English television. Check this out.
Epstein, who is an American property developer, and the
right. So his brother's an American property developer. We heard the other day some of his properties were they were controlled by Epstein. Really, they were done in Epstein's name, his brother, and but who was doing security? They say Mossad was doing the security because a lot of Israeli delegates and important people from Israel were staying in these apartments in Manhattan. So let's continue. The same brother
of the late. Well, we're joined now by Mark Epstein, who is an American property developer and the brother of the late Jeffrey Epstein. He joins us from the United States on the line. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Mr. Epstein. It's been nearly 7 years since your brother was found unresponsive in his prison cell, and you remain convinced he did not take his own life. Why do you say that?
Well, first, let me be clear. When I first heard that Jeffrey was found dead from the parents' suicide, I had no reason to doubt that. I fully accepted that he committed suicide. I thought that he was potentially facing a long time in jail. I know he wouldn't want to live that way in jail as a convicted pedophile. He had no children to worry about. Our parents were gone. He was single. So I just assumed he decided to take himself out. And I sort of respected that. But then the next day, I had to come back to New York to identify his body, and I did. So he is dead. And they did an autopsy. And the two pathologists that were there, which was Dr. Kristen Roman, who is the city pathologist who was charged with doing the autopsy, and Dr. Michael Barden, who we had there, we being me and the estate, had him there just as a precaution. They came out of the autopsy and they both concurred that this looked more like a homicide than a suicide.
All right. So this is the brother of Jeffrey Epstein. And this is what he's saying. Now, again, If you doubt what he's saying, it's worth having a look at him, his finances, his relationship, his financial relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, his personal relationship to Jeffrey Epstein. What do you believe of his words? What do you not believe of his words? What, and we're not talking about just as it relates to Epstein. It could relate to other people also. Like, you see what I mean? Because obviously his family's trust had the birthday letters, right? You see what I mean? Like, if you don't trust this guy's account, there's a lot of shit you're going to have to throw off of the table, period, about anybody, even Clinton. Because Clinton was sending these birthday letters too. Let me check in on the chat and see what y'all talking about. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all feeling me and shit? This shit is crazy, man. This shit is crazy. Hold on, let me see. Anybody come up on the okay. I can see nobody tried to hop up, just making sure. But in any case, this is the situation. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't have it both ways, right? You have to either decide that people are credible or they're not, and then you remove everything else related to them in this saga, in this history, right? So I am more likely to take the logical, straightforward, in plain sight approach to this, and that is the truth is hiding in plain sight. You don't have to make your own argument about this. You can just let the evidence speak for itself. This guy already benefited from his relationship with his brother. What role does he have bigger than that? He's rich. What role does he have in hiding any information about his brother? What would the purpose be at this point? Because he can't save his brother if he's alive or not. He can't save him. Now, what he's saying is that it's his brother is dead. He identified the body. But if you have no other body to identify, then how could you take that conversation further? How could you assume or how could you just not accept that for what it is? You see what I mean? Everyone understands that just because you're related to someone doesn't mean you agree with everything they do, especially your family members. So in that, it's obvious to see. We don't have to spookify this. It doesn't have to go deeper. He also admits that the Israeli government did do security on some of these apartments that he had. Why? Because of who was staying at the apartments. But that shouldn't seem special. That would be obvious. If you have Israeli dignitaries staying in any place, obviously you're going to have the security taken care of. You're going to play a role in that security. That wouldn't be a shocker. You see what I'm saying? So again, things are in plain sight, right? I'm more entitled to believe everything is in plain sight. If 20 people say Trump did it, I'm more inclined to believe he did it. If 5 say it and their information is corroborated, I'm more inclined to say yes, he did. If 3 that corroborate, I'm likely to say, which there already are, I'm likely to say, yeah, he did it. You see what I mean? I'm not going to try to make excuses for Bill Clinton. I'm not going to try to make excuses for Donald J. Trump. I'm not going to make excuses for Pam Bondi or Kash Patel and how he follows the law, and him being the FBI director right now and going back and trying to look into conversations that were investigated regarding his personal conversations when Donald Trump was just a candidate, regarding the files being taken from the White House or from the government, top secret files to Mar-a-Lago. I wouldn't be trying to cover up. If I was the FBI director, I wouldn't be trying to cover up my conversations as a civilian before Trump was president. I wouldn't be wasting my time doing that as the FBI director. That would look kind of spooky if I was. What would you think of me if I was doing that? I mean, this is what we got to think about. So in here, it's kind of in plain sight again. You see what I mean? The reasoning that I share is the plain sight one. Kash Patel's relationship to Mar-a-Lago, him being the FBI director, being concerned about his conversations being had before he was the FBI director in relationship to Mar-a-Lago and top secret documents with Cindy, whatever her name is, or Susie, one of the other Trump representatives. You see what I'm saying? I believe there's something suspicious because it's in plain sight and it looks obviously suspicious. Whether there's something there, who knows? But on the opposite, this guy, what he says, I don't see him as being suspicious. He's not hiding a whole lot. He's coming out there and he knows damn well if you're caught lying in relationship to any of these crimes, that's a crime. If you're caught, you could be in legal jeopardy yourself. So to me, it seems like he has more to gain with just being honest than anything else. Forget politics or Democrat or Republican. Seems like he has a real reason to just be honest, not hide anything, so he can keep what he got and move on. It's very simple. But in any case, let's go on. The financial reasoning. But let's go on.
So they wouldn't call it a suicide.
Also, the legal jeopardy criminal reasoning of being a free man and staying a free man, So, all right, let's go on.
And on the initial death certificate, which we had to get that day in order to claim his remains, under cause of death, it said pending further study. So then you start wondering, well, what's going on here? The two very highly qualified pathologists are saying this looks like a homicide. And that does not appear in the Justice Department reports. They neglect to mention that.
Okay. What is he saying right here? Hold on.
So then you start wondering, well, what's going on here? The two very highly qualified pathologists are saying this looks like a homicide. And that does not appear in the Justice Department reports.
Right. That doesn't appear in the Justice Department's reports. The fact that two highly acclaimed pathologists said it looks like a homicide and not like a suicide. Let's just play that back one more time. This is happening on Al Arabia English television. Their interview with Jeffrey Epstein's brother, just like in the last 48 hours.
We had to get that day in order to claim his remains. Under court, they came out of the autopsy and they both concurred that this looked more like a homicide than a suicide. So they wouldn't call it a suicide. And on the initial death certificate, which we had to get that day in order to claim his remains, under cause of death, it said pending further study. So then you start wondering, well, what's going on here? The two very highly qualified pathologists are saying this looks like a homicide. And that does not appear in the Justice Department reports. They neglect to mention that. And then a few days later, the chief medical examiner, Barbara Sampson, she calls it a suicide. Now, let me be clear. Barbara Sampson never saw Jeffrey's body. She wasn't at the office that day when they did the autopsy. So we don't know what she's basing her opinion on.
Jeffrey Epstein's brother is speaking facts right now. Let me play that back.
So saying this looks like a homicide. And that does not appear in the Justice Department reports. They neglect to mention that. And then a few days later, the chief medical examiner, Barbara Sampson, she calls it a suicide. Now, let me be clear. Barbara Sampson never saw Jeffrey's body. She wasn't at the office that day when they did the autopsy.
Damn.
So we don't know what she's basing her opinion on. Now,
is based on not being there and doing the autopsy herself.
I've spoken to many pathologists, and they all basically agree that when an initial death certificate says pending further study, it usually takes weeks or longer to get a determination because there's going to be some kind of an investigation. They're going to study it further. But that doesn't appear to have been done here. Right. And then Bill Barr, the Attorney General of the United States at the time,
appointed by Donald J. Trump,
came out with a ridiculous statement saying that he personally saw the videotape from outside of the tier, through that night, and he saw that nobody went in or out of the tier.
Yeah, and what head of any department, agency even that makes their conclusion based on that? What they saw, that doesn't make sense. That sounds like a leap, because obviously you're going to have subordinates review that and bring you back their findings as a group, right? This would never be left up to one person's determination, period. And as a serious citizen, you wouldn't want it to be based on one person's viewpoint. Not like that. I saw the tape myself. What the fuck?
And
this doesn't make sense.
He personally saw the videotape from outside of the tier, through that night, and he saw that nobody went in or out of the tier.
Everyone has seen those tapes, and they clearly saw something, an orange blob, went up that tier. Really, yo. I'm just saying, the brother is speaking facts. He's speaking facts. Did you not see the orange blob go up the tier of the elevator? That's been a big discussion lately. It's been there. There's something orange there. What else is the same color? A prisoner's uniform in that particular prison. So they didn't release a camera angle that shows you the whole stairs. It only shows you one little splivet of the stairs, and everybody saw an orange blob go up those stairs. You see, so yeah, what it was it a bag? Was it an orange bag? Was it a person? Was it and a whole lot of other inconsistencies and strange things happened on that night.
And that convinced him it was a suicide. When I heard that, I knew that this was some sort of cover.
Yeah, what the hell?
The attorney.
Listen to this.
Pending further study. It usually.
Hey, Karina, how you doing?
Takes weeks or longer to get a determination because there's going to be some kind of an investigation. They're going to study it further. But that doesn't appear to have been done here. Right. And then Bill Barr, the Attorney General of the United States at the time, came out with a ridiculous statement saying that he personally saw the videotape from outside of the tier, through that night, and he saw that nobody went in or out of the tier, and that convinced him it was a suicide.
Let me just stop right there and then pull up this situation about this tier. And I'm pretty sure that let me go over to him. Let me see what what's his name? Dr. what? Dr. something said about this. He's a doctor. What's his name? Dr. Damn. Hold on. Let me see here. Dr. Oz, isn't it? No, it's not Dr. Oz. I'm sorry. In any case, what is it about Epstein prison? Let's see here. Epstein, right. So we have Dr. G, right? And Dr. G talks about the orange blob. And let me see here. The orange blob, they talked about this tier, this orange blob going up the tier many, 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 many times. This has been subject to, a lot of the theories regarding his, let me see here, regarding what has gone on with Epstein. And let me see here. Dr. G, let me see here. Files, is this is not the same one. But let me go back. Let me go to Dr. G. Yeah, let me see here. Dr. G. Yeah, because I only want to see his submissions on this. Now, right, 2 days ago, he did a submission on it. He's covered a lot of this Epstein stuff. But let me see here. Final hours, right. The final hours. Here we go. This is the one that everybody has seen. And this is a pretty big shocker for a lot of people, but he covers this pretty well. But let me see here. Let me go over to it so you can hear yourself what he says.
Behavior and body language leading up to Jeffrey Epstein's death. It's going to be from the jail CCTV. Before we get started with this, a couple of quick things. One, I wanted to make sure you know this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions. In addition to that, I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's go. The Department of Justice has officially concluded that nothing nefarious happened surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's death. Now, for those of us that have been following this story for a while, it's a little bit hard to believe. The reason being is that back in 2019, they told us that no CCTV footage was captured, and that's what we're going to be watching today.
Right. Now that's another point that he brings up, but here's another interesting part. This is the second time the Department of Justice has made such a declaration. That was under the first Trump administration. The one after his administration never made any claim like that. I don't believe that. But this is the second administration under Trump to claim the same thing. Nothing to claim that they have found nothing else nefarious. So just it's worth noting that. So let's just go back now. Let's see here.
That was the official line at the time. Additionally, there have been other claims. There have been claims that people have seen the list and so on and so forth, and now they're saying there isn't one. So there's a lot of inconsistencies. So what I thought we would do today is we're going to watch clips from 10 hours of footage, and I've reviewed this. So I'm taking out what I think is most significant and most interesting, and we're going to look at that. We're also going to compare it to a timeline from 2019. So in 2019, we were provided a timeline of everything that happened. We're going to see if this footage, in fact, lines up with that timeline or how closely it lines up. All right, let's just jump right in. At 7:49 p.m., we're seeing Jeffrey Epstein coming back after meeting with his attorney. You can see him right here in the orange jumpsuit. Now, he's walking with a pretty brisk pace. He's walking ahead of the officer.
So it's worth noting that the color of the jumpsuit, because when he gets into the part about what is the thing at the stairs, the orange blob, it relates to that. So you see Jeffrey Epstein's suit right here. Let's just go back a little so you can see
We're
it.
seeing Jeffrey Epstein, how closely it lines up. All right, let's just jump right in. At 7:49 p.m., we're seeing Jeffrey Epstein coming back after meeting with his attorney. You can see him right here in the orange jumpsuit. Now, he's walking with a pretty brisk pace. He's walking ahead of the officer right there. There's another officer walking behind. Nothing too notable about that. One thing that surprises me, though, is I actually thought that Jeffrey Epstein would be a lot taller than that. He doesn't look all that tall right here.
Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein's not that tall, yo. He's pretty short. And by the way, look at the color of the suit. That's really why I wanted to bring it back, so you could see in the same lighting, in the same institution, the same color that they're talking about.
Now, he's walking with a pretty brisk pace. He's walking ahead of the officer right there. There's another officer walking behind. Nothing too notable about that. One thing that surprises me, though.
Now, you can see to the right, if you look up to the right of this video, you will see like a pole on the second tier that's right in front of us that goes from the top of the screen halfway down into the floor on the second tier. Not the bottom tier where Epstein was, the second tier where this camera is. If you look right at that pole on the right, you will see across the staircasing to the second tier on the other side. That's the question. That's the question mark. And that is the case where people see the orange blob go up those stairs, but they can't clearly see if it's a person or what. But there is an orange blob, the same color as Jeffrey Epstein's suit. So,
as I actually thought that Jeffrey Epstein would be a lot taller than that. He doesn't look all that tall right here. But there's nothing particularly notable about how he's walking. The one thing you may be noticing is that the officer is waving his hand as they're talking, which means they're interacting right now. It looks like that the security officer walking with him is interacting and talking to Jeffrey Epstein right now. So he's being led to a prison cell that is approximately here. Now, we can't see it on camera, obviously, because it's cut off. But it gives us some idea of where people are walking and where he is, in fact, held. That's an important part of understanding the rest of the video that we're going to watch. So what we're going to do is we're going to skip ahead now. And we're going to talk about the different parts of the timeline that stand out. And we're going to look at a couple of things that are a little bit strange. Now, it was reported that at 10 p.m. they were supposed to check on Jeffrey Epstein. Now, the area you're going to want to focus on is in the back, right there. This is where the correctional officers sit. This is where they do their thing. So if you're going to see movement, it's going to be in this area. And as you can see, 10 o'clock, nobody's moving right now. Now, as you can see, it's around 10:30. There's a correctional officer that's starting to move, and they ultimately are going to go check on the Jeffrey Epstein tier, as they're calling it, that area. And so what is being reported so far is pretty consistent with what we're seeing on the video. At 10 o'clock, there was no check. At 10:30, it looks like there's some form of a check. So far, what we have seen, as you can see, the correctional officer just walked right there, that is so far consistent with what was reported. So one of the challenging parts about this is that one of the claims, and this is much harder to verify, is they say that nobody walked into that area again between 10:30 and 6:33 when his body was found.
So,
but as
you could see, this is what we're talking about, Bill Barr's conversation when he says nothing nefarious. He's seen the videotape. He concludes nothing nefarious can be found from this videotape, right? This is what they're talking about right here. So, all right, let's continue. Let's see here. Go ahead.
So we're going to see people do go back and forth to that general area. We don't know exactly where they walk, but there's not just no activity. Because when I had originally heard about this, when I read this back in 2019 or whenever it was originally released, I had figured that essentially you're going to see no security guards doing anything. People are just going to be sitting around, but that's really not the case. And they also talked about how the security guards were sleeping, and we're going to get into that because there's really just a small window when nobody was actually moving or that we didn't actually see anybody move. So there are still things about this that are raising questions, but let's keep going. But as you can see, even at 10:38, we're already seeing correctional officers walking off camera in the general direction of where Jeffrey Epstein's being held. Now, I'm going to show this part because I've seen a lot of people already talking about this, and I do not think it's meaningful. If you watch, it's 11:58, and when it hits 11:59, it's going to skip to 12. I think that's probably just software skipping a minute. It's probably when it's...
So you're probably looking at the camera right now, and you can see, if you pay attention, it says 8:51 p.m. That's because to the left of that, I had to blow the image up. It says 11:51 p.m. You see, so that, but you're only seeing half of that. But that's just for so people won't be confused. All right, here we go.
Saves to a new file or something like that. I do not think that they waited until 11:59 and to have 1 minute for somebody to do something and for them to cut that out. That just seems a little bit ridiculous, and the timing is too good. So I think that really it's just a function of the mechanics of how this works, of how the video cameras work, or how the security cameras are operating. So I personally do not read anything into that minute skip. Now, around midnight, they were supposed to do another check. As you can see, there is, in fact, a guard walking around right now, or at least they're standing right here. So you can see they are moving around. It's not like people are asleep right now or anything like that. There are people that are alert and awake, and they are, in fact, going to ultimately go past where the camera is to at least the general vicinity of where Epstein's being held.
So this is 12:01, right, that you're seeing. 12:01, 01:25.
So as you can see right here, another correctional officer just came from that area. He's going up into this area, which I just call room 46 because that's the number on the door. It's one of those areas where you have to call to get in. He looks a little bit rushed. I don't think that's anything suspicious. Some people are just like that when it comes to opening doors that you have to call to get unlocked and that sort of thing. So right now we're getting an idea of this room because this is going to be a focus of some things later. You can also see he leaves the door wide open. Probably not a good idea. Shows that he's not really paying that much attention to what he's doing right now. One thing that I also think is interesting is how heavy the clothes that some of the people are wearing. I'm going to explain why that's relevant in a minute. One thing that the timeline didn't talk about really was anybody else that was involved here or anybody else that was on the floor. One thing that I also think is interesting is how heavy the clothes that some of the people are wearing. I'm going to explain why that's relevant in a minute. One thing that the timeline didn't talk about really was anybody else that was involved here or anybody else that was on the floor. The way that it reads when you go back to the 2019 timeline is that it's just those two officers and they're the only people that we see. But as it turns out, that's not really the case. Like I said, nothing suspicious about this individual being there, but it shows that we've been given an incomplete snapshot of what that night was like.
All right, so he's talking about this side, right?
That's the end of the footage. Apparently, it was at 6:33 that the body was in fact found. And as you can see, the guards are moving around as you would expect. An alarm gets set off. Obviously, you can't hear it because of the nature of what this is. There is no sound to this, but you can see people scrambling around. There's not a whole lot more detail. But at this point, you're essentially seeing that this is the end point where they in fact found Jeffrey Epstein. I'll show you. I'm going to fast forward for 1 second. But as you can see, they're all scrambling right over here. Probably is pretty thankless at times, but the idea of getting up and literally not even looking into a jail cell is so peculiar to me. So now we have one of the correctional officers walking up to room 46. There's a couple of things we're going to point out about this that are not relevant now, but they'll make sense in just a minute in terms of why I'm paying attention to this. So as you can see, she's not really looking around, not paying a lot of attention to anything other than, I think you have to lift a phone so that somebody can open or buzz you in so you can go through that door.
All right, so
and right now,
he
she's
says
also clearly very hot. You see, she's dabbing her face, getting sweat off of herself. At least that's what it appears to be. So very casually going in, seemed a bit hot, but otherwise it was unremarkable. But I want you to pay attention to that because we're going to go to another time that the same correctional officer goes into this door, which is a little bit more interesting. Now a couple of hours have passed, and the same correctional officer is going back to room 46 again. But this time, it's a little bit different. So it looks like she's talking to another officer down in the officer's station. So lifting the phone to get in, exactly the same as last time. Now, that little gesture right there is what I'm paying attention to. That's the thing that kind of gets me, because I'm just curious what she's pointing to. Now, I don't know what's in this room right here, but I do know that Jeffrey Epstein's cell, based on the way everything looks, is pretty similar to the direction she's pointing. Now, I don't want to imply that she's done anything wrong, but it's just peculiar. Curious what she's pointing to. Now, I don't know what's in this, same as last time. Now, that little gesture right there is what I'm paying attention to. That's the thing that kind of gets me, because I'm just curious what she's pointing to.
So, okay, it's up to your imagination whether you want to think there's anything peculiar with that, right? But that is not even the one that I wanted to review. Let me see here, because there's one where he's talking specifically about the orange blob going up the stairs, and he did this after. Let me see. Where is it? Right here? Is it? No, it's not this one. Is it? Is it this one? Hold on. Let me see something. Sorry about that. I thought, he has one specific video where he's talking about the orange blob. And let's see here.
I'm a clinical and forensics.
I think it must be this one. Yeah, he talks about that, because this is where he talks about the stairs. Right. This is more recent, but he's done it before also. So let me see something here. Here it is. Look at this. Let me just start it right here.
Explain what I've found that tells us what this is and what it is not. You can see it right there.
You see that?
There's somebody wearing orange that just walked up those stairs to Jeffrey Epstein's cell. Let's watch that one more time. I know we've talked about this before, but this is really, really important. So you see that right there. Now, a little bit of background before we move on and get into...
I'm going to back that up a little bit. So let's just make sure everybody sees what he's talking about. Right. There's stairs right here across, right next to the desk. But you can't see the whole stairs by lieu of the fact that the camera's positioned this way. That's just what it is. The position of the camera doesn't allow you to see all the stairs, but it allows you to see part of the stairs. So let's take it from here again.
At night as well. All right, let's just jump right in. So as I referenced before, the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to show you an orange figure that goes up to Jeffrey Epstein's tier. He was on a place called L tier. That's the cell block he was on. I'm going to show you this figure walk up these stairs right over here. I'm going to show you this figure walking up to that cell block. The reason I'm showing you this again is so I can explain what I've found that tells us what this is and what it is not. You can see it right there. There's somebody wearing orange that just walked up those stairs to Jeffrey Epstein's cell. Let's watch that one more time. I know we've talked about this before, but this is really, really important. So you see that right there. Now, a little bit of background before we move on and get into the more important things. For anybody that is not that familiar with this night, there were two correctional officers that were on duty that night, Tova Noel and Michael Thomas. And they were supposed to do counts every 30 minutes. They weren't doing them. The final count they did was at around 10 o'clock. Jeffrey Epstein was found dead in his cell at 6:33 the next morning. This right here is at 10:39. Every single bit of documentation says nobody went up to the cell at 10:39.
So you hear that, right? So that's what this is about. And this is why we're talking about Bill Barr. What Bill Barr said, he saw the video, and therefore he concluded that there was nothing nefarious that went on, according to Bill Barr.
I'm going to show you this figure walking up to that cell block. The reason I'm showing you this again is so I can explain what I've found that tells us what this is and what it is not. You can see it right there. There's somebody wearing orange that just walked up those stairs to Jeffrey Epstein's cell.
All right, so there you have it.
Watch that one more time. I know we've talked about this before, but this is really, really important. So you see that right there.
Right. So then we're going to go back to what's going on with Jeffrey Epstein's brother and what he says about Bill Barr.
Investigation. They're going to study it further. But that doesn't appear to have been done here. Right. And then Bill Barr, the Attorney General of the United States at the time, came out with a ridiculous statement saying that he personally saw the videotape from outside of the tier, through that night, and he saw that nobody went in or out of the tier, and that convinced him it was a suicide. When I heard that, I knew that this was some sort of cover-up. For a couple
You see that? So that's Jeffrey Epstein's brother, and this is 2 days ago.
Reasons. First of all,
you can find this interview on Arabia English, right? And it's just 2 days ago, maybe not even two, maybe just 24 hours.
That nobody went in or out of the tier, and that
you see, nobody went in or out of the tier, and Dr. G clearly exhibits that there is questions there around that specific time here, right, where there was reporting that no one else was present. In the investigation, you have to mention every single individual that was present in this tape on this floor at this time. That's the whole point. And when they interview the police, this person is not mentioned. When they interview the prison guards, this person is not mentioned. Who is that person right here? Who's this person? Let's see.
To Jeffrey Epstein's tier, he was on a place called L tier. That's the cell block he was on. I'm going to show you this figure walk up these stairs right over here. I'm going to show you this figure walking up to that cell block. The reason I'm showing you this again is so I can explain what I've found that tells us what this is and what it is not. You can see it right there. There's somebody wearing orange that just walked up those stairs to Jeffrey Epstein's cell. Let's watch that one more time. I know we've talked about this before, but this is really, really important. So you see that right there. Now, a little bit of background before we move on and get into the more important things.
All right. So there you have it.
That convinced him it was a suicide. Yeah. Right. And then Bill Barr, the Attorney General of the United States at the time, came out with a ridiculous statement saying that he personally saw the videotape from outside of the tier, through that night, and he saw that nobody went in or out of the tier, and that convinced him it was a suicide. When I heard that, I knew that this was some sort of cover-up for a couple of reasons.
So, again, seems to me like it's in plain sight. You tell me what you think. Yeah. But to me, the truth seems like it's in plain sight. Like, you're not going to be able to cover these truths up, unless you're in the business of just covering up what is right in front of your face over and over and over and over and over. You know what I mean? Like, a person who's used to doing that, making an excuse for anything, can make an excuse for this, but it's very hard for anybody else to.
First of all, when he said that, it makes you believe, or makes you think that he can actually see the door to the tier in the videotape. Okay? Now, with the recent release of the videotapes, you see you cannot see the door to the tier, and it's been shown that somebody could easily get to that tier and leave from that tier without being caught from that camera. So just what was Bill Barr talking about? Also, we've seen the orange blur of something going up the steps towards the tier, during the night. So again, what was Bill Barr referring to? And the other part that made me realize this was a cover-up was because he completely...
I mean, he's just calling out Bill Barr. He's saying, "What's up, Bill Barr? What's up? What's up with that?"
Neglected the possibility that there was another inmate on the tier already that could have harmed somebody and who would not have to go and come from the tier. So for the top law enforcement official of the United States to neglect the possibility that Jeffrey was killed by somebody already on the tier doesn't pass the laugh test. Okay. Now, since Bill Barr's testimony is worthless because it's based on nonsense, and Barbara Sampson's conclusion is also based on thin air, well, that's why they're calling it a suicide, based on those two determinations. Also, by calling it a suicide early, it stops any investigation. Because if it's...
Do you hear that? So for a lot of people, they have this theory that maybe they don't need to hear what the brother of Epstein is saying about his own brother, the guy who looked at the body and said, yeah, this is my brother. If they don't want to take into account what he's saying, a lot of people try to find that he has a motive somehow to hide something. It's like, my thoughts is you got a motive to tell the truth, unless you want all your shit taken from you too, because we're talking about murder. We're talking about criminal shit. All this shit is connected. You see what I mean? So you could be in legal jeopardy, period, just by being in proximity of Epstein and not telling the truth, by trying to cover up a crime that is a goddamn crime, especially regarding the Epstein files, any part of it. You see what I mean? So, but if you think somehow him being part of saying that his brother didn't commit suicide and that he was murdered and that he benefits from that, let's check it out.
Why they're calling it a suicide based on those two determinations.
Who does the suicide help? Does it help his brother? Or does it, what is the point? Who does it help? It obviously, first and foremost, does this.
Also, by calling it a suicide early, it stops any investigation. Because if it's truly a suicide, there's really nothing to investigate.
If it's what?
Determinations. Also, by calling it a suicide early, it stops any investigation. Because if it's truly a suicide, there's really nothing to investigate.
Yeah, if you're investigating it based on the fact that you think it is a suicide, then what's the investigation about?
Because in a suicide, there are two questions. It's how and why. And the how is usually pretty obvious when you come across a suicide victim. If they're hanging from something, well, they hung themselves.
But what about the why? And maybe the why is also hiding in plain sight.
If they're laying in a pool of blood with a gun next to them, they shot themselves. If they're splattered on the sidewalk, they jumped from the building. There's really very little mystery in a suicide. So they decided to call this a suicide and close the case. And all the other investigation they've been doing is about the errors that went wrong in the prison, the guards didn't fill out the paperwork, and that kind of nonsense. Nothing about a potential homicide.
Yep.
And when it's proven, and it will surely be proven, that he could not have committed suicide, the way they say, well, then we need to have a full homicide-capable investigation done.
Let me stop you there, because you...
And then who? The who and the why. Still, the who and the why. Why would he be killed and by who? What is the why? What was their motive? What could their motive have been? Who has a motive to kill Jeffrey Epstein? Who has the biggest motive to kill? Who has more interest in killing it and stopping Jeffrey Epstein from talking? Who could that be? Is that a mystery? Or is that almost in plain sight?
You say he didn't commit suicide the way they said he did. What did they say he did, and why did he not commit suicide that way?
Okay, well, there's a group of pathologists who decided to take this up, and they're not doing it on my behalf. I'm not paying them. They realized that this wasn't right, and they've asked me to give them all of the medical records from the autopsy. I've given the complete file that I have, including all the photographs. And they've determined that he could not have committed suicide because of the damages on his body. And their report is being peer-reviewed and will be released. It's a very scientific paper. There's all kinds of, incidents. Like one of the first things that came out was the groove on Jeffrey's neck, which was left by whatever ligature was left around his neck. It's not the right angle. If you're hanging with your body weight.
You hear that? The groove on the neck, according to the hanging, it's not the right angle. You see, and that is another particular detail. Let me see here. Dylan says, is it me or shouldn't there be a better security cam set up in a facility with ultra high profile detainees and not a duct tape handy cam from your grandma? Yo, I think that's an excellent point. I mean, and I'm pretty sure if you're paying a whole lot of money, you should expect better. You know what I'm saying? And American taxpayers are paying a whole lot of fucking money for prisons. And look at the excuse again. Look at the excuse again. The excuse is you're not entitled You're not entitled that, my friend. Dylan, you're not, as an American citizen and taxpayer, you are not entitled to a facility that doesn't, this facility that isn't just with high profile detainees, doesn't just have duct tape handy cam from your grandma's attic. No, you're not entitled to that, man. You're not entitled to a prison system that has a cam set up in a facility with ultra high profile detainees that suits that situation. No, you're not entitled to a camera view of the goddamn stairs, man. You're not entitled to that. That's not significant. That's not important. Is that the best people can get? That's pretty fucked up. And that is what exactly happened. That is the best that you have gotten so far as citizens and taxpayers. Yeah. In your time of need and your time to know what the fuck is going on, that's what people are getting. So
was left by whatever ligature was left around his neck. It's not the right angle. You know, if you're hanging with your body weight on the noose, that noose rides high up under your chin, under your mandible, and goes up towards the back of your ears and behind your head. Well, the mark on Jeffrey's neck is more in the middle of his neck. It doesn't have that high upward slope that it
version
should.
Of what was seen. He described it as longer. I just want you to keep that in mind, because if that is true, he would have been sitting on the floor. He would not have been elevated, which all of a sudden makes everything said by the medical examiner invalid, because the medical examiners was all about him being suspended off the ground. Anyway, so I just want you to get a chance to see this again, because I want you to remember what a small amount of space there is here, because I want you to hear the way that Michael Thomas describes the way the body was found. The way that he's talking about it, if you see this,
you hear that, right?
Ligature right here, you see this piece of fabric, the body would have been up against this right here, would have been up against this metal pole right here. This is part of the bed frame, so it would have been directly up against that. But let's go up to read what he had to say about it, and then we're going to talk a little bit about what the medical examiner had to say. I'm just going to highlight some parts that stand out. So as they're talking about Michael Thomas having to rip the noose off, he said, he was asked, did you have to rip it off or slide it over his head? He said, no, not. What are you talking about with this still intact? Yeah, I took it off his head. I guess I took it off his head. I don't remember I did, but I guess I took it off him. But it's like I said, when I ripped it, it was tied to the other portion of it. So the noose itself was tied to that piece of fabric you just saw. And then he goes on to say, yeah, I ripped it from the piece that's still down.
You hear that?
Been up against this.
So you see, the noose was tied to the fabric. So there's two pieces to the noose. In other words, there's two pieces to the rope that hung him.
Metal pole right here. This is part of the bed frame, so it would have been directly up against that. But let's go up to read what he had to say about it, and then we're going to talk a little bit about what the medical examiner had to say. I'm just going to highlight some parts that stand out. So,
I mean, hold on. Look at this. I'm sorry, but look at this. They have all these photographs, but they don't actually have photographs of Epstein there. That's another peculiar thing. They don't seem to have a whole lot of photographs. Here's the actual thing. You see that? Right? And so the noose was tied to this fabric that you see here. So in other words, it's longer than what this is right here. You see what I'm saying? Of course, it's tied to this, and then another one is around his neck. So it's like a chain, right? But if you look at this, that's one thing. But just go back. There's something else I find really peculiar about these photographs. Let's see here. Where is it at? Are these all the photographs here? All right, here. Let's just go through these photographs that are right around here. Are there more? Let me see here. Yeah, there's more. There's got to be more, right? Up here. Like, if you go to this portion, let me see. Now, let's listen to this. Let me see. Yeah.
Where?
You see this? This is the room. There's a whole lot of sheets. What the fuck are all these sheets here for? Like, I don't know, but
Officer Tova Noel carrying.
It just seems like a question, like, who would bring all of this into the room, like, to kill themselves? I don't know. I'm just saying.
Back down these stairs.
Let me just hear it.
Now, I know I've covered some of this before, but I really need you to understand all of that before we go on to the transcript so I can show you exactly why we know for a 100% fact that this was not, in fact, Correctional Officer Tova Noel carrying Lennon's up or anybody else, because there were only 2 correctional officers there that night. This is what Jeffrey Epstein's cell looked like the morning he was found.
You see that? So keep that in mind. Why is all of this shit there when all you need is a fucking noose? Like, what is this? I'm just saying. That is an interesting question. Where does all this shit come from? This obviously is not what a normal room would look like. This is not what a normal room would look like. Like, to hang yourself, you don't need all this shit all over the floor. In a murder, you would not just, when you suspect someone killed themselves, it doesn't have to be a murder. The first thing you do is you don't move shit. That's the first thing you don't do. And you take pictures according to what is exactly there. Now, it's already controversial enough that they don't have a picture of Epstein, but they could probably explain it and say they needed to move him to try to keep him alive, or they thought he was alive, or whatever it is. So that's why they moved the body before police, if that's what you want to believe. But what about the rest of this other stuff?
Sheets everywhere, extra clothes everywhere. It's just disgusting. But there's an abundance of extra linens.
What the fuck is this about? So what does that tell you? Let me look at the chat. What does that tell y'all? Flipping out. Yo, Karina, I'm sorry. What does that tell y'all about this? Like, just looking at that. What does that mean? Like, in an investigation, it means somebody else brought this shit there. That's what that means. This is not what to conclude that Jeffrey Epstein bought all this shit and laid it around his room like that before he hung himself. I'm sorry. That makes no sense, y'all. And I know you get what I'm saying. This is strange. This cannot, I don't know. I won't say it can't be explained, but it seems very, very hard to explain. What's your explanation for that?
Extra clothes everywhere. It's just disgusting. But there's an abundance of extra linens. Part of the investigation.
All right. So, right. So hold on. This is all about Bill Barr. Bill Barr said he saw the tapes. So let's just say that's the visual evidence, right? He saw the stairs. He saw the tapes. He saw the same thing that the rest of us saw without getting into the rest of Dr. G's breakdown, right? But I've seen that breakdown. I suggest everybody go to it. As a matter of fact, if you haven't seen it before, let me pull it up on the screen for you. It is right here. And here is Dr. G's address. He gives some excellent breakdowns. Oh, y'all can't see that? Hold on. Let me see something. Why can't y'all see this one? Let me go back. Let me just make that a little easier for y'all to see. Here we go. This is Dr. G. Go to his spot. He's got some great breakdowns, especially on Epstein, but he's got many on forensic anthropology, right? So just for those that never seen his videos before. So here we go. Let's go back to Epstein's brother.
A true hanging. And they've compared Jeffrey's ligature mark to others, all kinds of reports in scientific journals. And it shows that he could not have been hanging the way they said. Because they said, we were trying to find out for 4 years what position he was in when they found him. And we weren't able to get that. And then finally in the Justice Department report.
You hear that? So that means the perfect person that discovered him and took the rope or whatever, this fabric, I'm sorry, whatever the word is for that. Took it off of his neck. They couldn't tell you what position he was in.
For 4 years, reports in scientific journals. And it shows that he could not have been hanging the way they said. Because they said, we were trying to find out for 4 years what position he was in when they found him. And we were.
Yeah, exactly. Been trying to find out for 4 years and can't. Scientific journals. Well, why can't you find that out? That's a matter. That should be a matter of record. Is it because the police can't tell anybody? Is it because it's not in the Epstein files? What? So isn't that something people should easily be able to query and find from? Isn't that evidence the FBI can easily produce to anybody?
We get that. And then finally, in the Justice Department report, they stated that when he was found, he was in a seated position with his legs extended in front of him. And when he was cut down or torn down, that's still not sure, that his buttocks was an inch and a half off the ground.
So they can tell you that, but they can't tell you anything else about his position. Like, was his neck? See, this is what people have to think about, right? I mean, and not to just keep going over this over and over and over, but just for sake of this argument, right? Let's go back to Dr. G now. When you look at this, right? When we look at this, let's go back. Here we go. And we see the images, right? You see these images. Hold on. Where are the images at? Let's say where were they? Were they around here? Right. They can't tell you. They should be able to easily verify what position they're talking about. Right? They should be able to. So is it that his back was up against this wall? Is it that his back was closer to the corner? Right? They should be able to tell you the position of his body. That's an important detail, right? But let's listen.
Report. They stated that when he was found, he was in a seated position with his legs extended in front of him. And when he was cut down, and it shows that he could not have been hanging the way they said, because they through hanging. And they've compared Jeffrey's ligature mark to others, all kinds of reports in scientific journals. And it shows that he could not have been hanging the way they said. Because they said, we were trying to find out for 4 years what position he was in when they found him. And we weren't able to get that. And then finally in the Justice Department report,
they weren't able to get that, the position. And we're talking about clearly, what's the position of his body in opposed to the ligature, in opposed to the rope? There's two fabrics that are like chain connected to each other. One was around his neck and the other was around that fabric. Right? And then you just go back to this part, which is really crazy. It's really crazy. Who needs this much fucking shit? To kill themselves. Who needs all this fabric? Who orders all this fabric to kill themselves? Like, what is this? That makes zero sense. And in any case, let me close out. There's one more thing. I mean, there's a whole lot of shit with this missing Epstein files, and why does it seem that the DOJ has this thing about talking about Trump, releasing Trump's name? I don't understand. If Trump is not a victim, what's the point? Right? That doesn't make any sense. They're supposed to release even Trump's name, period. And in any case, that's Epstein's brother. Let me let this play a little bit more, and then I'm going to close out on one of the survivors here. Let's see.
He was in a seated position with his legs extended in front of him. And when he was cut down or torn down, that's still not sure, that his buttocks was an inch and a half off the ground. Okay, so if you can picture somebody hanging like that, and Jeffrey's size, there's about 20 pounds of weight on his feet because his feet were extended out. The rest of his body weight, and he weighed about 180 pounds, was hanging by the neck. That ligature mark should be high up on his neck. And we also know from the autopsy that he was dead for at least 2 hours before they found him. He was described as already being, cooled down and rigor mortis.
I mean, exactly. So why would they then rush the police, rush anyone to move his body if you can clearly feel his pulse and know that he was dead? And again, how long was he dead for? You don't know a dead person when you see one? Like,
was hanging by the neck. That ligature mark should be high up on his neck. And we also know from the autopsy that he was dead for at least 2 hours.
You don't know when the difference between a person that's just passed out and the person has been dead for 2 hours? If the person is dead, there's no need to move them. There it is. There's no need for an ambulance to come and remove his body, to get him in the hospital, to give him CPR, to do anything. There's no rush. Not only did they not get a picture of Jeffrey Epstein in his cell in the position that he was when his body was found, hanging, presumably, right? But you don't even get a picture of his body in the cell. But he was dead for 2 hours. So how does that add up? You tell me.
Before they found him, he was described as already being, cooled down, and rigor mortis had started. So, all these attempts to try to make it look like they were trying to resuscitate him, sort of like, why? I mean, these were trained people. They should have known that there was no coming back for him. So it's like a whole charade was taking place. Also, the medical examiner, Dr. Kristen Roman, who did the autopsy, we recently, in the release of papers, got her deposition. She was questioned after the fact, and she stated that she was told not to take DNA evidence off of Jeffrey, and she was prohibited.
Not to take DNA evidence? Not to take DNA evidence? What?
Prohibited from going to the crime scene in the prison.
What?
We recently, in the release of papers, got her deposition. She was questioned after the fact, and she stated that she was told not to take DNA evidence.
Hold on, who is this?
No coming back for him. So it's like a whole charade was taking place. Also, the medical examiner, Dr. Kristen Roman, who did the autopsy, we recently, in the release of papers, got her deposition. She was questioned after the fact, and she stated that she was told not to take DNA evidence off of Jeffrey, and she was prohibited from going to the crime scene.
Yep, prohibited from going to the crime scene in order to not take what? DNA evidence?
Also,
not to collect it?
The medical examiner, Dr. Kristen Roman, who did the autopsy, we recently, in the release of papers, got her deposition. She was questioned after the fact, and she stated that she was told not to take DNA evidence off of Jeffrey, and she was prohibited from going to the crime scene.
So, again, if Jeffrey Epstein was swapped out, why would they prohibit you from taking DNA evidence? Because here's the thing. You know that this is Jeffrey Epstein's body. They're not talking about prohibited from taking DNA evidence, meaning that they were prohibited from taking Jeffrey Epstein's DNA. That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about, under the fingers, body contact of another would-be murderer. That's what they're talking about. You see? Yeah, I mean, at least that's what I induct from it. I mean, I'm sorry, but they have to confirm who the person is when they're dead, when they announce it. They have to confirm it independently, the same offices. They can't, that's just basic. They can't just say, oh yeah, this is Jeffrey Epstein. We don't need any dental work done to see a dental analysis. We don't need any other, nothing else. He had doctors. He has a brother. So he's been identified. You see what I mean? But I don't know. I'll leave that up to other people. But in any case, when you hear all these irregularities, what does it sound like? Does it sound like the real Jeffrey Epstein's not there? I mean, I don't know. To me, it sounds like more like, no, there's a cover up about a murder, not a cover up about whether this is Epstein or not.
After the fact, and she stated that she was told not to take DNA evidence off of Jeffrey, and she was prohibited from going to the crime scene.
So that means DNA evidence on his clothing, any body contact, his clothing with anyone, his body or his clothing, any contact to another person, period.
In the prison, which is very unusual. Usually the medical examiner has full access to crime scenes. As a matter of fact, when Jeffrey was found, they took him from the cell to the infirmary, which is against all protocol because, like I said, he was clearly dead when they found him. They were supposed to leave him there until the medical examiner's office showed up, but they moved him. And then afterwards, the FBI went in and destroyed the crime scene. So there's no...
Right.
no record.
Okay, so
there's just too many questions.
A lot of red flags.
If this was a suicide, it would be simple. It would be very simple. But there's so much, hiding of facts. And, I recently asked for the complete medical file from the medical examiner's office. I had gotten a partial years ago. And we have documentation that the Justice Department told them not to give me the whole fact. They wanted to redact it. They wanted to see what I was getting. Why? All these questions come up, all these red flags.
Yeah, why was his brother not given that? That is really, really weird. I don't understand it, but of course, these are things that are going to be debated forever. You know what I mean? For until I don't know, until when? Who knows? I have no clue. But until the files are released, that's the only thing that's going to clear it up. If you won't have any doubts when the files are released, the only reason why anyone has any doubt is because the files are not released, because you can't know anything else if you don't release the files. You have simply no way of actually knowing, with a good measure of certainty what has been happening, who's been affected, how big the crime scene is, right? And who's involved. Like, you just don't know nothing, pretty much. You can't confirm nothing until the files are released. But in any case, this is from DW News regarding the some of the witnesses, and after this Trump meeting, or no, not meeting, after this goddamn Trump State of the Union address. So let's just check some of that out, and then I'll catch up with you guys later.
Non-stop headlines week after week. Names are discovered, institutions are shaken, powerful figures are put under the spotlight. For most, it's disturbing but distant news. For others, it's a reopening of deep wounds. Rina O lives with her husband and their 2 sons in the New Jersey countryside. She paints. When the latest files were released, her therapists told her to limit how much she engaged with them. Thank you, Rina, for doing this. How are you feeling now as there's so much attention on the Epstein files and on Epstein, of course, himself?
It's very overwhelming. I sort of may have guessed that there were other strange, nefarious activities, but now we have evidence that it was a lot worse than we have ever imagined. And he's so connected to too many people around the world. It's scary. Like, all the names that are named in the files. I'm reading the emails and I see the way he's communicating with these people, and he also lured in powerful people based on reading them. Like, what does this person who's a powerful politician need? And the way he speaks to them, it's very, charismatic. And he knew exactly what they needed, because everyone asked him for something. They weren't there because he was such a nice guy. They were getting things out of him.
Rina O was 21 years old when she met Jeffrey Epstein and going through a breakup. Her friend Lisa introduced them. Rina O believed he was offering her an opportunity.
I was 21. I believed him. I completely fell for this. He had a private island, because Lisa told me he had a private island and a private jet. And, this was a very enormous townhouse.
Epstein offered mentorship and to pay for Rina O's schooling. He positioned himself as a benefactor. Do you recall how it was when you met him the first time?
I actually do. We spent about half an hour to an hour. I can't tell you exactly how long it was, in the study. He had this big study room. It's not the living room. And we sat down on the sofa, and he asked me, what's your name? And he said hello to Lisa. It's nice to see you again. and asked me, what do you do? And I said, I'm an artist. He's like, oh, you're an artist. Like, what did you bring with you? Because I had my portfolio, and he's like, can I look at it? And I handed it to him, and he actually studied like every single piece of artwork that was in that portfolio. And I noticed that he took a liking to a specific sculpture. And it's this one, actually. I made that when I was in high school. After we left.
Yo, did y'all see that?
When I was in high school.
Look at this. This is the one that Jeffrey Epstein took a liking to. This is with little kids surrounding Mary. Of course, I guess that would be Mary, right? Mary Magdalene. Who knows? But in any case, yeah, I don't know what to make out of this, but this is a bunch of kids. Anything Jeffrey Epstein takes a liking to becomes creepy automatically. I don't know. Maybe it is all creepy, but and more than we can imagine. But yeah.
After we left that day, his secretary called me the following day and told me Mr. Epstein would like to see you. And I went over the house probably the day after, and then he offered me a scholarship to go to art school. He said, I think you're really talented. I think you should be in school. I guess during our initial conversation,
because
I must have told him.
Again, schools got to be funded through private people, right? You can't just afford school on your own, right? That can't be a concept. No. There has to be a capitalistic aspect to schools, so your whole future is held in one person's hand. Whether you get a scholarship or you don't, or whether there's an individual doing some, philanthropy, right, that out of their own good heart and wants to control you because they're doing that for the rest of your life, maybe, you never know. I mean, it just kind of highlights that what people do to get access to school. Why does it have to be a capitalistic endeavor? Why can't it be like you're talented and therefore you can afford school because, hey, we do school like that here in this country? Why can't it be just about that? Why does it got to be attached to another person or how rich you are? It's just a question.
I wasn't in school, and he said, if you want to become, successful in the art world, you need to have a college degree.
Yeah.
And then the context.
And you need money. You're going to need my money. You're going to need my money to do it too, because you probably ain't going to, the amount of talented people that get sponsorship or can afford college just on their own, let's go.
Became more regular.
Every time Jeffrey Epstein was in New York, I would get a phone call, and the abuse started right away.
Hold on.
Successful in the art world, you need to have a college degree.
And then the contact became more regular.
Every time Jeffrey Epstein was in New York, I would get a phone call, and the abuse started right away. And I just thought, this is just what I have to do, I guess, to go to school. But at the time, I was just so broken that I didn't even realize what was happening to me.
Rena says the meetings didn't feel untoward at first, certainly not criminal. They felt professional.
Damn. That is, but professional and criminal, that is very, very weird. That is, but he crosses those lines, so you can't really define what's going on, right? It becomes more blurred, right? But as you can see in sex trafficking, you could obviously see it's criminal. It's not just his personal philanthropy, right? It's not just that. It's tied to a whole lot of shit that is criminal. And I feel so sorry for the victims, but because this dude was so prolific in his approach, how he went about things. But but it is what it is. I mean, now people can learn from it at the very least, right? So let's go back. Let's see.
I didn't realize until I started reading about all the other things he did, like later on, that they weren't professional appointments. You know, like I was in a massage room. This is not normal. It seemed so legitimate. And he's like, sit down next to me. And this girl who was a professional massage therapist, I know a lot of the young women and the teenagers were going over there to give him erotic massages, but she was a certified massage therapist. I saw her give him a full body massage. Like she was massaging his scalp, his fingers, like his toes. So it seemed very like normal, like nothing weird that day. And he dictated and said, you are going to this school. He selected the school. He didn't ask me, what would you like to study or where do you want to go to school? He just told me, you should take classes, starting with 2 summer classes. Like he really knew like how to like begin controlling me. And then he said, the secretary will make all the arrangements. Just go to the school, pick up a catalog and pick 2 classes. So I did exactly what he told me to do. Summer of 2000, every time he was in New York, I would get a phone call from the secretary. And then one day, he took me into his bedroom. He showed me around the bedroom. I saw his closet. Like he opened the drawers and he was just showing me like, these are my clothes. This is how they're folded. You know, he opened like the wardrobes and pulled out the drawers and just showed me like what was in it. And I didn't understand why he was showing me his closet. Then he took me into the master bathroom, asked me to take a bath with him. And then after that, he took me into the bedroom. Like I can't really even count the number of times there were so many. I separate and place them into seasons. You know, like that's the way I remember things. I don't remember specific dates unless I have like evidence, you know, like on paper. It felt dirty. I was kind of ashamed. I was sexually abused when I was a very small child. So I didn't know that was sexual abuse. The way I was lured in, I was like 5 or 6 years old. Just like older person.
Yeah, because I guess in some ways, I guess if you're a victim, you might not understand that, you know, that's how you're groomed into it. You know what I mean? Like I think that's an important link there. It's probably not the only link, but in terms of her not being able to identify what's going on, right? Her not being able to draw the lines between personal, professional, and then this, because you can have personal relationships that don't involve sex. Just because you have personal relationships, most of your most important relationships and beautiful relationships won't be surrounded by sex. You know what I mean? And here he's kind of blurring those lines, saying it's professional, it's personal, but then it's also boom, you know, like it's all about where you keep your boundaries, essentially. And I guess he was able to lure her because she needed money for college. That was important. Getting the education was emphasized. That's also emphasized in every society. You know, get that education. You're better off with it, right? It's a must. If you want to, why don't you work hard? Why didn't you pay for university? How come you didn't study like me? Type of thing comes up in capitalistic societies often, right? Not always, but often. You know, especially in the most extreme capitalistic ones, it's always comes down to that money and whether you're a valuable person or whether you had to, you know, what you had to do to earn it. Basically, it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Told me we're going to play a game, and this happened like on multiple occasions, and he gave me candy.
The renewed attention didn't start with the most recent release of files. It began when earlier testimonies resurfaced.
I guess the testimonies resurfaced in 2018 from the young teenagers in Florida. Even then, I didn't think that I was a victim because I wasn't a teenager. I just thought like, well, I was an adult. There's no way I was a victim. I thought the sentence he got for the first time he was arrested wasn't enough. and I started speaking out. And unfortunately for me, it triggered me to remember, the trauma, and I ended up having a mental breakdown. I ended up in a psychiatric hospital. And when I started speaking to the other girls who were around my age, that he also did this too, I started identifying what he did to me was sexual abuse. And what happened to you is what happened to a lot of the other girls. Like in the massage room, this is sexual abuse. And I was like mortified, when I found out. And it really took a mental toll on me for the last 7 years.
At the center of Jeffrey Epstein's inner circle was Ghislaine Maxwell.
I met Ghislaine Maxwell. I didn't like her.
Why didn't you like Ghislaine Maxwell?
She was very snobby, and she was very suspicious of me, and I could tell like something was wrong. Like this woman, is saying nice things to me, but they were not genuine. She wasn't a very sincere person.
She's a damn predator. She's a predator. Yeah. And I think it's like, she would have every reason not to treat you like a normal, friendly person in your life would, because she's involved in sex trafficking. And to her, you're a piece of meat. And she just simply wants to know, are you going to go along with it, or are you a threat? And are you going to compromise the situation or not? She's the madam. She's the number two. She's the one, the enforcer, really the psychological enforcer, the psychological initiator. She's the contact between her and Epstein, the assistants, But on that note, I'm going to be out. And it's, again, the victims were not discussed during the State of the Union. So I would take that to mean victims of Jeffrey Epstein and anybody else connected to Epstein, you're not safe, because that wasn't even part of the State of the Union. He didn't even declare it safer for people like you towards billionaire, powerful members of the society. He didn't declare things to be safe. He declared a whole lot of safe places for a lot of different people, but not anything about sex trafficking and this kind of thing. And he definitely didn't cover the bipartisan bill that he signed, which is the most bipartisan bill that he's ever signed, which was the Epstein bill to release the documents. That's what he didn't, the main thing he didn't discuss while victims were there present. So, it's clear the United States got a whole lot of work to do before it's going to be seen as a member of the civilized Western world, at least, or the civilized world. The U.S. has taken a fall in terms of its ranking in the world, with human rights, with civil rights, just with norms. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily a safe time for people in the U.S. So, and this administration is not doing a whole lot to make it seem safer, to make people feel like they're in a safe society, So on that note, I'm out. I appreciate everybody for tuning in. Those of you that didn't catch the live, I know it was a long live, so you can't catch all of it. Damn, 5 hours, over 5 hours, but I'm off and I have the time, so I just kind of wanted to follow where the information leads to and where it goes. And all I can say is we can do better, and we need to do better. And our country depends on us doing a lot better. And you ain't going to do better if you can't look at what's going on right now and call it out. You called out what happened 4 years ago. That's why we got a new administration, because it was called out. We going to call out what's happening right now? Is it better right now? Or is it worse right now? Or is that a difficult question to answer? If you think it's a difficult question to answer, that tells me a lot about the State of the Union. If you don't want to call out what's going on right now, that would tell me a lot about the State of the Union too. Or if you want to call it out what's going on right now, that would tell me a lot about the State of the Union. But again, that's up to every individual person, who they are, whether they think they have rights, and how far their rights extend to or connected and intersect with their tax dollars. and their civil rights and their human rights. I mean, it's up to you. It's up to you. You tell me. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, hopefully voters in the United States will find a way to get through some of the nuances without fucking yourself over too. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of voters went through these nuances, I guess you could say, disinformation, dissatisfaction with the last administration, these kind of things. A lot of voters navigated that and ended up doing something that fucked themselves over even worse. You know, I would caution against that this time around. But on that note, I'll see y'all in a few, man. I appreciate everybody. Hope everybody is doing well. Shit, I ain't even get into the markets. I'm going to do that on my next stream. So the markets have been reacting to Trump's getting slammed. You know, what did they call that? He got mushed. Trump got mushed on the basketball court when he tried to dunk. He got refused by the Supreme Court with these tariffs. So let's take a look at how the markets react also. I'll be back with y'all in a little bit. I appreciate everybody for coming out. See y'all in a little bit. Fuck Trump. Impeach Trump. You know what I'm saying? Release the Epstein files. God damn it. Get control of our country again, y'all. Free people of America. Let's get control back over the United States of America and make it better than it is right now. You know what I'm saying? All right. Peace. See ya.
They want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day and every clue. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep, leaving 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die. You voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't fear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. So listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey, kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. Here's the card, they call me Uncle Vigor. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I'll be the parallel to the fiction. You're fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save you. Change, flip it, rearrange. The whole concept, yo, is good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Yes, atomic, it reads like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the robotic type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just hurry. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable dictions. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Every dog chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like slatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. So Father in the one who protects ya, and the mother, she will never neglect ya. To divine nature, the people respect ya. And in this way I deliver my lecture. Sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers be living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the project center rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my nigga Paulo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. There goes Rollo with the blowout fro. He's got a gap, ayo niggas gots to go. No show is live with narrate, fuck Memorex. My nigga Rollo's got a gat at Paulo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me me some love, kid. It sounds like a fucking
yes, you
lie.
know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong.
Sometimes I think how the world come to this, a place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion, justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Singles mothers struggle to raise families. Genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist. Giving all the power to the industrialists, giving all our power to the damn commercialists. They see us just as being sheep in this world. They want us to do what we're told, like boys and girls. Oh God, I wanna live another day so I can help provide equality
and
this
yes, you
day.
know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong.
Everybody round the globe, open up your earlobe, your third eye, and then decipher the code. Through knowledge, understanding, then bring love into the concept instead of bling bling. Truth instead of biased educational methods. Twisting, contorting God's message of love for every human being. Listen, motherfucker, don't you hear the screams? It's time to do much more than talk, debate, and spread hate. We need to think and at the same time investigate. Understand what our actions may create. Before continuing the cycle we procreate. We can clone humans, but at the same time we can't feed humans. The future of man is actually looming. It's really depressing, it's true,
and yes,
man.
you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on.